Hello! Hello, everybody. We're back! Nobody saw it coming, including me. It's Saturday. I said I wouldn't be back for a couple of days till the weekend was over, but here we are. Nevertheless. Basically, I got home, we went out for breakfast this morning, it was great. There's a little market that goes on Saturdays in the town we live next to, and when we got back I was like, what do we do now? Loaded up Satisfactory, and then I checked the community hub, and I was like, oh wow, there's like 150,000 people in the game right now. It's like it's hit its all-time peak, literally right now. I was like, can't have y'all just playing it without me, so decided I was just going to play it some more. I was going to do some cosmetic stuff, but then I was like, let's just stream it. But I'm not going to do cosmetics, we're going to just keep progressing. That's what the streams are all about. Are we live, by the way? No one has said anything since I hit the button, so hopefully it's working. Take off my shoes because I forgot. Yes, this is Timeless Plays. I told people that I won't be here. There won't be as many people today. Should just left it up to well, just so I should have just been like, oh, maybe. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Let's get back to it. So I'll recap people as to where we're currently at. But I haven't played since yesterday, you know, just picking up right where we left off. We just advanced to phase 2 of the space elevator, completed phase 2. So now it's up to us to just figure out what we want to do next to get the next milestones done. Got a little bit of cleanup to do in the factory itself, but not too much. I don't want to spend forever just doing cosmetics. I want to keep progressing and trying to work towards a goal anyway. I'm a member, thanks whoever it was, the rich person who gifted to me. Yeah, there's a few rich people, I think, or something. Very generous people, let's put it that way. Because there's been something like 200 gifted subs, I think, in total. So yeah, something crazy. We're up to 824, yeah, so you can see it there. I'm back, yeah, so basically, decided to play again. Just been feeling in a good mood. Was going to play Satisfactory anyway. Saw the player count super high. I was like, well, if the game's popular, not doing anything else, why not stream? Really enjoying the series, appreciate that. And he says the factory must grow. That's Kenrick Grunwald, member for 7 months. Thank you. And Callie, first time member. Thank you very much, Callie. We'll catch people up, make a new to-do list, and then see what. So it's a bit of an impromptu. I didn't really. By the time I got home, there was only a few minutes till 4 p.m. So I was like, oh, I'd like to just go live at around even time, kind of like that. I haven't really thought about what we're actually even going to do. But I know that we've just completed everything from 0 to 4, all done. Now we have to get our jetpack. So we need a motor factory, a better iron factory, probably. It's probably required for that. And then we can look to do oil, actually. That could be kind of cool. Yeah. I think that would make sense. And we can build factories to the specification of Mark IV. I think that would probably be wise. So with 480 belts in mind. So it was awful tempting to look back on this place and say with the four, I should say, pure iron nodes, we could really redevelop the whole thing. But I'm not sure how I feel about like tearing the whole thing down. I kind of feel like, should we not just move somewhere else and build a new factory? It's just 6 pure iron nodes. 6 pure iron nodes does seem kind of, how could you not build here or do something with that? Like 4 of them are untapped right now. So really we could actually maybe just load them up with iron. Load up some tractors with iron and go somewhere and build a new factory. Maybe we could do that. Meet in the middle. Move forward, yeah. Rebuild, move forward. Maybe we should do a poll. It wouldn't take too long to dismantle things. It just means, yeah, we have to build a little area somewhere over to the side. And we have to just make sure we have enough building material so we can continue. We're obviously now getting as well silica and SAM and concrete into our inventory, so that's nice. 6 is great. Rebuild it up. Yeah. I think we will. The hell of a project. That'll probably be what we'll do all day then. Because I feel like that'll take a while. We could leave some nodes untapped, just knowing like, okay, they're gonna be for later, maybe. Oh, yeah, should we do that? Maybe I'll do a poll and see. Oh, I think we'll just go ahead with that. It does seem like that's probably the way it's gonna be. Alright, let's begin. So I'll make a new to-do list then for this. Let me just copy and paste this one. Just open it up in Notepad or something. I can type it out faster that way. And just paste it back in. Take it somewhere else, rebuild. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll clear this area, and then we'll see how much space we have to work with. And see, I mean, 6 pure iron nodes is so much that I almost feel like... But if we try to build to the terrain more, maybe we can shape a factory around it. Now, hang on. I gotta not get too crazy, right? We want to keep progressing. I could easily sit here and go, like, let's build a packed factory that makes the full potential out of this iron, but the question is, do we need to do that, you know? Do we need to do that? What do we just need to get to the next layers? That's what I'm trying to improve with and get better at. It's like, let's not get distracted and build something that lasts the ages, even though that's fun, but just, like, get enough going so that we're ready just to kind of progress. We definitely need to balance our iron, because it's not balanced at all. So I do need to redraw it, but maybe I don't need to go and build all 6 nodes straight away. We can leave some. I think that'd be wiser. So maybe still just tap 2 or 3, so it's still 1 more than we have. Get everything up and running that we need. Yeah, okay. Something like that. So we're going to meet in the middle. I'm not just going to sit here and build a giant iron factory all day. Famous last words, I guess. But we will redo the area and see what we need to get us forward and leave space so that we can build into the factory in the future, not having to redo it, right? About the goal, indeed. It's about the goal. Alright, so let me just update my to-do list, so then people who join might be able to follow along with what we're up to. So we'll start off by clearing the old factory. That'll be number 1. Number 2, this will be on screen in a second. New foundations. Clearing the old factory, then there's going to be clearing vegetation. This place is going to need truck stations, because we're probably going to bring things elsewhere. New foundations. Maybe then truck stations, and then mining. And then we'll work out the rates of what we're going to need. So we're just going to clear the area first. Mining. Okay, so that'll be that. I'll post this into our to-do list. But yeah, another reason I came back was just like the support was like so massive over the last few days. And I was just going to be sitting here anyway. So I thought like, well, why not continue and play a bit more? I feel like you guys have earned it. Alright, so on the right side of the screen now we have clearing the old factory, clearing vegetation, putting down the new foundations, right? So working out how we can build to the terrain a little bit. And then we'll design a layout and what machines we need based on that and what's going to be doing what. We'll be removing everything, so it means we need new iron plates, we'll need new... Yeah, so iron plates, reinforced iron plates, screws. We have the cast screw recipe, so that's good. We can definitely get a higher volume of screws out because of that in an easier fashion. We'll need rods, then we'll have to work out motors. Good thing with motors, right? You need stators to make motors. We have copper right here. So that's perfect. That copper node can be used to help us make a motor factory and then some. Yeah, we'll be building up too. I want to use the terrain where we can, but then also keep building up. So it'll be like the bottom floor will be a bit like different rooms and stuff. But then as we go up, it'll start to unify somewhat, I think. Probably how we'll do it. Yeah, modular frames, rotors, indeed. Everything. Like everything we've got so far has to be done kind of again. We'll need a room for smelting. No matter what, everything just has to be smelted. So that'll be our base layer. Smelting room. For all the iron ore to come into. And the copper. Hey Gar. Thanks very much for the membership. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Plan's coming together. Feeling good. Just found out something last night. You know how you can feed stuff for several milestones and send all at once? Well, not anymore. Yeah, people told me. I actually haven't tried it, but I saw that. Hey, Will. And Matthew. And David. And Timeless. And Martin. Try to at least shout out the members. I do see you all, though, but otherwise I'll be here forever. Hello, everybody. No problem. Maybe, just maybe, I'll even stream tomorrow. Because Monday and Tuesday, my parents come over from Ireland. I'm living in England right now for my birthday. So they'll just be here for a couple of days. Alright, so we have our to-do. So what we'll need to do is just find an area a little further out. Just even over here or something. Oh, there's even iron there. Oh yeah, no. That's where the other deposit is. And we'll just put down some containers, and I gotta load these all up then with all the stuff we've made. So we'll set up a little area. Oh, by the way, I've imported. That's what I was doing this morning. I actually imported a lot of the blueprints I think I'll end up using. They're not organized though yet, but at least they're there. We can play around with some of those to make the building a little bit quicker and easier. So, foundations. Yeah, we'll just put down as many storage containers as we can kind of handle. We're going to need a lot. And I suppose just a little ramp or something that leads up to these would be alright. That make it look kind of nice. Go in there, no? There we go. Alright. That was a glitch. I'm not surprised they patched it. Yeah, it wasn't really intentional, right? But it was a nice little... I'm sure he knows that. Most people do anyway. That it's just like a nice little workaround, right? You could just advance multiple milestones at one time, bypassing the little clock. It's not that big of a deal. It's only like a 4 or 5 minute clock at worst. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I have to categorize these. We haven't unlocked signs or anything yet. Do you just buy them in the awesome shop? I feel like yes is the answer to that. I'll have to build one over there in a moment. Right, let's do another little group here, maybe. Alright, one. Alright, cool. So we got a little area that we can deposit all of our stuff in. I'll make a personal one, just kind of for me, over here, just temporarily. Dump all this stuff in, and now we're just going to get dismantling. Try to turn off all the ones that aren't doing anything first. Hey Schnitzel! Sorry, you retracted your message, I just missed it. You can still... Oh yeah, I read that. You can still feed multiple milestones, just send one at a time. Still sucks. And to use shelters on the ground floor, and then have different levels for different consumers. I find it crazy some people are this good at the game. I barely have tier 3 done. Still... And no steel stuff built. Oh, it's okay. I mean, it took me a long time to get to this point. When you're familiar enough with the game, it's easy enough. Oh my god. Sorry, I had breakfast this morning. It was great. But I just got back from it. Still super full. Right. I'd say then first thing that can go maybe is the copper. So let's say goodnight. And maybe we can get a pine dismantle a bit better. So. Just don't want to leave crates around, so I want to be somewhat careful with how I delete things. Right, and we'll set up an awesome sink over there actually that I can just throw everything into. At least now power is automated, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Alright, cool. My inventory now. Yeah, so let's set up well, we have an awesome sink upstairs. I guess I'll just throw it into that for a moment. Power this down now. Let it consume. Signs are bought. Yeah. I guess we'll have to try to get some tickets for that. Breakfast at 4 p.m. I guess it is brunch. Well, what time did I go out for it? Oh, I mean, I do get up late, but yeah, it's 4:15. I guess it was about 2 o'clock we had it. I guess it's brunch, but it was my breakfast. Alright, these machines will just drain themselves over time when the ore runs out naturally, which will make life a little easier. Just get rid of all these belts. Cool. It's so nice that you can do that filter thing, isn't it? I am going to be deleting everything anyway, but it's just kind of more clean this way. Alright, nice. So, if you just joined, what we're doing is rebuilding our iron factory. We have 6 iron nodes here, 6 pure iron nodes, 1 copper, and a couple limestone. The perfect location. Normally I would say, okay, let's just move out and build a new factory somewhere, but this is just like a perfect location to really optimize our iron and make it better and make it go farther, so... We'll delete what we have and start again, sort of. Now that we've hit phase 2. We need motors. A motor factory is ultimately what we're looking to build, I guess. And as well as all the other stuff. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we can start getting rid of these foundations. Probably build to a slightly different height. Alright. Let me just go drop this off. We're going to be doing this a few times, so maybe a power pole from here to there would be good. And we can just zip between them. In the background, we're also still generating... We're making reanimated Sam and silica, so I'll just pull that into my inventory every now and then. And we can craft it down into something else. Alright, so let's start with... This one can be... These can be like kind of copper, so we'll do copper sheets there, wire there. Maybe a cable next to it. Let's copper kind of together. Thought you were off with your parents this weekend. No. They're visiting me. Shout out to the people that stayed that late into the stream to even know that, by the way. But yeah, I realized that on Monday. Monday is my birthday. I turned 32. And my parents are coming over. I live in England and they're coming over from Ireland. Just for 2 days. They just wanted to stop by for a little bit, hang out. I was just there a month ago anyway. But they don't come over very often, so I was looking forward to it. But I realized, oh, they'll be here during the day, so I won't really be able to stream. But I could in the evening. If you wanted to continue streams. Anyways, I was planning on doing other things today. I was actually thinking of like starting to figure out how I can do a video series for this game, right? And I need to do some other stuff too. But just when I was thinking of Satisfactory and then I was looking around on the Steam store page, I noticed how many people were in the game. And I was like, wow, it's really popping off. It just feels like a kind of a somewhat missed opportunity to not continue streaming if I'm just going to be kind of in the game anyway. But also, yeah, that's really it. It's a bit of both, right? It's like a missed opportunity. I like doing it. I wanted to stream more anyway, and I would have just been playing the game. So I thought, hey, I'm here for the next 6 hours, so why not? I don't really have weekends, traditionally. You know, it's not like I have a Monday to Friday job. Hey, Mark the Man, appreciate that a lot. And he says, happy birthday for Monday. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, cool. So that's the copper is pretty much gone now. And all the stuff we had built up in the containers. Just that crate that we need to pick up and then we're done. And then we move over to starting to dismantle some of the iron. We can get rid of the miners and stuff maybe first. Just we're doing it bit by bit because I don't want to leave crates everywhere. So we'll have to at least transfer this stuff anyway. Anything that's just these big crates and containers, we'll try to empty those out first. Then get rid of the foundations and then start again. Now we've got windows. Now we've got silica. We can make the place at least look decent from the beginning. And we've got concrete. Lo and behold. If we do reach oil today, there's a maybe, we could even maybe get a little bit of plastic and coat the concrete. Be nice. We'll do iron on this side. You old. Not that I can talk. I'm 29. You've only got 1 year left. before you become old. So that is iron rods, plates, let's say. Can be modular frames and... Okay, we'll do modular frames a bit further down. Do reinforced iron plates, modular frames. And we'll share these with some other things too, like rotors, things like that. All babies. I turned 40 on the 1st. That's a big one. Not to be cliche, but it really is how you feel, right? I don't feel 30, but... I'm sure it'll all catch up eventually. Actually, I suppose I should just let that do its thing. Keep going in there. Trying to drain all the machines and have them power down naturally. Those machines are off, so we can delete these. A lot of rotors in there, that's good. So I won't be afraid or worried about running out of material for a while. Gen X in the house. What am I? I'm a excuse me, a millennial, I think, an elder millennial. Actually, I don't even think I am an elder millennial. I think I'm just a millennial. 92. All right, pretty much full up. Love to see it. So that is 9,600 in there. turned 68. Goddamn. Shout out. A lot of older people play this game, actually, which is pretty cool. PC games in general attract a slightly older demographic. And typically strategy games, logistics games, they tend to skew over older. And city builders as well, actually. City builders also attract, or at least have a higher female demographic compared to most gaming. Alright. How much ore do you have left? 17, 77, 98? We'll just wait for those to kind of empty out. Well, there's still other things to get rid of. I did say that the miners can go. Oh yeah, we got rid of this area, so let's do that next. That's the rotors, so a lot of rotors. Okay, we're all good. Are we full again? Almost. They tried deleting the bug to save. Oh, sorry. That was to Billiam. I didn't see Billiam's first message, but I see he said just tried it, didn't work. Maybe try to delete the save. What happened? Let's see what happened. I'm curious. Must be missing it. Even scrolling up, I don't see what he first said. What the problem is. I'm starting uni in Portsmouth in the UK on the 23rd. They'll all be younger than me so far. All right. That little react emoji is so annoying because it actually just blocks a little bit of text. And I can't seem to get rid of it. They was the word. Yeah, I just wasn't sure. All younger than me so far. I wouldn't worry about that. Well, it depends. But yeah, when I went to university, I did game development. And it was a 4-year course. And there's only 36 people in my class, like my year. It's quite a small course. You know, almost every other course had 100 or something in it. But I'd say about 10 of them were older people doing courses. They were like maybe, like we were, you know, 18, 19, 20. They would have been maybe approaching 30. But it didn't affect me at all. I was super friendly with them. They were really cool. They just took things more seriously, you know. G'day, Darren. Hey, Cerulean Sins. Thank you. Do you play games with your partner? Not really. Sometimes though, but not really. She likes games and plays them a little bit. And she was actually a community manager for a game studio a while back. Not that long ago, actually, for a publisher, Tiny Build. Her name's Rosie. We'll just call her Rosie, so I stop saying my partner. Yeah, so Rosie plays like her favorite games would be like Resident Evil, and she likes The Sims. Playing that at the moment, actually. I think like literally, well, maybe not right now, but in like an hour she will be. She plays The Sims a bit. She actually does a lot more designing of houses in The Sims rather than really playing The Sims. Still waiting for these guys to run out of stuff. Oh, I could get rid of the biomass, I guess. What else does she play? She when Animal Crossing came out, she was like all over that. Don't Starve, huge into Don't Starve, plays that ton. But every now and then we'll play games together, like Overcooked, kind of more party games. Or she'll often watch me play games when we do like more story-driven games. So, for instance, something like you know those games where you just like make choices, like The Walking Dead to the Telltale game, Until Dawn, that kind of thing. Actually, even The Last of Us. So if it's a story-heavy game that she's interested in, she'll just like watch me play it. She's not like that good at games. She's okay, actually. She's pretty good. She's not like that good. She kind of says to me anyway that she prefers for me just to play it so that you know, she could just see the story kind of unfold. She also played Hogwarts Legacy. Beat that. So I would describe her as like your classic kind of casual gamer. It's like one game a month every now and like every other month. Yeah, she'll be like on one game for a month, and then like 2 months might go by, she might not play anything, and then play something else again, you know? Anyways. My nose is real stuffy, sorry. Menu at the top of the chat window will allow you to turn off the react emoji Boosting this from Jerry. Well, I want you guys to be able to react. It's actually good for the stream, apparently. At least YouTube says it is. I just don't want the button there. And I've got this screen configured where I was able to hide the button. Although I can see that's actually slightly... Oh, it's not slightly broken. You can see the super chat, but it's slightly cut off at the top. But yeah, I used like some DSS code or whatever just to hide the elements. But I can't really hide it on my own within OBS. Anyway, it's the whole thing. Doesn't really matter. We get rid of this now as well. We can say goodbye. Does that stay up there, I wonder? Really hard to see, but it's still there. That's cool. You can always see your progress then in the sky. Maybe it just relocates when you rebuild it or something. Yeah, it's definitely still there. Cool. Alright, anything I don't need? We're getting reanimated Sam super fast now. That's really great. Love it. Can't really remember what you need actually to craft it down, but we'll just store it in one of those big containers and use it later anyway. This can go. So just again, I'm going to keep reiterating this because people will probably just keep joining randomly. We're redoing our old factory here. Our starter factory is now being replaced with a bespoke new one. So we're just in the process of clearing it out and storing up all the things that I'd want to keep from it. Because obviously we're going to use a lot of this to rebuild the machines, and you get everything back, of course, so yeah, generally just want to kind of keep that. Sam can maybe go here. This is all my iron stuff. So iron rods, this is regular iron plates. That would be rotors. This is reinforced iron plates. Modular frames. Okay, cool. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Sigh. Jerry, it'll remove the button for you. Doesn't remove the ability for all of us. Oh, really? Let's test it out. Can you do it? I don't know if you can do it because I can't see it now. Let me see. If I go into this screen, I'll be able to see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It does still work. Nice. I can't see it anymore, but appreciate it. Drop some reacts if you have the time and the inclination. Just because it does actually help the stream. The like on the video also helps the stream, and subscribing, of course, helps. Any form of engagement, it basically, and chatting, it basically all counts towards engagement, and it's like verifying that you're real people, basically. So it's like, yeah, your stream's doing good. People are there, that they've stayed there, and they're interacting with it, and it promotes it further. Alright, we can get rid of those soon. Let's just start dismantling this side of things now. How's that doing? 49. Maybe go downstairs. This place is pretty much stalled, isn't it? I might cut off the power to the power plant, actually, if I'm not careful. It comes in from over there. Alright, cool. I think we got rid of everything up here, so we can just remove it now. We'll get that chainsaw out. Oh, yeah. What do you got? Hey, 2 more pulse nobelisks. Thank you. Be careful around the factory, Jerry. It's getting a little dangerous with all the things being deleted. Okay, he just brought me some electromagnetic control rods. You found that somewhere just over there, did you? Okay, I'll take it. They do seem quite powerful, these little doggos. Hope you're well. Thanks, J Hart BB. I am well. I'm very good. Actually, I'm in a great mood. Feeling energized and rested. Well rested. Electromagnetic control rods. Don't really need those, right? So let's see how many tickets we have right now and then we'll throw them in. Got 2. I've never made those either. I love all this like random late game stuff that we're just getting. Wow, not much at all. I mean, I should have looked at the points, really. Because I know our threshold of points is quite high now. But yeah, I would have thought a lot more. Something like that's not easy to come by. It's not a hard recipe, I don't think. But it's something that you don't get till very late. That's still making ingots and pooping them out. We're almost done then. So that cuts power. That's done. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of this. Alright, good. Nice dismantling. No crates left behind, really. Oh yeah, we could use power towers, actually, as well, to bring in power more cleanly into the place. Suppose I should probably stop the vehicle dropping steel here. We don't really need it to do that anymore. I'd have to wait until we see it come by. How far out is it? Just at its location now. I'll just have to wait. Although we're making encased industrial beams, actually, which isn't too bad. But yeah, I'd like to just stop this from doing anything now. Is there a way to do that easily here? Not really. I feel like I just have to wait for it. Alright, we'll just come back in a minute. Hopefully it'll be back. Yeah, we've got cloud storage, got silica, and we have reanimated Sam and concrete at the moment. We did have other things hooked up to it, but we've taken that down just for now. Morning. Radley, cool name. Radley Danger. From Utah. Is it true that he more steps to build a thing, the more tickets it's worth? Oh, the more steps to build something. Well, I don't know, actually. I would have said yes a few minutes ago. We just threw in electromagnetic rods into this, and it didn't really give us that much back. But we put in a turbo motor, and it was huge. So I think you're actually probably right, that the more steps involved to make something, yeah, probably the higher the ticket value. You can look it up on the wiki, I think, the different values on each item. But not the further in terms of progression that you need to get to. It seems like, yeah, probably the more complex the item, but not necessarily the further locked behind progression. That's probably true then. Got 31 tickets from a supercomputer, wow. So every ticket you get, the cost of the next one scales up. So, you know, it's all relative. You could put in 1,000 turbo motors at the end, you might not get even one, because you've already used so many tickets. But if you did it at the beginning of the game, you'd get like a load. So you know, it scales. It constantly scales. So that's why there is an innate ticket value, or item value in points, and then there's a multiplier, like the next price of the points goes up and up and up. Cloud storage is so good. You can put animal parts, slugs, things from crash sites in there directly without junking up here. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, never thought of using it that way. That is different. So if you find Mercer spheres or whatever, just throw down a dimensional depot and throw it into it. And then it goes into the cloud storage, freeing up your inventory. That's clever. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have done that. This one, right? Yep. Load that. Right, I just wanted to delete it. I guess you have to actually... Yeah, there we go. Delete path. Alright, cool. We'll just leave this here then to empty out. Don't even need to throw down the depot. You can... Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh, you have to get the upload tech though, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you need a computer to unlock that, don't you? That's a bit further in, I feel like, to get the uploader. I don't know if I can build it right now, but let's just see. Yeah, you need 17 computers. To be honest, I've found some... Electromagnetic control rods are 2.2k, turbo motors are 240k. Okay, well, there you go. Wow. Thanks for looking that up, by the way. Like mining a Bitcoin. Yeah, kind of. Darn, our motor factory is normally big, because I'm making one, and I have like 10 constructors, 4 assemblers, and a bunch of logistics. I think a motor factory is probably well, it's the way it always works in the game. It's going to be the biggest thing you've built so far. If, you know, that it's much bigger, let's say, than a motor factory is the first time that you're really combining two types of ore. Ah, well, I guess you're doing that with coal. But, like, you're bringing copper and iron together in a much larger volume to make items that you only get a little bit out. So, unlike just coal and iron being smelted, this is a bit more involved. You need, like, further in chains of copper, copper and iron to then make their own respective late game, well, not late game, but for you, you know, mid game things like a stator and a rotor. So it's like, okay, that was like kind of difficult. Now you're going to combine those together. You have to get their rates to match. Well, you don't have to, but it's ideal that you do. So yeah, you can, early on, a motor factory can be quite big, but later on, with alternate recipes and improved purity on nodes and stuff, and improved belt speed, you can get way more out in a much more compact space. But early on, yeah, I would say it's normal to feel like it's a lot. Hey Flexo, how am I finding 1.0? I love it. I think it's awesome. I was kind of like, I was never skeptical that it would be bad or anything. I just didn't think it would be that big of a deal. Especially even when they were announcing stuff, I was like, oh cool, quantum tech, you know, all these machines, late game and stuff, whatever, that's cool. I've never gotten that far, so it was kind of irrelevant to me. But I was surprised with how much quality of life stuff and just polish and how smooth everything is, and the new audio and the better lighting and stuff. It's like all that stuff is actually really adding up to make the experience just feel kind of new, even from the beginning. So, and the SAM, having it introduced earlier, like at my tier, and being able to do stuff with it and using the cloud storage. It's like, oh yeah, this is actually like really great. It's really good. I really did think it would just be mostly like tier 9 stuff, new recipes, and we'll finish off the late game, and that's gonna be it. You know, and I remember trying to taper expectations when I had people watching me before, because people were like, oh, do you think there'll be like a new map? Maybe you'll build in space. I'm like, I don't think any of that's happening. And obviously it didn't. But I'm glad that even with what they have added, it seems to be more than enough for a lot of people, and people are very excited. We are live again today. Yeah, I didn't plan on it initially, but I was just seeing that the game was doing really well. It's just hit its all-time peak ever right now. And then I came back from lunch today, and I was just like, I'll just be playing Satisfactory anyway, prepping for videos and stuff, so why not just stream and just continue? Because you guys showed up, had great success over the week with these streams. I've been really enjoying it, so why not just continue it, you know? We're just dismantling our starter factory now, because we're on 6 pure iron nodes. So it feels, I said yesterday, we'll just walk away and we'll go to some other place and build a new factory, but this just is too good of a location, I think, to not continue it and reorganize it and make it better. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just waiting for some of these machines to empty out. It looks like the smelters are finally done though, so we can get rid of those. The animals have gotten wilder. I've noticed that they are more aggressive, or more, maybe have higher health. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say that. Something about it seems like there's either more of them or they're respawning faster. I'm definitely being slightly more challenged with animals than I feel like I ever was in the game. I never really thought about it too much, but now it's like, oh, and there's new types, right? There's like the Hatcher has like an improved or beefier version of it. There is actually like some logic to that. There is actually more difficult mobs around. But on the flip side, the doggos are more plentiful, and they're giving you way better stuff now too. So that's kind of nice. You can confirm that the water pump hole got fixed. How did they not include that in the patch notes? Because we saw the bug the day before yesterday. Alright, do I have enough inventory? I think I have enough to start dismantling these things. I just didn't want to be picking up loads of ingots. Well, let's just see. What else could I get rid of while we're here? Just any bits of foundation that's not needed anymore. Guess it's... yeah, that can go. All of that's gone. He also just gave me 2 things in a row, like, really quickly. They always respawned unless you built near the spawn point. Yeah, no, I know that. I feel like that rate of which they come back is quicker, though. I could be wrong. You know, it's just a feeling type thing. But, you know, I'm running back and forth between my 2 bases, and I'm just noticing that they're back, like, much quicker, and they're right next to where stuff is built. Not inside the factory, but they're right next to it. So, I don't know. It just seems like something's been tweaked. Concrete-wise, how are we doing? Sure we have loads. Let's just, do that out for now. I'll leave that doing its thing. Alright, just almost done with the dismantle. So after this, then we're going to clear a lot of the vegetation, and then we're going to lay out the new plans for a new factory. And try to work out... So ultimately, the first floor is just going to be smelting floor. Do all their smelting on the bottom. And then we'll transport it to another room or up higher. Critique was that, you know, I was just kind of building up, suspended in the air a little bit too much. So maybe let's try to build with the terrain somewhat where we can. So make it a little bit more... I don't know if that's more natural or not. Natural to the terrain, but factories typically, if you look at a Tesla factory, it is just like flat for a super long assembly line with nothing in it other than the machines, like a giant open warehouse. But we can make one that conforms to the terrain more and has some like routes up and down and over certain things with our new steps as well, which are kind of nice to play around with. Love them. And I've got some new blueprints that we can use too. Does seem quicker, yeah. You have 30 computers. I should have 30 computers. I have 12 at the moment. I just picked them up from a hard drive site. Alright, let's go... I don't need some of this stuff anymore, like random bits of coal. No, don't need that either. We already have 31 motors, actually. Radley! Again, cool name. Thanks for the extra stream. Been loving these streams for the last week. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Oh yeah, I was just going to see, how many motors did this need? 50. 50 for a jetpack. And I've already got 31. I think we should just make some. Right, we don't have stators. Yeah. We did pick up like 160, but I think I've used them all now. Yeah. Okay, we could just make some stators. Just feed that with wire. So this is to get the jetpack. I mean, it's totally worth it. Because if we're going to be building, it's going to be such a lifesaver kind of thing. Time saver. Alright, wire would be in one of these. And then we have a bunch of steel pipes in our steel factory, but it's just a little further away. Just go over and grab some, though. I only need, like, 100 or something. So it's not that much. Alright, let me go get that steel. And that'll be all I need. If I just drop some more stuff in here, just free up my inventory, we can carry over a lot more. Funny, I must have had steel pipes, because we built all these. Then, oh yeah, I dropped it in there, didn't I? Yeah, 550 in here. We just build a couple more containers. Trying to just organize it somewhat better. Alright, and then... Alright, this will even just start production right now. So that's steel in there. So that's steel pipe and wire going into this. That's going to make our first little bits of stators. That's going to then go in here. We've already just... We'll just add the rotors manually, whatever. And then, yeah, let's do its thing. It's got no power. How? Oh, that's just not going anywhere. That's how. And missing cable. Just give me that cable then. Cool. And maybe power shard it. And then I'll just run, get some steel, come back, and then we'll finish off dismantling the factory. Then we'll be able to get a jetpack. Actually, I'll just stick there for a sec. Cable. There's some other reason I ran up here and I've forgotten immediately. Power shards. Alright. Get moving. Alright. Hey, that's your first super chat ever as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. I thought you said Monday. I did say Monday, yeah, and then I explained it a few times now, but I'm here anyway. I just decided to stream. I've explained it a few times now, so I don't want to be too redundant. Alright, we'll just run back to the coal power plant, which is just over there. Pick up the steel. Actually, the steel's just up there. And once we have that, we should be able to quite easily, I think, get a jetpack. Should still be able to load blueprints. Yes, still. By the way, I was mentioning, I've added more blueprints from my previous save in now, so there's loads that we can use. I just haven't organized them yet. Any plans to do a City Skylines 2 stream or playthrough? Not until at least October, but possibly even November. Just a time thing. I'd like to. I really like the game, especially now that it's gotten some extra mods for detailing and stuff like that. But it's just difficult to carve out time for anything. Didn't they fix the zipline so you no longer have to jump? Nope. Well, it depends on the situation. You no longer have to jump if it's just on, like, a little roof. So, what's it called? Like, the power outlet thing? This one, the wall outlet. So, if the wall outlet's just on a roof, it doesn't stop you anymore. But obviously, if you're going pole to pole, the pole's gonna hit you. You can't just go through the pole. I say obviously, I suppose they could have made it that way, but it's not the case. You do still hit the pole. So, if I just stay still, it'll hit the pole, so... You have to jump over poles, but if it was a wall outlet, you'd just go straight through them. Thanks, C2G. Right, these are the pipes we need. Take it with us. We'll stuff them in a container out there. I don't know if Fluxo said anything else, but I didn't see him. For those who don't know Fluxo, Fluxo makes amazing looking... People say I'm a good builder. I mean, what a disaster. If you want to see an actual good builder, check out Fluxo. On YouTube, his builds are insane. They look... You just have to see them. They just look really good. And he's got a bunch of great tips on how to make, like, aesthetics. But in a less annoying way. You know, I don't even know if you want to call it a guide, but a guide on how to do some of the things that he does without taking as much time as it might seem. Yeah, the tall power, we just unlocked those actually. The power towers, you can glide through them as well. Yeah, because you're, again, not impeded by a pole hitting you. You're going through the, they're almost like wall outlets stuck to the top of railing, right? I don't even know how much better Skylines Remastered looks and plays on an Xbox Series X than vanilla Skylines. I have no idea. Yeah, I've never played them on console. It's surprising how many people do. You need fuel for the jetpack and containers to hold it. Plastic? Question mark? Well, we'll just unlock it anyway, but you're right. We haven't unlocked oil though yet. How is that even possible? Jetpacks before oil. Can you use solid biofuel? Oh, you can. Oh, nice. Yeah, let's just use that. Right, so steel. Already made 20. Isn't that enough? We had 39 or something. 31. Boom. So what else do we need? It was something like 1,000 iron plate. TJ Butcher, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. And he says, I don't even play this game, but I've watched everyone love your content. Oh, but I've watched everyone love your content. Keep up the great work. Thanks, TJ. Appreciate that a lot. That's great to hear when people don't actually even play the game, but it's still enjoyable to watch. Merlin then as well with the 10. Thing. Starting to watch your Frostpunk 2 series. Really enjoying it so far. Thanks for the hard work. Thank you. It feels wrong to say it's hard work, you know? I was more excited than anyone to be able to play that. But thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited for it because it's coming soon, the new one. Just a bit more cable. Thanks. Yeah, I really look forward to it. That'll be on my What Darren Plays City Builder channel. I'll be posting it on the community tab and telling people in other videos just to make sure people know. Cably. Alright, after this we'll just get the jetpack, we'll fuel it a little bit, and then I can dismantle this whole place up here. It's pretty much done. I'm seeing most of the yellow lights. Which means we've kind of refined the last bits of material. That's from update 8, JSIMS, but yeah, you're correct.
Milestone reached. Fixit has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
So I have 2,200 solid biofuel, so I'm happy to use that. In fact, let's just get some right now. I'm sure it's not very good. But yeah, so in update 8, they added it so that different fuel types do different things. But now I think in update, update 1.0, you can right-click it and set the preferred fuel type. Whereas before, I don't think you could do that. But yeah, turbo fuel, you go really fast, like high acceleration. Liquid biofuel is my favorite. You go the farthest. Like it burns the slowest, so you get the most airtime. So that was always my favorite. Sorry, just wire is the last thing. I've never even tried it with biofuel. That's from Creamer with a 3. Thanks again for the super chat. Appreciate it a lot. I feel like I had to one-up the person above me. Wait, let's keep that going. Although, that'd be funny to try and do that. You did not have to do that. And then he says, love the community and love the content. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. I really do. Thank you. I was gonna say, if everyone just gave $1, that'd be also great. So I wouldn't want to encourage just like always trying to one-up the person behind you. Satisfactory needs a drone ability. There are drones in the game. It would be cool if you could fly them. Is it possible to move the space elevator? Yeah, I just deleted mine. This thing is still up in the sky though. Like the platform. I wonder, does that shift over to like wherever we put it down again? Well, I'm sure we'll see. I'm not going to do it now even just to test. I'm going to leave it. We'll find out later. Stick it on my back. So now we've got this little thing. Preferred fuel, solid biofuel, because that's all we have. Oh my god, it sucks. Barely burns at all. It's something though. It's a little bounce. I'll take it. Heath, good to see you again, but also heading out. I feel like I always catch you at the end. Heading out now. Midnight here in Oz. Enjoy the stream, everyone. also one up the person before me. No, you didn't. They were not to call you out, but they did Australian dollar 20. You did Australian dollar 15. But you've also already gifted like 100 subs or something like that, so ain't calling you out, but I kind of am. But honestly, it's obviously totally fine. Unless I'm misunderstanding what people were saying by one-upping. I thought it was about the amount. There we go. That's actually the pro move. J Hart BB dropping the 99, because then it's easy to one-up. But hey, appreciate that again. Thank you. I feel bad just saying appreciate it over and over, but I really do. Don't know what else to say other than thank you. Okay, so we have our jetpack. We can get rid of the parachute now. Got a thing full of biofuel, so we should be set for fuel for a little while. I'm sure we're going to burn through it very fast. And this is my miscellaneous container. Right, so let's get rid of this now. I don't think we need any more motors. Left the crate behind. Alright, let me just organize my storage containers one more time, and then we'll go back. Hopefully clear out everything now. So, cable. Just empty the inventory. Cable, that goes in there. Wire goes in here. Next up would be iron rods. We're already pretty full, but we can drop it in the one above. Above that, I suppose, steel. Reinforced iron plates. That goes here. Regular plates goes here. Bits and bobs. What about the copper sheeting? Into here. Heath is probably like, what an ungrateful bastard. Never mind, no. Oh, he said no, never mind, no, I didn't. Okay. Hey, Cabot, go. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. $1.99. Thank you. I said it before, like $1 is basically equivalent for me, something like 1,200 views or something like that. So you make your view go very, very far. Either by being a channel member or, yeah, doing a super chat. So when I say appreciate it, I really do. You basically, like, have just duplicated yourself 1,200 times, you know, in terms of a YouTube view. And what that equates to. So it's really helpful. So thank you. It's basically one of the big contributing factors to why I was like, yeah, of course I'm going to stream on the weekend. Because of how good to me people were over the week. Okay, let's continue to get rid of this stuff then. So if people have just joined in, we're dismantling our old factory. I'm just going to keep reiterating this every now and then. I think I need to get better at just explaining what we're doing, because a lot of people yesterday were like, you know, what's he doing? So basically, we started here in Northern Forest. Yesterday, we just advanced to Space Elevator Phase 2. Actually, this floor is empty, so we'll do this one first. Space Elevator Phase 2, which is great. Is that full? Oh, wow, it's full. Nice. This one up. And we're looking at what we're going to do next. So the next leap up is, I would say, substantially harder and higher. Right? The gap between Tier 4 and 5 is really where it's like, okay, now you're starting to have to build a lot bigger, and you'll have to rethink what you've done, and you'll need a bigger power base and all of that. So we've got good power, at least, for a while. 2,700 megawatts. So that's fine for where we're at. Concrete. Let's do concrete here. But we're sitting on 6 pure iron nodes. Really high concentration of iron in this area. And a little bit of copper to the side and some limestone. So it's like, damn, it's a perfect area. I was saying that to avoid redoing things, it's probably best to just keep moving forward and trying to make stuff in other places. That way you're not really wasting too much time. But it's just too good to pass up, these nodes. And this location, it's actually relatively flat as well, so easier to build in. So what we're doing is deconstructing the original starter factory now. And we're going to then plan out and build a new one that's going to be capable of making everything we made before and then some, right? And then motors and things like we hadn't done before. That's where we're at. Just dismantling. Now I'm trying to be careful while dismantling. I didn't want to leave a bunch of crates everywhere that can be awkward to get to. So instead, I've set up like inventory over there. We're trying to move everything over. Speaking of, just every time this gets full, I should really take it out. Because we're going to be using a lot of it. Alright. I don't need to be careful anymore. We can just get rid of all that. That's... We're nearly full. No, we're okay. But these machines... That's pretty full. If I had more money, I would pay for no commercials. Yeah, you need to get YouTube Premium for that. I recommend people do. You also support creators by using YouTube Premium. Because you get... creators get a higher cut out of Premium than you'd get from an ad anyway. So everybody wins. Everybody except the ad companies, I guess. Thanks, Remy. Appreciate that. Would you say your Let's Play series process still applies? What do you mean by process, I guess? In case I don't catch your answer. So, with the recent Let's Play I did, the whole idea this time around was like, I was like, okay, I did a series and I got kind of burnt out on it. Now, it's burnt out on two fronts. Number one was probably the fact that the viewership slowed down because my upload frequency slowed down because the builds got way bigger. It took more time. So I kind of got burnt out at the scale of things. And I was like, okay, look, I've learned a lot. We're going to start again. I've got a new idea in mind. One thing I got burnt out on was, I was like, let's say I was making 50 computers per minute. And I was like, oh, now I need like 200. Now I have to go back into that factory and redesign it or something, you know? I was like, what if I just built factories now knowing, now having gone through most of the game, not all of it, but most of it, what if I built factories with the idea of the max belt speed in mind, so that when I build one, I never have to go back to it, or if I do go back to it, all I do is turn on the extra machines once I get the belt. So it's like, okay, we'll assume that a belt can run 780, which was the max before, now it's 1200. We'll assume that 780 is the max belt speed. Well, I could assume on these pure nodes, one day we'll be able to get 780 out. One day we'll be able to get 1200 out. Kind of crazy. So you could build the place to that specification, even as early as you want, and then when you do eventually get that technology, come back to it and upgrade it that way. And that was the process I used for that recent build. There's trade-offs with it though. The good thing is it does make the middle and end game go much quicker, but it makes the early game go way slower because you're spending all this time building bigger, anticipating like that you're going to use it later, you know. And it did work because we were starting to reach the area where it was like, okay, I'm like something like 200 hours into the save and I haven't even gotten to the next space elevator phase that I'm at now. Basically, I'd be at like 150 hours for where I am right now, even though right now I'm only at 30 hours. That's how much slower I was. But the next milestones, I was just banging them out like super quick because it was like, okay, we just turn on the extra machines. Okay, we just turn on like the copper factory. We just turn on this thing. It was great. It actually felt really good in that respect, but it is really slow. So I'm trying to do a bit of a hybrid of both. I'm like, okay, I'll build to the belt speed one over the one that I have right now, but I'm still not going to build like a forever factory that's just set in stone. Not that early until we actually somewhat get there. So I think that's somewhat in between. I stopped watching actual TV like 15 years ago. Yeah, same here. I only watch YouTube now. Premium is one of the best money I've spent. It saves literally hours of my time per month. Yeah, so if you're an iPhone user, you get even more benefits of Premium because on iPhones, you can't run YouTube in the background when your screen is off. So another thing I often do is I have the podcast app, but I'll quite frequently just like, you put on like some music or something or a video and you're listening to it, but you're walking somewhere. So you like, just like, I have unlimited data, right? So I'm walking around. Sometimes I'll put on Red Letter Media and listen to them talk about a movie and it's a video, but I'll just because of Premium, I can turn off the screen. It's such an Apple thing, right? We can't do that normally. But on Android, I think you can. Anyways, so there's other perks and benefits to it. It's not just the ad-free viewing, but then you've also got YouTube Music. I'm not a salesperson for YouTube Premium, but it's the subscription I would hold on to the longest before I got rid of it if I had to get rid of subscriptions. Right, I'm just looking to see where, here. Oh, I needed to put signs up, but we don't have them yet. Alright, we're almost done. Almost done. Let's put some other odds and ends in there in a bit as well. Okay, inventory management. All right, that's pretty much done. All right, now we really do just get rid of the last of these. Got a nice, mostly empty inventory. Throw some of that stuff into the awesome sink up there just to declutter it. Got our little jetpack so we can bounce around just a little bit, which will help with building. Right, so don't need that, that's fine. Keep, that can go. Got loads of that stuff, so that's fine. Oh, is there no power? Cool. Absolutely love YouTube Premium. Can't imagine watching ads. I say YouTube should sponsor me. That'd be funny if YouTube sponsored people on YouTube to promote Premium. Not a terrible idea, I guess. I suppose it's a benefit to creators, so really everyone is incentivized to promote it. Excuse me, Android greater than Apple? Big disagree, but whatever. I don't actually disagree with that. I just think it's depends on the type of user you are. It's like PC versus console. Not to get into that again, but it just depends, like, if you just want a turnkey solution without having to worry about anything, console's the way to go. Same with Apple. You don't want to like go into a setting ever. iPhone's the way to go. It's just like easy. It works with everything. Once you're in their like walled garden, everything's just so seamless. Having like multiple iPhone, like Rosie has an iPhone, and then we have AirPods, and then we have an Apple TV, and it all just like works really, really well together. And when I go over to my parents' house, they're on Android, and when we try to just do basic things, it's like we can't do it. And my dad has got like 10 different remotes for his TV and stuff. It's like, guys, can we just use an iPhone? It'll just work. Like when we sit down, everything just works. And I know for most Android users, things probably do work for them, but it's all the initial setup to get it that way. Anyway, whatever. Each of their own. Like I said, I think it is really a personal preference thing, because they're tech-wise, they're basically the same. Android's always a little bit ahead in new features. Then iPhone adopts what works, I guess. They came up with it. Same with consoles, though. I think it's the same way. Like PS5 is so great. Just walk out there, sit down, it just works. PCs are nightmares, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. And YouTube on the TV, I'm not trying to jailbreak. Yeah, so the way Android users would get around that, right? They do their jailbreaking, whatever, and then they put it on a Google Chrome or a Fire Stick kind of thing, and then they get it working that way. It's like, I don't know, man. I'll just pay the 15. Like, it's fine. iPhone adopts features 5 years later. Yeah, they can be pretty slow. It depends on the feature, though. Like, you know, my dad, he's like a real tech person, and he loves his Android phone and everything. And he's like, yeah, he always tries to convince me to move over. And he's like, you know, you can have like 2 SIM cards in your phone. I'm like, I don't even use the SIM card I have now. All I use my phone for, I mean, I do use it because I have unlimited data. But that's it. I don't call anyone. I don't do anything. Why would I need 2? You know. But he visits Spain and goes to other countries and stuff. So it's like, yeah, he uses it. But that's a feature I'll never use. It's just things like that. It's like, why do you need this stuff? But hey, it must feel great when you do need it, and then that works, right? Because he was like, oh, I got sick of the iPhone. I couldn't do that on it. You know, I had to have 2 phones or something. It's like, okay. And the crazy thing is now with that lightning cable stuff, they forced Apple to use the USB-C, which fine, whatever, I guess. But now I've got, see, Rosie is a newer one, so she has the USB-C cable, so now we've got 2 cables everywhere. And now I'm thinking, like, I'm literally like, oh, I have to buy a new phone so that we have just 1 cable to share. Because in our car, there's only 1 USB port. So it's like, okay, we have to like carry 2 cables with us in the car and everything. And it sounds so like silly, right? It's just a cable, but it's just one of those things where it's like, It's a little inconvenient sometimes. My cable's not working right, or hers isn't working right. It's like, I have to sit there for a minute before the stuff loads up on the screen. Like, you know what? I wish I could have just kept using the cable I was using, actually, because it was totally fine. But now, thanks to the EU and their green energy thing, it's like, oh, we're going to cut down on the amount of different cables people are making. Like, yeah, but now I have to buy, like, a different phone. So thanks for that. Hope it was worth it. Hope all the minerals that goes into, like, whatever amount of cables it was worth all the minerals that are going into new phone. And my old one's just going to go in a bin somewhere. Anyways. This is why I keep to myself and don't mention my opinions. They're awful takes. I think my stream is actually has a tag on it called Bad Takes. It used to, anyway. Oh god, what's left? Just the upper foundation floor, then the bottom, and then removing the concrete, and then we're good. We can even move the hub then. Apple never should have used the lightning cable. When the lightning cable was first introduced, it was faster. It was the fastest cable you could use. But they just fell behind. USB-C is like way faster now. But I gotta be honest. I don't think I've ever transferred data with a cable on an iPhone since maybe 2010. So I honestly don't really care. And I use wireless charging for the most part, so not really but that's just me, right? It's like, yeah, I guess if you transfer stuff or something, I don't even know what people do with their cables and phones. They're transferring files over to the computers or something. Mine just does it automatically through the cloud, so it's good to me, but whatever. Thanks for streaming. Thanks, Bad Passive. See you later, man. Yeah, these are the legendary takes. Like I said, I really do think it's all about user experience. It's like, I don't think there's one's better than the other. I really just, I know that's like a cop-out answer, but it's the same with PC. I like PC for certain things. I like consoles for certain things. I like my iPhone for the simplicity and ease of use. And I don't use an Android, but like I could imagine like with certain, given my dad's example, it's like, yeah, for very specific things, he thinks his Android is great. So I think it's all about what you need it for. And what you plan on using it for, personally, anyway. I think that's obvious. Otherwise, it couldn't be as successful as both of them are, you know? And I don't like the snobbery that comes with people who use iPhones. Alright. It's about done, then. He's not mine. I don't know where mine's gone. Oh, is this him? Jerry? Faders, thanks. He gave us electromagnetic control rods just earlier. Now, that is going off in that direction. That's not leading anywhere, right? We were going to go that way, and then we decided not to feed some Sam. Alright, man, that took a while, but that is a safely deconstructed area. We didn't create any crates, not really anyway. And everything's gone. Untouched. Almost as if we were never here, except for the trees and bushes that we got rid of. Clean. Alright, we can mark that off. Clearing the old factory. We'll just dump the last of this inventory, and then we'll replace our stuff a bit further out. I use my phone for university stuff more than a PC. Oh wow, that's interesting. There are more pounds and kilos of cables than all phone e-waste. USB-C standard is supposed to solve that. Yeah, I know. Long term, it will, and it is faster. So I don't really have a problem with it. It's more the mandate, I guess. I just don't really believe in company mandate or government mandates like that. But whatever, whatever. $1,200 YouTube player. Hmm? Oh, your phone or something. Greetings from Turkey. Hello. I've been to Turkey. I really liked it there. I was in Dalaman years and years ago. Right. So I'd like to set up an awesome sink just somewhere here. Completely clear out the last little bits of inventory, and that will speed up, just generally, Oh yeah, we should probably bring in like power towers or something. Just wondering. Nah, okay. Just for now, just one more. I don't mind having this pole go across. Won't really be in the way anyway. Alright, so let's power hooked back up. Alright. So, just get rid of little bits and pieces that I don't want. And then just organize the rest. Okay, so concrete going in here. All the concrete goes in there. Silica can go next to that. Maybe anything to do with quartz can go in there. Anything to do with SAM is going in here. Got some more SAM on me. I'll just keep taking that out. And we'll craft it into stuff later. So this is my iron row on the bottom. So we have not much else going on with the modular frame. So we can maybe add the... Oh, we already have rotors, don't we? Yeah, here. Alright, we'll throw the rotors in because we have a lot of those. Could do motors and encased industrial beams. I'm trying to take as much as I can here. The bio waste, that's going to go in here. Anything biological. We do this. All the biofuel, we got to keep some for our jetpack. Be anything to do with exploring as well because it's all sort of related to going outside. Pressure spheres, nuts. Keep the coupons. Cool. I just threw in screws by accident. Yeah, sulfur. I don't know why I have that here. Do I have another container down here? Nope. I thought I had more sulfur than that. But I guess not. Right, give me the rest. I can go. My whole life reduced to 20 storage containers. Alright, bio waste, that can go. The quartz crystal, we just said that was going to go up here. So silicon go in there as well. Crystal. Right, so screws. Screws and rods gonna kind of go hand in hand. So that's rods and that's rods. Maybe just up here. Rotors. Motors. Sorry that we have to do this, but it's just once it's organized, then, you know, everything from here will be quicker than afterwards. Quick wire. Anything quick wire related? Let's say electronics related. The new update to water makes me drop frames like crazy. Nothing else in the game does it. What's the new update to water? Oh, just how the graphics look on water, maybe? It darn stop the power to quartz. No? If silica's ticking up, then the quartz power line's okay. Yep. Good to check, though, because I could have. Have I visited Greece? No, we were going to go to Greece. Well, I was going to go to Rhodes, and we had it booked and everything, and then I got COVID. We couldn't go about 2 years ago. You lied. I went out with my wife because I thought you not on today. Sorry, Klepto. Just to see you being on mid-walk. Had to rush home. I don't believe that. Thanks, though. Should I invest 3 months of my life in this or Factorio? Why not both? This game you could probably get done faster than Factorio. Maybe. I'd say this game. I prefer this game to Factorio, but I think Factorio is the better logistics game overall. But Factorio, this more has a finite end. I feel like Factorio could really just go on forever. So maybe when you're done with this, you could go to Factorio. Perhaps. I say that just because Factorio is an infinite world, and they're getting DLC soon and stuff, and with all the mods and everything for that game, there is no end. You know, launching the space thing, whatever, the space shuttle, it's not a big deal in that game. Relatively speaking. I could never do it. Or I couldn't do it the first time I played, but there's more beyond that now. Like, way more, so. This is probably more manageable. Depends which one's your first. I think if this is probably a better first one to play as well. Factory game. One of your first factory games. A bit more approachable. Better onboarding and tutorial and stuff. Alright, almost done. Cables. Stators. They can go with the motors. Mod frames. Steel. I have surprisingly low amount of steel, actually. Kind of need a bit more. Just because we're going to be using a lot of Mark III belts until we get Mark IV. Oh, the steel's over there, actually, yeah, and the truck up. That's okay. Alright, is that it? I think that's basically it. Got bio stuff, we need to just craft that down. I can put the hub back down. Oh, I got rid of the ore, didn't I? Just need to build up 20 to build the hub again. Not that I need it, but it'd be just, I don't know, nice to have it there. And go to the bathroom in it and stuff. 1 month here, 1 month Factorio, because 2.0 comes out at the end of the month, yeah. Alright, new location. I'll just drop my equipment in here. I need the zip line. Zip line in this. Don't need that. Sure, I'll just do that stuff later. Alright, cool. Man, that took a little while, but we're good. So clearing the old factory is now completely done. All the inventory is set here now. We obviously still have our power going in the background, so that's great. No problem there. We're using our dimensional depot to fill up various things over time, so we're kind of set now. We stopped concrete production though. We've got 21,000, so hopefully that's enough to just build what we need to. I'm going to grab some biofuel and we're going to get chopping to get rid of all these trees and stuff in the area, or a lot of them. And then we'll figure out how we're going to tap 6 iron nodes. So let me just clear the rocks a little bit as well. Day 3, still building the mega coal power plant based on Taryn's update. 8 videos, Sag. Oh my god, day 3. I recommend downloading... Oh yeah, I guess downloading the save isn't going to be as relevant now, although it still works. But my big recommendation with that stuff is always download the save and just compare it, and then you can see what's needed. I feel like I could... you know, obviously I built it, but I feel like now I could build that factory so fast. If I just quickly hopped in or looked at the dimensions I put online and just go, oh cool, it's already built for me. I know exactly like what I have to do and where to start. As long as you get the first foundation in the right place, it's just a matter of getting the materials and putting them down, I think. Easy for me to say, I know, but I'm almost tempted to rebuild one of my old factories just to see what that process is like, following like my guide. Alright, so these are the deposits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all pure. Remove this now. That was where one of the Mercer spheres was. Out in the open, I guess. Trying to think where I'll need to actually... Well, we want to foundation this whole place pretty much. Just gonna get rid of the biggest offenders. I think he did... sorry. Hey Darren, did you complete the space elevator phase 2? Yep, we did that last night on the stream. And we just tore down the space elevator at the moment. And we're rebuilding the... We're building a new iron factory now. And we're going to make it a motor factory as well. Hopefully make everything, right? Motors, reinforced iron plates. I have to work out some rates for all this. I don't know how we're going to manage it just yet. But there's 6 pure iron nodes. I think I'm going to build them with 480 belt speed in mind. Because we're close to getting that. And I've built up a lot of encased industrial beams anyway. So I want to build fitting to the terrain a little bit better, so that's why I'm just clearing some of the vegetation out. We're going to pave over a lot of this stuff, and then just remove any leaves that are popping through and things like that. The bottom, all I know so far is that the bottom floor is going to be all smelting. This game looks like my first base on Starfield. Actually 3 limestone deposits here as well. This is like an amazing little area. Four. Pure. Normal. Normal, man, I wish I knew about that pure one. I only got the normals. Then iron, we just saw that. Yeah, they're all pure. Then copper. Pure copper node. That's really it in this area, I think. I don't think there's like coal or sulfur or Caterium right around here, but we'll see. That was a weird ping. Didn't it ping really soon, even though it's quite far away? 800 meters, yeah. That's the one we're getting. Yeah, so this is like the group icon. There's really actually only 2. That one and that one. Both impure. And we're getting that in the background, so we have silica just feeding in now, so that's good. It would be nice if you could somehow... That is nice that you could do that. But I was going to say somehow have a little ping go off when it reaches the bar, it goes all the way up. As an option. It's like add it to the to-do list so you can track it while you're not looking at your inventory. That kind of thing. That'd be kind of nice. Anyway. There's Caterium to the right, not too far, yeah. Alright, so the other thing then is iron ingots. We can see what we can use that in. So we've got plates, rods, and now screws, thanks to our cast screw recipe. Don't really have any others, though. Don't have any alternates for, like, motors or anything like that. Don't think. Excuse me, steel pipe and wire to make our stators. Rotors, we could use screws and rods, or the copper. Okay. Oh, big project underway, or about to be underway. So clearing vegetation, I guess we'll just get this last little bit out here, and that'll be it. Yeah, I didn't actually check for sulfur, did I? One really far east and south and west. Alright. Something I just kind of want to do. I want to follow that river down here and see this area. It looks like it leads into a cave somewhere over here. I'm not going to get too distracted, but I just want to follow it and see what the terrain and stuff looks like. Maybe we'll find something. I have my jetpack, so hopefully we'll be able to get back up here soon enough. Oh yeah, well, I remember actually I did jump down here before. Oh yeah, oh yeah, there's a hard drive right there. Let's try to get that. I remember this place because this is where I built my turbo fuel factory, just over the hill. Alright, I'll just dump back this bio crap. Yeah, getting a hard drive would be good because maybe we'll find an alternate that we'll actually use. Just have to trust it sometimes. Okay, cool. Rubber, that's nice to get early, actually. 20 modular frames. Easy. Anything else? Steel? One of those is a geothermal sulfur. Oh, I didn't even know that was possible. Geothermal sulfur. Is that new to this update? Right, let's unlock that bad boy. One of them's dead. How did that happen? They dropped meat on the ground. Whoops.
Wait, oh.
Are they hitting
Too
each
late.
other, maybe?
Take the damaged hard drive to the lab for analysis.
That was weird. Alright, cool. Alright, we just need a little bit of wire, and then we can set that off. And then we're just going to start putting down the foundations. Alright, cool. We'll leave it doing its thing. Excuse me. I can't help but feel I enjoy the game more if I just make a factory for each build space material need, instead of manifold type base. I'm not really sure what you mean by manifold type base. But yeah, I think that's actually what the goal of the game is. You're supposed to make a factory for the space elevator good that you need. And work back from there. That's really the goal, isn't it? It's like, okay, we need a versatile framework factory. Let's just work it back. But most people build factories to make the things. Good point. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Why don't we just make factories for the space elevator parts and work backwards? I always tend to make factories for like, okay, well, we need a computer factory. Let's figure out how many computers. But it's like, well, it's more about like, well, you need computers for ACUs. You should make an ACU factory and work backwards from that and see how many you'll need. I'll be onto something with that. Because right now I'm literally like, okay, yeah, we need to build an iron factory. But really I should be saying to myself, I need to build a versatile framework factory. We need 2,500 of these. Is it sulfur acid already? So you don't have sulfuric acid already, so you don't have to convert it. Oh, the geothermal thing? Oh yeah, I forgot about sulfuric acid actually. I've actually never used it in the game. Never gotten that far. Isn't a bad starting area minus the terrain. You tricked me, wasn't expecting to see. I know, I tricked myself really. Excuse me again. Just found a bug with fuel gens. If you're trying to use an old save, you have to turn them off and on again before the output the right amount. Oh yeah, because they've updated it. That's interesting. Thanks, Jacob. Yeah, I'm happy to be back. I didn't expect it either. I just woke up and suddenly I was streaming. We should remove that as well. That's boulder. I have an obelisk, so that should be easy enough. And then sorry, I left my stuff in here, didn't I? Almost got me. Alright, cool. It's foundation time. Let's just store the remainder of this in here. Bio waste in here. Keep the foundations. Get rid of the ore. I'm sure I'll find sulfur, whatever. That can go now. It was just to make obelisks. We don't need it in this area anymore, I don't think. Faders. Oh yeah, rubber we have now. Alright. It's foundation time. So we said we're trying to build with the terrain a little bit better. Let's try to do that. We'll start down on this lower level first. The lowest level. This could be like a little water entrance. I don't think we ever need to bring water in here. And it's such a small amount, like what could you do with it anyway? 2, 3 extractors, maybe? Overclock them? Seems like a very small amount. I don't know if you could really do much with it. Alright, so, water it is. Or, I mean, foundations it is. Concrete. We'll just use concrete the whole way. That height good? Probably good enough until we need to raise it. More about getting over that way. Oh yeah, I should build a blueprint designer and just have it ready. But I think for the foundations here, we'll just don't need a blueprint. We'll just do this. Souping is pretty quick. I got an achievement. 5,000 foundations. Better. Who needs vegetation, right? And nature. How's everyone doing? So I'm doing really good anyway. Hope people are too. Didn't expect a Saturday stream. Read that already. Risk of falling rocks. Yeah. My favorite part was when Darren said, "It's foundation time." Proceeded to foundation all over the northern forest. I can imagine that on like Reddit. It's like, "Hey, have you watched what Darren plays?" My favorite part of his stream is when he said, "Yeah," and then just continue that. It was amazing. Alright, cool. Looking concrete. See, that would drive me crazy though. That, we can't have that. No way. I'll have to go up and over that bit. Thank you, Jerry. Well, actually, it's so small that maybe we can get away with just if it is just that, but it looks like it's little patches here and there. But we'll see how we do. Let's keep going. Just don't want to encase Jerry in concrete. Also, is this... There we go. Dupe is good. Yeah, I love it. Achievement for bouncing on the bean. Yeah, I think I've gotten it, actually. Finally, could catch your stream and watch you for a decent period of time. The Oz time zone in touch with you guys over there. Yeah, isn't it like over past midnight? Someone mentioned that over there. I guess for a couple hours if you're staying up late. Still Jerry Cage. This feels wrong. I have to get berries and lure him over, don't I, or something? How do I... Excuse me, get him to follow me. I assume berries. I don't think I have any. It would be nice just to lead him out of this area, and we can put him in a little box for a while we build and set him free. So he can go get things for me. It's immersive. I don't like breaking the immersion, putting him in a room, and then he just magically spawns items. I like to believe he gets them. Oh, that's not the right button. Can I move him, or... He's a feature there now, he's just gonna stay here. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Get him. Get the berries. Get the berries. Come on. No? Can't build there either. He's like a rock. Can't move him. Gotta slide jump into him. Build a ramp for him. I don't know. I will not hit the doggo. You don't have to worry about that. He'll move eventually. Leave the ramp there for him till he's ready. This one seems to get it. You're hungry, right? You want some berries? No? I didn't approach him quite correctly. Sort of ran at him. If we leave the area and come back, I'm sure he'll spawn and move. But for now, let's just keep paving. Oh my god. Alright. You can't, sometimes you can't really get it from the top, so that's why I was just deleting it and trying to get it from below. Alright, pretty good. Paved pretty well. Just doesn't want to move. What's up with that? Hey, little buddy. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Was I too close to it? I don't know. Oh yeah, you can use the chainsaw to clear leaves actually, yeah. I did do it earlier. These are just little bits left over, I guess, but you're right. I should have done that. All right, yeah, we might build a tower. Well, actually, I still have to keep foundationing, if that's a word, because we need to now build up for the higher deposits. So this one up there. So even just to block it out, you just do a 2 here and then a 4, and then obviously build to that size when it makes sense. I don't mind this room having a bit of grass poking through because it's like a minor room. I want to keep some vegetation if we can too. Because I think it'd be nice to keep some trees around if we can. If so, that would have to be built over as well. That's fine though. Yeah, because this could just be one little side room that does the copper. So copper is here. I'll just paint it so I know. So we'll do copper teal. Actually, if I do copper teal and orange like this, we can just put a pattern on it. There we go, 480 per minute. Okay. Use the bomb. You could use the pulse obelisk. It might just push him, right? Push him out of there. He brought me it as well. What a strange twist of fate. Alright, cool. What factory are we building right now? So it's going to be an all-encompassing iron factory, hopefully with motors inside of it. I haven't actually worked out the rates of what we're going to do just yet, but wanted to at least start. We've deconstructed our old factory, it's gone now, and now we're paving out a brand new area for it. Someone mentioned that, like, oh, you know, you should really try build with the terrain in mind, and I've never really properly tried that. I've done it a little bit in my old series, but it would be good to do something like that. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to flatten the area, basically. And then build with the different height differentials in mind, and then avoid certain cliffs and things like that, instead of just building over everything. Sorry. I need to do that. There we go. So yeah, so that's what we're just doing at the moment. And then we got sidetracked because my little doggo got stuck, and he still is stuck. He's refusing to move right now. So that's not quite high enough. I'd say we need to go even higher than that. So you can't go too high over the miner. About there, probably, then. Would have to go up even higher, I guess. Oh, I'm out of concrete. It's alright, I'll get some more. We are actually kind of low. Probably should have concrete running in the background because we've stopped making some since I tore the place down. We got 19,000. We've already used 2. I guess we'll be fine. Anyway, did you run to the big spiders? Yeah, I did, yeah. Let me catch my chat a bit better as well. Alright. Hello. Hey, Rev. Can't use your chainsaw to clear leaves. You can, but I didn't want to remove everything around it. Just sometimes I want to remove individual bits. But you're right, in that situation I was supposed to. Level 1.0 on your gameplay. Thanks, Jonah. You can use a bomb. Yeah. What factory are you building? Answer that. Complementary colors. Colors, nice. Thanks. The pattern is shiny, but the regular color isn't. Yeah, it's really nice. Oh, it depends if you want that or not, but that is the way it is. I wonder, actually, now that they've changed how colors work, the shiny, default, and matte, would this change it? Let's see. So in this situation, the numbers have a shine to them, yeah? Always has been that way. Oh no, so the numbers still have a shine to them, but we can actually see that the changing it from shiny to matte has made the color on the actual foundation less shiny. It doesn't feel shiny, but you can see that I guess it's supposed to be sort of reflecting some light. Refracting some light. Interesting. Might be more noticeable when it gets to coated concrete and stuff, though. I need to reload to move Jerry. Yeah, or leave the area and come back. We'll do that in a moment. Still have lots to block out here, so I don't really mind too much. This is the height that we need for that deposit here. I'd really probably just bring the miners with me. It's also make it clear what's doing what. They don't have to aim this way, but it's just good to mark them so we know where they are. Okay, get rid of those and put them instead. An identical buildable is already placed here. And I guess because of how far it comes out, you know what's really annoying about this? I really don't like using 1 and then a 1 increment. That's 1 above, so it's 5 in total. I'm gonna try something and see if this works. Kind of necessary that it does. Which is to try and raise this 1 more meter. Let me just try that. Get rid of this for a second. That's because there's nothing in the game, I feel like, that lets you walk up and down just 1 meter. There is now, actually. They added those new stairs, so it's not the worst thing. But the ramp, the default ramp and the staircase for modern railing is 2 meters and 4 meters respectively. So I tend to always build my factories with those numbers in mind, just because it means that most objects in the game are then compatible. It's just as a question if whether this miner can fit on here. Yeah, it looks, it can. Nice. And it's not clipping through or anything. It works. Cool. So that's good. Something like that. And just go out a bit further. I'll go out further again. Now this is 6 meters above. So if we were to build, let's say, this ramp, we'll go all the way down nicely. Or the stairs will clip through if we go there, but that's okay. It still looks okay. If it was 1 meter off, it would just be a bit awkward. But you do, like I said, have that new foundation now. The stair is 1 meter. Now we can use a 4 if we wanted to be specific, a 2. That would come out like really far, I guess. I suppose you could still just do it. That. Cool. Doesn't have to be concrete either. We can switch these to metal later if we wanted to. Pave paradise, put up a parking lot. So this one, let's see if we just go 4 above. That seems like it'd be reasonable. Another mining room, something just to the side here. So what this room out here is going to be is a big smelting room. So we've got 480. We'll assume that we'll use 480 out of our pure nodes, even though technically we could eventually get 1200. But for now, we'll use 480. Times 6, so that's 2880 ore. 2880 divided by the standard recipe in smelters. We're not going to use refineries with water, just regular smelters. That's 30, so we'll need 96 smelters if you want to use it all. This is what I was saying, you could get really sidetracked in building this to the absolute extreme. We could just tap maybe 3 or 4 of the nodes instead. And then, you know, we don't have to build quite as big, and we could ship the other ore somewhere else in the future. But 96 smelters. Am I right with that? Let's just check this. Iron ingot is 30 in, 30 out, right, I think? Yeah. Could try it. What project is this? It's motors plus... it's everything iron. It's like... our iron factory existed here, so now we need a rotor factory. Reinforced iron plates, regular iron plates, rods, screws, and motors. So it's kind of a redo of everything. Holy furnaces, yeah, that's a lot. But we'll see. With blueprints, we could probably put it down quite quickly. We have all the components to build it. And how much... so if we have a look at a smelter, is it 4 megawatts or something? Yeah, it's 4. So 4 times 96 is 384 power. It's actually not that much power at all. Just about trying to fit it into this place. Keep it nice and compact. Yeah, so we have 2700 clean. We're using about 800 right now. Got plenty, so that's fine. Might be better that way. Just then trying to also block out the area to see where things can go. And then if we had the miner in here, I can't remember where the deposit actually is. We could aim it out. Yes, it doesn't intersect. Good. Look good then. That other one can go somewhere like there. I'll just mark that as well. We only had 1 iron nodes, or copper node, so we'll just make this one an iron node. Make it look kind of neat and nice. We'll just put the number we know we're getting out, 4, 8, 0, 480. Same with here. Alright, cool. And we'll get up on a tower and get a bit more of a bird's eye view of this then afterwards. So that's not really needed at all. We could leave that alone, and this could be just chopped away until if we decide we need it or not. Continue with this one. Alright, cool. That's 2 of the nodes coming in that way. So how many, so 480 divided by 30, each node can have 16 smelters. So we don't have to put them in a giant row, we just need them to have their own little group. So these 2 together need to feed down into an area where there's at least 36, right? And then the copper is 480, so is that the same? I think it's just divided by 30 as well, so it's just 16. So they need 16 smelters somewhere over here. Alright, we'll start blocking that out. Do you have any tips on how not to burn yourself out when playing Satisfactory? Not really. I'd say to avoid burnout, always try to go to a new location and build something new, rather than feel like you have to go redo certain factories. Ironic because I'm redoing one right now, but that can often be a point of like feeling like you're burnt out. If you feel like you have to go back and redo something, just keep exploring the map. And let's say that you're like, oh, I just hit the next milestone, I just saw what I need. It's like, oh my god, this is a lot. First of all, you're supposed to be enjoying the build. That's the fun of the game. The payoff lasts for like 30 seconds. The building lasts for hours and hours. So you're supposed to enjoy that. But to not get burnt out, ideally, if you're building something new in a different place, it's probably a bit more enjoyable than going into an existing factory that you've learned you've learned from your mistakes and you're trying to like fix it. So I'd recommend, it all depends, but I'd recommend you go somewhere a little far away, drag a power pole with you if you have some power anyway, and start looking for new deposits and start building a brand new factory. I think when you're building something new, it always feels like you're kind of starting fresh to some extent. Kind of with this one, right? It's like, oh, now we've got a new fresh project in front of us. So getting out of the area that you're in, being in a different area, having different nodes around you makes you think a little differently. But ultimately, that's the game. You know, if you feel like you're burnt out, maybe also take a break. Every now and then. Right, so there's actually iron up here as well. 2 more nodes. So this has to continue up this way. Ideally, this is a pretty big height. Yeah, we'll just continue this over this way then. And maybe even a little further back, like there. Now, we're a little low for where we need to be, so we'll have to go up another, I don't know, at least 2, but maybe more than that. 2 is actually okay, so a 2-meter increase for this like plateau up here for the last bits of iron. Well, I say last bits, there's actually 2 more deposits we haven't got yet. A break? Heresy. I know, right? I think a break is probably good, and then when you come back, build something new. But don't just start over. Continue the save file. I'm a big fan of not just starting over the save file. Like, try to continue it if you can. Just power down certain things. Power it down, build somewhere new, and then reconnect things back up. Like, I think that's better than starting over. I feel like you'll burn yourself out if you keep starting at the beginning again. Alright, I'm just trying to think what to do with this, like, slanty slope area. And where the walkway will be to get up and down the factory. I'm trying to picture, like, a top-down view of, like, okay, walking around, you know, this is mining room number 1. Got another mining room number 2. You don't really want to walk through the mining room to get to another one out there, so I'd say that we need this big block or whatever, just to continue then. There. So we can just do that. We need this one. Leads us over. This could be kind of like a hallway that leads in. Yeah, that could, I guess, be a room in itself. Leave some of the trees there, I guess. Okay, cool. So actually, just to even denote that, maybe it'd be good to like paint out where we think the walkways will be, or the hallway. So we'll just do blue. It's quite a strong blue color, but I feel like this will be a kind of a hallway where you're walking along. Yeah, and then the staircase will just lead in somewhere like here. So down here you could have like don't want to get too bogged down with this right now, but a 2-meter staircase that even just aims forward like that. And then we could have a nice railing there or something. So now we're into the next plateau, the next area. And then we'll have our 480 here and our 480 there. And then a way to get through the factory as well to walk through. So an exit or something in this area would be good. And windows could be along here. That could be kind of nice. Walk down this way. And we're entering into the smeltery room. right, where the ore is going to be fed in. Are we seeing the vision? It's kind of somewhat coming together. Then we've got ore on the other side. Jerry's still hanging out there, is he? He found a blue slug. Wow. Didn't know they could do that. Let's get out of the area and come back and see if he moves, because he ain't moving yet. What am I building? Hang on. That's done. Building a motor/iron factory. Easy to overplan in a way. I have a tendency to try and fix many things at once. The project gets overwhelming and I just bounce off it. We didn't finish that yet. At least the place is running perfect now, though. Before we unlocked our cosmetics. There's the sulfur I was looking for. Also, we can take this and this. So I just wanted to get out of the area. The doggo Jerry seems to be a bit bugged. So we picked up this stuff. We can just head back now and see if that's kind of fixed. He just lives there now, yeah. I always fall into the trap of building the factories too small. It's such a pain to redo at the outlet. Yeah, so my initial thought of how to avoid burnout is build bigger in the beginning. Kind of a double... Sorry, my nose is just itchy. I don't know why. It's all that cocaine I've been doing. So to build bigger in the beginning... I'll tell you what. Here's a little mini piece of advice. I haven't tested it, so I don't know if this will work, but I think it might. Build one belt speed bigger than what you're currently at. And then things will probably be just generally a little bit easier. So what I mean by that is, if you only have 120 belt speed, build your next factory, you should build it with 270 in mind. That's the next belt up. I guess you don't know that unless you get it though, so you might have to look that up. But knowing that myself, it's 60, 120, 270, 480, 780, 1200, right? The reason I say that is because I think that would just make upgrading factories a little easier and scaling up a bit easier without having to feel like you're rebuilding all the time. He is just still there, by the way. That's a bit annoying. I can't put him down. Yeah, I think we'll have to reload because he might not move unless we do. You know why I can't get the diluted package fuel alternate recipe? I've got the fuel stuff and packaging stuff, but I can't seem to get this one. I don't know. You're ahead of me, unfortunately, for this update, so I don't know. I imagine you just have to keep rolling, keep trying. But I don't have an answer, nor have I heard anyone with a specific issue with that. 480 is a day or two in, depending on how you play, so I try to build with that in mind foundation-wise. That's a good idea too. There he is. He got out. Yeah, that's true. It took me... how many hours till we got our... I don't even have 480 right now, so... for me, it's taken 25 hours, 27 hours now, to be right on the precipice of 480. Excuse me. I could probably force it if I wanted to. If I did some manual crafting and things like that. We'll just check over here real quickly. Gary is free. Oh yeah, we never checked it. Just one sec. Logistics Mark IV. Rubber, which I actually picked up some. I've got all of that and I've got all of that. But rubber is what I don't have. Gary brought me some. And I put it into one of these containers, didn't I? Thank you, Gorignak. Paving paradise and putting up a parking lot. Did you say that earlier? Because someone did, and I acknowledged it. I didn't read it out, but I said, oh, that's a good one. And thank you, by the way. Appreciate it. I just want to see how much rubber we got. I don't know if I got quite 200. Damn, didn't I? Oh, it's there. 34. Yeah. So I'd have to find oil. We can't even drill for oil yet, though. We don't have that milestone unlocked, so we'd have to get that one before it. Not that we need this now, anyway. We could do this later. So we need 50 motors, that, and that. So we pretty much have all this, right? We can easily craft 50. We could do that if you want. Find the oil, get the rubber, get Logistics Mark IV, and put down 480 belts straight away. But I could just build the factory with the belts we have now. And just upgrade the belts. It's not a big deal. It's only the first couple of belts that need the upgrade, because it goes into a splitter anyway, so usually. I mean 1200, not 12,000. 480 is a day or two in, and then eventually the top tier belts and everything clocked. All of those belts will eventually go to 12. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Using pure nodes, and I'm like, okay, we'll do 480. It's like, well, they're going to be 1200 eventually. But I think what I'll probably do after this place is set is I will look for other places. You know, go around the map, find other pure nodes or other nodes just generally. And then eventually, when all other nodes are tapped, it's like, okay, we got to come back here and update this one, you know? That's how I would do it. Alright, so this is room 1, mining room 2, slash 2.5. And then mining room 3 will be over there. So that's the last one to pave, and then we can start laying out our smelters. Need to see if this needs to be raised as well. We'll do it. You know, someone left a comment on the stream I made yesterday. And we got steel, and I said something like jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Some joke like that. And, you know, fair enough to them. Everyone has their line, I guess. But he was saying that, he's like, I just can't take your constant 9/11 jokes. So close to 9/11 as well. I did say that actually on the stream. I was like, oh yeah, it's actually really close to 9/11. Apologies for any deep offense I have caused. Like the one that was 23 years ago. Yes, that one. I don't know. Yeah, each to their own. You know? Maybe he thought it was in poor taste. That's okay. Maybe he knows someone who's there. Maybe he's personally involved. I don't know. I just thought the phrasing was funny. Your constant 9/11 jokes. Like, I think I made one. Did make one the day before that though, because the manta ray thing or whatever flew through the building, the space elevator. And then someone in the comments actually said, "Sir, the second tower is just fault" or something like that. That was funny. Well, I thought it was funny. All right, anyways, 2 meters above this one, I think. Oh, actually, yeah, that's why I was doing that. So there, that would be just like a kind of an entrance or an exit. Maybe vehicles could come into the factory. Oh, that's the node right here on a hill. Ugh, awkward. All right, that does have to be raised then. That's fine. I'd raise this as well, 2 meters. I should still be able to have the miner sit on top of it, I think. Who hasn't said something they regret? I'm from the US. It was 23 years ago. When can we lighten up? Yeah, I think most people are obviously fine with it. It's not like I actually have any malicious bone in my body. Just a joke. Thought I would bring it up just to see what other people felt. Anyway, it was fun yesterday. You hadn't unlocked steel, nothing to melt. I think 99% of those comments are just going to make issues out of nothing. Yeah, I agree. The best comedy is in poor taste. Ask Mel Brooks. Is it okay? It's okay if far enough back. I'll not say that 9/11 was just yesterday. Yeah, there's some famous comedian, I can't remember who it was, but they made some joke about it like 2 days after the fact. It's like, oh, that's a risky move. Put it that way. Oh, hello. Got more for me? No, you just wanted to say hi. That's okay, you can sit there. Come on. The way he walks is actually quite cute. Alright, just about done with the paving. Trying to think where... Actually, yeah, can we do that? I could just stop here, actually. Just trying to think where... Like, was we gonna have walkways going over things too, and then where the actual smelters are going to be placed. So, I think we've pretty much done the paving. Obviously, little bits now and then are going to be added, but... For now, that is our area completely concreted. And yeah, we'll get the blueprint designer and start laying out how we think these smelters are going to all fit in together, kind of thing. We can build them at scale. You need blueprints to build at scale, right? Those steps look so nice. Get rid of this bit as well. It was Gilbert Gottfried, was it? If you can't take general memeing, probably shouldn't be on the internet. Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, imagine. That was offensive. God damn. But again, you know, people have their own situations. They might be personally involved. You never know. But anyway, so I kind of get it, but I probably would have just kept this myself and been like, eh. Anyway. Right. So, new foundations in place. I did say truck stations, forget that. Let's start, so, smelters. Let's just say smelting. Alright, so we've done clearing the old factory, clearing vegetation, the new foundations are in. We'll do blueprints and smelting, and then we'll put in the miners and hook those up at least. See how we're getting on. So the blueprint designer, what does it cost? Need some more modular frames, please. Alright, we have what we need. Now, for the blueprint designer, I probably would like to actually create an area specifically for it, so that we can just come back to it every now and then, have stuff in place for me to kind of get up and over it easily. The terrain here is so difficult. Obviously, you don't want it to be too far away either. Fuzzy, appreciate that. Thank you. Tier 3'd out of his mind as well with that membership, so thank you. No, we did cut this off from power. That's actually okay. I kind of want to keep this steel here anyway. It's been made into encased industrial beams, but 1200 for now is plenty. Yeah, so maybe just up here then. You know, this is a bit flat. Why can't I... Dupe, there we go. Okay, one blueprint designer. Normally what I do, you know, you have a hover pack or something else and you can kind of float up the edges. I usually put lights all around this, but we don't have any of that stuff right now. So, instead what I'm going to do is just put like the observation tower things around it. Actually, sorry, and if I put them on the grid properly, like that, that's one. Alright, two, and then we'll just do two more on the other corners, and then we'll connect them with walkways, and then we can kind of just go up and walk around and design in the blueprint designer better. Just ever so slightly. I guess we'll have to cut this down. Inhalers are full health restoration. Are no upgrades to health bar. No, there isn't. Yep. Inhalers are great. You can just unlock the other methods of getting those inhalers, I guess. Because you could craft them from berries, but you can also craft them from nuts or alien protein, I think. One might be a bit awkward enough if it's going to let me do it. Oh, it will. Amazing. So let's just rotate it that way. Hang on. How have I lined that up? This actually does matter because they're going to be joined together. That's on the beginning of a foundation. Why am I so confused by this? Okay, yeah. That's on the corner. That's on a half split. Yeah, that's correct. And that's correct. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's just... Yeah, it should be able to slot in... There. Yeah, I think that one wasn't pushed in far enough. That's okay. And then they're going to connect with walkways. That's why it doesn't matter that much, but it does kind of matter. Matters to me. Yeah, that one doesn't let you do it though for some reason. That's what I was kind of confused by. Wonder why. I know it's intersecting with it, but it is over there. I don't know what the difference is. Oh, is this just coming in way too far maybe? Oh yeah. I don't know if it's gonna let me nudge that far. Okay, blueprint designer, all that just for blueprints. And we already have some, but I just need to design the ones for the actual smelters. Okay, so let's do a walkway here. That did overlap anyway, so they're obviously not aligned, but whatever. Try my best. Oh, yeah, actually, that's actually normal. They're all equally overlapping, which is actually fine then. Alright, cool. So now we can kind of design... Obviously, when you get a hover pack, I recommend just building little power connectors so then you can float around your designs, but this should be fine. You should be able to still build within it. Alright. I can see a new speedrunning category emerging right now. No building, just lizard doggos parts to finish the game. Someone finished it in 24 hours, I think. 24, 26 hours of playtime. Something like that. Might be 18, actually. I've got either 18, 24, or 26. And Coffee Stain tweeted it. They're like, congrats to the person that like beat the game and with that clock. I don't know what they did. But that's crazy. But maybe they used doggos. I find it hard to believe that they knew how to do all that stuff so early. Maybe they were an alpha tester or one of those testers that had it. Yeah, people do be impressive. 22. I heard 26. Let's find out. It was on their Twitter. Show me your spaghetti. I think I probably just scrolled by it immediately. Oh no, there we go. 205704. Thomas Steinck. Clocked in just under 21 hours for the first finish of Satisfactory 1.0. And he has like the different things he made and the timestamps. Crazy. Duchess, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you all, by the way, for the support here today. And this week. Yeah, madness. I guess maybe follow this guy. Maybe he talks about what he did. Game developer by day, speedrunner by night. There you go. Cool. Alrighty, so. Can I get back up? Yeah, nice. Jetpack is clutch. Right, so. Building blueprints for smelters for our new iron factory, basically. And we want to get motors. But we know that everything just needs to be smelted first, so we might as well just work on that. So. Every output we're dealing with is 480 per minute. All the smelters do 30. We're not overclocking them. So that's 16. 4, 8, 12, 16. So we'll make a smelter group of... Let's see, can we fit 8 on the bottom? I think you probably can, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 12, 18. Was it 18, did I say? I think it was. No, 16. Okay. Two different grouping then. We'll use 4 on the bottom. We could maybe stack them, put another 4 on top. Depending on the situation, that might work well. So there's 1 there. 3, that'll be 3. Alright, we have to start in the center here then. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 smelters, easy peasy. I think it's on his Twitch somewhere. 655 viewing. Shout out. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we also have to decide a nice little color scheme for these. Alright, so that's going to be our first little group. No big deal. We can actually give them all the logistics going into this. Are we going to load balance? We could try. Already need to, but we could try it. I could maybe build the logistics then separate in a separate blueprint. We'll connect them together. Alright, well anyway, so that's those. Next one then will be... We'll get some walls. We'll stack more on top of this. So that's 8. Could we stack all the way up to the top? Maybe. Out there. It's a little bit higher than that, so we'd have to start from here maybe. Okay. Try again then. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Question is, could we go up another? So that was just 3 walls. 1, 2, 3. I don't think so. But we could just use the bottom one and stack them on top of each other, actually, if we want, if this doesn't work. This might, depends if we can get up this high. I think it says it's too high. Oh, if only we had some sort of 5x5 blueprint designer. Like a millimeter over. What does it take to get the 5x5 one? Get the coordinates to that family of doggos? No, unfortunately not, but I know roughly where it was, because it was next to Quartz. We're out this way, next to Quartz. Big cluster of it. Not that cluster. Might not show up though, it might be too far. There. It's definitely over there somewhere. Titan Forest on the edge of the swamp. Coordinates roughly 1900, negative 150. For the 5x5, the big things you'll need are heavy... Oh, yeah, we looked at that. Yeah, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I think then... 8 divided by 16. Alright, we'll just stack another group on top of them then. Or do we even need to? We could just go... That's 8. We just... Yeah, okay, right. We won't go up a layer above. We'll just stay at 2 layers. Hopefully we can work with that. It's just the space is constrained down there. We need 96 of these. It makes me think like, yeah, you probably should stack them. But let's just try it with 2 height for now. Alright, so... That's pretty much set. The next thing then would be getting... this. So you want to make it look kind of nice because these are going to be set for a while. So frame floors. Frame floors can sit on the bottom. Sure. Alright, straightforward enough. And in future we'll have lights. We don't have them right now. And we don't even have display signs. I have to get them in the awesome sync. We might be pretty close to being able to do that actually. Because we're making quartz crystal loads, so we would be able to build them. Oh, I don't have crystal oscillators there for the really big ones. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it without the lights then. It's whatever. It'll be a little dark for some of these. So they're going to be doing iron at first. The other one, we'll make a variant that's doing copper. Five by 5 is tier 6, 100 heavy modular frames, computers, 400 rubber, and 1500 concrete. Thank you, Stephen. Use the walkway instead of foundation. Yeah, that was my plan. Got it in, and we'll work off from that when we get the more modern railing a little bit later. So just assign this to be iron, 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 and iron. 8. So we need 2 groups of these for every 1 miner we have. There's 6 miners. Also need to find a nice color for them. Iron sort of has a bluish feel to them. Maybe blue and gray. That could be fine. Okay. Next thing is then just making sure they have their power. Alright, so we'll do the old painted beam thing. Or it's somewhere... Power indicator thing, or connection point is right here. Something like that. Beam lets you go kind of outside the thing, actually. Oh, we still have that bug. You can go inside or outside the thing. Because that is part of the build. Yeah, now it's saying like you can't connect to the world buildables. There's probably ways to break this then. People want. I think it's stuff like this can often... No, it's not really working the way it used to. Yeah. Well, you can probably do something, I'm sure, if you mess around enough. Anyways, let's just do... In line with that ladder. Yeah, okay, right. So this just has to go up to... So up to here is 12. So we need to go to 24. Do the same on the... Actually, yeah, we're not going to keep the side in because it's going to snap to one on the side anyway. It'll all be the same distance then. We'll see that when we put 2 side by side. But we need it for the height. Happy to see. Hey, CM. That the stream runs well enough for you to stream on the weekend. Yeah, thanks. Love to see it, even though I barely can join. That's alright. A lot of people do watch after the fact. I see you in the comments and stuff. I do read all my comments. I don't get that many, so it's not hard to read them. But yeah, a lot of people do join after the fact and say they're just catching up, or they'll rejoin the stream later, you know, because they do obviously go on a really long time. I'll actually just put this back in just for a sec. So we want it to roll along just under the thing there. This. Ah. Oh no. Gotten rid of something else yet. Alright, so I can just go to here, 32, fine. Now I can get rid of the side one. Right, cool. I'm gonna paint these white. Then we can just grab this, and we can have much cleaner power lines that just go straight up, and we'll connect them later then. Just saves with hooking up machines to power later on. Let's connect them to each other. Alright, just have to do the same up here. Cool. Looks like we're slightly off though. Ugh, it's so annoying. Yeah, we are. Damn, I don't know how that happened. Unless maybe the machines are slightly off. It's one or the other. Either the beams are forward or the machines are forward. It's not the beam. Must be the machine. This is the very dead center point. Yeah. Alright, let me just place this again. It only takes a sec. The center point on the line, just before the line. Okay. Don't know why this is so hard to line up. It doesn't have a... So it's too far back now. Is that it? What is happening? I feel like we're going crazy. Look at this. That's correct now, right? It's definitely in line. Yeah. Aiming out the center as well, just making sure. Whoop. I missed Satisfactory? Are you not able to play it? Can't play it because of how low VRAM? That sucks, man. Was it rotated the wrong way? Was that the problem? That's a bit silly if it was. My bad. Yes, another... Okay, another in line. Okay, cool. Still have to set them to iron again, so let's just do that. Copy, paste. Alright, great. So that's that. That's our smelters. We can save that now. Don't think there's anything else I need to do with it. We're going to hook up the logistics in a separate blueprint. So we'll just call this... So how did I do my layout already? We have machines, and then we'll call this one smelters, I guess. Okay, so we don't need to call it smelter. We can just call it iron ingot. Oh. The other thing we can just quickly check. Yeah, alright. Smelter 8. Oh, we don't need to say smelter, sorry. Iron ingot. Don't even need to say ingot because it's in the smelter category. Iron, there's 8 machines, and they were stacked. Excuse me. Don't even need to say stacked. We'll put that in the group. Is that really it then? It's just iron 8. Guess so. Yep, sure. Alright. 2 stacks of 4 smelters. That to iron ingots. Alright, smelter stacked to iron 8. There we go. Boom. Just like that. Easy. Good evening. Hey, Lo Zaza. Good to see you again. David, can you imagine if you did the whole factory and missed it being one small step out? Oh, that would kill me. It was the catwalk that was throwing me off before. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a few things. I did build it on foundations in the first place. But anyway, the reason it was orange was the catwalk. And it might be slightly raised more than it should be now. I've had that problem before where you build on a... But this should be the same height as the foundation, so hopefully it's okay. I guess we could just quickly check. Because then it would mean logistics wouldn't add up, which would be a real nightmare. But yeah, that looks okay to me. Question is, like, okay, if we were to drag out a line from this now, is it going to be all messed up or something? No, it looks fine to me. Okay, good. So that's fine. Right, so that's our first blueprint. And we're going to need 90, well, half of that, 48 of these or something like that. So... or even less. We need 96 smelters in total. They're all hooked up. We're going to have them side by side, which is why we've left them kind of cut off on the edges. Oh, did I leave that in there? I can't remember if I did or not. Just in case, just save it again anyway. Don't have any of the aesthetics for lights and stuff like that, so it's fine. We're going to now do the load balancing for them. I'll just do the load balancing custom, I think, because we have to... Yeah, because it's going to be bigger than what can fit in one designer, thinking about it. Okay. Because one miner can do 18. Or 16, yeah. Alright, let's just get rid of it and I'll show you what I mean. Pick up our stuff. Do you still pick up your stuff anymore? Oh, have they changed that? Do you just pick it up now when you clear the designer? There used to be a little container here, right? It seems different. They've literally just removed the personal box from here, I think. And maybe now when you clear the designer, it just goes back in your inventory? Iron 4x2, that would have been a decent name, actually. What have we called it? And it's gone. Just iron 8. See, it's in the thing called stacked, so I know that I've stacked them. But you're right, I don't necessarily... Well, it does say in the description 2 stacks of 4. But yeah, we'll leave it for now, but that would have been a good name. Still is? No, it's still here. The display is bugged. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Interesting, I would never have thought of that. Maybe eventually when if I really noticed it. Okay, so let's continue. We should be able to start configuring where these are going to go. We know their spacing now. It's four across. Just realized there's something with this. We also need, this is our walkway, but we also need a section for the logistics to travel down next to us, not just the walkway. So the SAM can go back in here. That's filling up nicely now. How much have we got? 1,526. Okay, so that's going to mean that we want the logistics to go through this way. Yeah, we'll have to move through here. And go down. This one will be creeping in. Get rid of that one too. Right, cool. So this is our, like, human walkway or whatever, pioneer walkway. This will be our bus for our belts that are feeding into the factory. So we're going to grab from here, we're going to grab from here, we're going to grab 2 from there. So there's going to be 4 belts rolling along here into the factory. So 4 coming in this way. I'll paint that red, actually, just so I know what's coming in where. Yeah, that'll actually look quite nice thinking about it. And then there's a thing there and there's a thing there, so cool. Alright, nice. But now down here is where they'll start to branch off. The only other thing is that we have copper over there, but I think we can do the copper smelting in that space. So we still have space here to sort of sort it out. Now knowing that our blueprints are going to take up 4, it'll take up 8 across. So it'll be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another 1, 2, 3, and 4. Leaves us a bit of room to walk around on the side, unless we want to push it out 1 more to even it out a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So as an example, this will fit into there just about. Obviously, we'd have to extend it, but yes. That's the general idea. We have to make sure that this is lined up with our grid. Okay? Because otherwise building onto it will be really awkward. Something like that. That'll be 1, and then the next one will just slot in next to it. That'll be 16. That's just 1 group, though. We need 4 of these then in a row. Right, so we can basically say then that it's really probably even more than this. This is probably 1 group here. When you include the feeding in and feeding out. I don't think I'm actually going to do... With the space constraints we have, load balancing, I don't think it's going to work. We're probably just going to manifold it. We'll create a gap between here. Actually, we don't even need a gap then. Yeah, alright, if we're going to do a manifold, I have to just go back up to the designer, add on the feeding in. And we know what direction they're facing in now. Oh. That was with 4, and then 2 of them are going to be facing the other direction. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't. Mine has the box? Oh, okay. That's good, Major MH. Sorry, I meant to go over there. I'm still getting used to the jetpack with just biofuel, because it's really not... doesn't go very far. Alright, we'll load that one back up. Let's do our logistics now. Pressing Q doesn't do anything. There we go. Okay, so that's foundation in the front and at the back. And we'll replace it in a moment. But yeah, we're just going to manifold it. It's just easier that way. For space more than anything. Ugh. Now, facing that way, they're being fed from their right. So, our first splitter. Put it in the center just to make life easier for everything. Okay. Use Mark 1 for a moment. Alright, that's that. Excuse me. Love your stream, says Adept. Best... Oh, thank you. I feel bad. Well, not feel bad. It's hard to read out really positive comments because out loud, because it just... I don't know. But thank you. I see you. Thank you. And yeah, no worries. Obviously, these are long streams. Get to them at your own pace, I would say, is the best thing. Or skip through them. Okay. Alright, I think I'm caught up. Wanted to make sure I didn't miss any chat. Right, so we're feeding it manifold style. This comes in this way. This would have to be a belt of 480 for now. We will do 270. It's the best I got. We'll update it later. Then we need mergers. So the question is, where do they go when they go out? Typically, it's usually easiest when you go out to the opposite side you come in, but it doesn't have to be. Just fly over there for a second, and then we can kind of work that out. So that's our patch of, you know, we're sending things in from the right. So this bus here, we're going to be continuing stuff along to feed into each of these groups. So I think going out the left would probably help. And eventually it's probably just going to go up anyway. So yeah, send it out the left, I think is probably the best. There is only one copper node nearby, yeah. It's pure though. I have to pause to take a call. I'm about 50 minutes behind. If you run the input down the center, you should be able to fit 8 per floor, 16 per blueprint. I can't do 16 in one blueprint. Well, I guess we could if we did them back to back, but we don't need to do that. This will be okay. Yeah, I know you said you're a little late, but I've already committed to something else. You're right though, we could just split it down the middle, but I don't really feel like I need to do that. It's fine just to have the 8 in a line. 8 in a line, then 8 in a line below, that's our 16, and then blocks of 16 as we go forward. That's what I'm going for. It's either, I mean, I don't think there's any difference either way, so it's just a preference or aesthetic choice at that point, I think. Alright, so we need to then send it out, so we're going to go out to the left. These are all 30 per minute, so Mark 1 is fine, and then we need Mark 4 eventually. Cool. Right, so let's just color these as well. Sky blue. And then I invert it to do the belts. Then it just gives the belt a little accent, which I think is kind of nice. Especially when you get bigger belts, it can look really good. Alright, now we get rid of the foundations. And we'll just continue it with this. To grab more steel, there's 8,000 in here. Okay. Right. Same logic applies down here then. Want to make sure that's right. Yeah. I'm out of iron plates now. What's my cat's name? I have 2 cats. One of them is called Nyx, N-Y-X, and the other one is called Jinx, J-I-N-X. And they're great. They have really... One has a really big personality. Wasn't much of a cat person until we got these 2. I had cats before, but these... I think it might be because they're indoor cats. They really pay attention to you, and they're very attentive. You really get to know them, personality-wise. Whereas every outdoor cat I've ever seen just kind of ignores you. It's like, yeah, whatever. Which is fine. But yeah, indoor cats are super cool. Alright, that is our belts hooked up. We just need to color these ones as well. Try to be quick with it. So just do all the Mark 1 belts there. Mark 1 belts, and then we'll do the Mark 3. Invert our colors. And do our little splitters and mergers. Alright. Yeah, so we can say 4 across times 2. I think that was a good name. Person who suggested it. 2 stacks of 4 smelters set to iron ingots with logistics attached. Probably won't use this, so I'm just going to remove it. Alright, so there we go. So now we need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 8 of them. I think we need even more, but let's just build these. Get them down. I should probably get those materials back as well, actually. What's the name of the cartoon? Wasn't that the names of a cartoon cat? I don't know. Tom and Jerry. Jerry was named after the Jerry can. I had 2 dogs, Ben and Jerry. They were named after the ice cream. Alright, cool. So we need some iron plates and we need some wire. I'm just going to drop some of the vegetation stuff back in that container over there. And I guess I'll pick this guy up. You don't need the splitters so far away from the smelters. No, I know. You can put them right on top of them. I just want to put them in the center of the foundation to make things line up easier. It's just easier, I feel. We won't be that space constrained. I don't think we'll be that space constrained. We'll just build up. Did you forget to color one of the belts upstairs? No. We'll find out, I guess. What did I... Oh, yeah. Vegetation. Okay, so iron plates, please. We need 1, 3, 4, 4. There we go. And then for copper wire. Okay, cool. Like he's just returned to that spot. Can't wait to see what grand plans there is for the space elevator. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what happens when you fill it up, or like when it's done. I don't know what happens at the end yet. I don't want it to be spoiled for me. Hopefully I can just find it on my own one day, if I ever do it. Alright, so here we go. So now we're taking up... Is it the full 4? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I have actually taken up quite a lot of space actually with that. I thought I was only still using 3. We'll just deal with it, I guess. Things come down from here. So if this is the belt where things are fed down, that's where things will go in. Kind of. Make sure we're lined up correctly on this. Quite what the bounding box says. I think that's correct, actually. Although we're not going to be coming in... Yeah, actually, we'll be coming in from here. But that would put everything off, so it has to be here. Okay. That's... 1. That's 2. The question is, can we go all the way out, or are we going to hit into this? Hey, you better run. Well, I can see already that 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, that person is right. Yeah, we probably need to shorten them in. Sorry, I thought it was only 3, but I screwed it up. Because we can do it in 3. 3 would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. That'd be really nice if we could do it that way. Alright, let's redo this. It won't take hopefully too long. It's just got to move those things back in. You know, overclocking the smelters is an option. That would... You'll lose power doing that though. Wouldn't want to do that. Not very... I mean, people can do whatever they want, but it's suboptimal to do that. You lose power. The higher you overclock them, it's not just double the power, it's like way more than double. So that's the problem. I started the build in the center. I shouldn't have deleted that other thing. I could have just rebuilt this. Okay, hang on. Here's what we gotta do. Gotta delete that. Gotta be really quick. Gotta delete that. That. Of course, now it's nighttime. Let's make everything easier. Astroneer generally require less intelligence. I don't think Satisfactory requires any intelligence, personally. You could just build things. If your rates aren't correct, it doesn't matter. Like, the machines will just produce stuff. Just a bit slower. A lot of streamers, like myself included, try to get the rates to balance and everything, but you don't have to. I can't believe I have to do this again. I can't believe I messed it up. Alright, we're back to where we were. Save that for a second. Problem is the foundations are in place now as well, though. This would have to go all the way forward, or I have to shift the position of the foundations. Probably true. The bars can stay in, but the foundations need to change. The center here could be the splitters. This needs to go back to there, and the center here can be the mergers, right? So that's... Okay, so that's where they need, I want them to be anyway. But I quickly have to redo those foundations. Alright, those don't need to shift because they're fine. These two. Alright, so now we're only taking up 3 foundations. Good. Frame floor will actually look probably better this way anyway. It'll snap in. They're creeping through the top too much. A little bit. Actually looks totally fine. Okay, cool. That. Okay, right. Now we put back in the logistics and then we'll be done, finally. You get it right though, I guess, but yeah, sorry about that, my bad. So, we're sending it out to the left, feeding in from the right. Yep. This way I can still keep it in the center of the foundation, because you could go further up. I don't think we have to. The volume is so low, it shouldn't matter. Okay. Mistakes make things like mayo. Did mayo happen because of a mistake? Penicillin happened because of a mistake, right? I think. Kind of. Hey, Legio. Fixit doesn't mind pioneers making mistakes and corrections for maximum efficiency. That's true. Overall, we'll save time in the long run. I can just tell myself that. And it should look a bit better. Nice to remind you that puppies and kittens' lives are in your hands. Require maximum efficiency. Yeah, they did say that. Oh boy. Alright, so just for anyone joining, what we're doing is building an iron factory. And we wanted to be able to make motors. The first stage of that is just getting all the smelting up and running. And this is just a blueprint that will allow us to build 96 smelters in total. Don't know if we'll power them all straight away. In fact, we probably won't, because we're building them to 480 specifications, 480 belt speed. The best belt speed I have right now is 270. We're not too far off from the 480. But this way we can scale it up really easily after the fact. That's at least the logic. I'm trying to give it a decent finish to it so that it doesn't look so haphazard. Put these around. All right. Excuse me, my nose has been at me all day. Alright, cool. Is that it then? I think that's it, right? Blueprints, what did I call it? Iron 4x2. I don't even know how to do this. Set the directory. Here. Okay. I've never worked out how to actually do that. It does seem to be correct, though. Okay. Clear. Oh, God. Splitters are in the wrong direction? Splitters are aiming that way, and the mergers are aiming that way. They're both aiming the same way, like they should be. No, they're okay. They're aiming the right direction. Yeah, I just confused the language by saying they're coming in from the right or going out from the left. Alrighty, let's try this again. I could have just snapped actually, but it's fine. Alright, so. Alright, we are lined up. I want to make sure that the foundations are lined up. Oh my god, I pressed F by accident. Correct, yep. Correct. Alright, I think we got it finally. Yeah, splitters aiming out that. Okay, cool. Those belts won't be colored, I guess, but is what it is for now. Bless you, thank you. Alright. Colored, all set. Power poles are set, or the power lines. That's good. Right, cool. We've got our first row in. We can do the other rows now really quickly, hopefully. So each one of these rows, or groups, is for one, miner. There are 4 miners on this side, so we need 4 of these rows. We should have enough space for it now. Hey. Shoot. Shoot. One. And to do that. Where's the point? That one. Go over there. Right. Another one. And another one. And another one. I can't believe he survived in there. And another one. Another one. Alright, great. Just like that. Bunch of machines that can do things. Thank you for the concrete. I just stole it from my factory. Okay, so we just have to hook these up. So this row, we'll do the bottom rows first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm missing one. A little further back here. 6. I'll just paint these. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay. Let me do the power. 1, 2, and 3. And I do the same upstairs, and then they're done as well. Oh no, I just realized something. Oh no, they're set to iron. Good. I was like, oh, did it when I redid it? I thought maybe I forgot that. When your machines don't work, you get the belt. That's a good one. Alright, so that's that. And then just the power is left. Bonk. Beautiful. Oh. Is that it? Did I forget anything? I think we're good. What is that? That's 8. 16 times 4. So we've just put down 64 smelters. We then need on this side, so there's another miner here and here. We need maybe even facing the opposite direction or just reverse the inputs. The same thing again, so it would have to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, damn. What about if we got rid of that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, damn. Oh, you could just build it off a little differently then, I guess. You could go sideways. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. There. Yeah, so we could feed it in sideways. And that would leave a gap on this left side to send it upstairs as well, or send it along. Yeah. That would work. So we'd have to do something... Oh, it's 4 across, actually. It still leaves a gap there, so that's good. Something more like this. And there's a walkway gap for us. So we know we're aligned. So... Although... Yeah, we need more in a line then to do that. Because this isn't 8, it's just 4 in a line. Quite a gentle shade of blue, that. Yeah, it's nice. Little iron blue. Hey Darren, what happened to streaming? Yeah, I don't know. I just decided to do it. I was going to be playing anyway. What time is it, by the way? Hang on one sec. Sorry. Yeah, just not sure what to do with that right now. Let's just leave it for a moment. We'll get back to it. Just do these ones. These aren't moving, that's for sure. Just a matter of how we stack those in. We could just build them taller, another stack on a stack, and then just bring it up. That would work. Might be the most efficient way to do it, or just the cleanest way to do it. But we could put in our miners now and actually power this. That'd be kind of fun, just to get them fired. how many times I've got to let him off that thing. Right, so here is going to be one of our miners. So for 1 minute. We're aiming out that direction. Let's get 4 of them going, so I need 3 more. 1, 2, 3. I'm just lacking some portable miners and modular frames. Do me a quick favor and pet the doggo friend for me. Hopefully I've just done that. 700? Oh wow. Thank you so much. And hey Marnus. Marnus always reports the number. Darn, couldn't go a day without. No, I said, yeah, that's what I was like. Well, it's a little, I'll be honest. So I was out today, got breakfast, it was great, came back, and I was thinking, okay, I'll start thinking of what I can do for a series for the game. But also I was answering some other stuff, other applications that I have as well. There's work, but once I got that out of the way first, I was like, alright, I'll just jump into the game and play around a bit then. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll do some of the cosmetics in my factory to clean it up for the next stream, so that it's ready. But then, when I was looking around the game page, I noticed I looked at the player count, and I was like, oh wow, the player count's at like 140,000. I didn't know it goes that high. So I checked SteamDB, and I was like, wow, it's literally, at that moment, it's the highest it's ever been. Hit its peak. And I was right, because I did say the weekend probably when it peaks. So I was like, I'm just going to be kind of playing the game anyway. Why? And then the other thing was I looked at how the streams performed last night. I was like, holy shit. I've had like the best, this is like the best week I've had ever on YouTube, ever. Because of them. For everything. Growth, views, revenue, everything. So I was like, if the momentum's not dying down, why would I stop streaming? I'm just sitting here anyway. It's not like I have some obligation. I'm not doing anything. I'm not going out somewhere. So I was like, yeah, let's just keep streaming. And I'm enjoying the game, more importantly. Or importantly as well. But yeah, seemed like the right thing to do. So. I noticed all the players' Satisfactory calculators crashed. Oh, damn. 223. What's 223? Oh, 215 likes? Oh yeah, thank you. Only 215 likes. Yeah, please do like the video if you like it. If you like the stream. It does help. It helps the video survive after the stream, which is always nice. It probably helps recommend it while it's live, but I don't know. So it's probably no harm. Only if you want to. We appreciate it though when you do. Alright, so let's build these other miners. We'll just get these first 4 going, and then I'll look at stacking belts on top of each other on the other side. We said that they're going to run along the red. Yeah, I'm happy to come out that way. That's fine. This one is next. Bit awkward to find the sweet spot for this one. Probably just have to get rid of foundation. Nice. Alright, so this will just come out and go into this one as well and join this bus as it goes down and in here. Now, I was going to just use lifts that go down, but we could use ramps or something. I don't know if that would look good or not. Although, I guess... let's just see what it would look like. I've never really brought belts down with a ramp. I feel like that's a bit awkward, but we can just see. Probably have to be 4 meter and just stop it down here. That'd be the weird, awkward bit about it, right? Because if I used the 2, then it would just like be a bit strange the way it's bending down like that. What else could we do? Or we could just push it even further back. Bring it down earlier, I suppose. The double ramp actually would do it. Yeah, because that's what it's going to do, right? So 4. But if we started that forward, so I guess half foundation? And then the ramp. More like that. And then the belt, I guess, would be, just as an example, 1 belt anyway, just to see what does that look like. Bit weird. Now we're probably going to be using stacked belts, so let's just try it with a stackable pole. Try it on the edge and then 1 in from the edge, just to see if there's any difference. This will be on the edge, and out from the edge. You 100% need to use a calculator. If you don't, some calculations are wrong and it could break your whole factory or make it super inefficient. I somewhat actually even disagree with that, but because I don't disagree that it would make it inefficient, but the whole idea of like you need to be an intellectual to play the game, I just don't agree with that. The math aspect can turn off people, but you don't need it. It's just to make things run well. But if you just hooked up iron going in and copper going into something and it was making something, and if you saw it stop starting and it was really slow, you still know what the problem is. And you need to like either make more machines or whatever. You can figure it out. Like I feel like you don't have to. But obviously the game works best, so you probably have an easier time generally if you can work out the rates. Just passing through. Belts down ramps works now. Did it not before? I couldn't tell you actually. I guess I never really tried it, but that works. It just curls right out at the end for its thing. That works just fine. So I was going to use this method, but I'd have a stacked one on top and one on the bottom. So it's either going to look like this, or the one on the right, just starting in just one little space further in. Which one do we think is better looking? Or do we even need to do this at all? The alternative is just to bring it in through a lift, right? So the lift would, you know, come down like that or whatever. We would have a lift there. 2 lifts next to each other. Actually, there'd be 4. This kind of looks alright, right? Never done it that way before, so let's try that. We can walk up the middle as well. So, Jetpack Jan says left is good. Left is certainly cleaner, right? It tucks itself right in on the edge. And the curve is quite nice, actually. It's not too bad. I like lifts through walls. Heresy. Better with the ramp? Yeah, I agree. Alright, we'll try the one on the left then. I think the left is probably better. Alright. So, they're going to shift and turn around that way, but one of them is just going to go straight into this one. Problem is, it's coming down right next to it. It's going to be a little wonky the way this one goes in. Suppose we could just do... I'll just curl it last minute, which I suppose is fine. Or, what if... No, it's too close, yeah. Alright, that's fine, whatever. It's just that one, though. Oh, this actually is... This needs to be split between the 2 top groups. Yeah, forgot about that. That actually might work out then. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how the best way to get around this would be. That is a weird bend. It's not a big deal, but you know, I'd like it to be straight if it can be, but it's fine if it does do that. The one upstairs will be okay because it's going to go like this. And then that can just curl in like no problem. Alright, so that's obviously fine. That's just this one that's a little annoying, but I suppose whatever, right? That'll be the first belt going straight in. It'll be Mark 3 later, and then the others are going to run along this red line. Change the colors of stuff in a bit, and they're just going to feed into each one. Each other one is going to look straight though, or go straight, because it'll be easy enough to get in there. These outputs then are going out the other side. Yeah. Okay. I forget you're putting down... I know I'm putting down... Yeah, I always put down Mark 1s just first, before I go over everything. It's just a habit. It leads to problems, though, doing it that way, because you often forget to upgrade one. You really should see them with belts going in and coming out to get a sense of them. That's fine. It's too much work. But you're right. You're right. I can't say that you're not right. You're probably right. I'm just wondering, the very last thing is, where do we walk? I mean, we put down walkways and stuff above these, but I kind of thought, actually, Maybe these, instead of that red line, that could be the walking where we walk. And this could be the red line where we always turn in. So that way the belts do just come to here and go along. That probably makes life easier, I think. Let's try that then. So this would be the red line, and then the walking line is our blue line. Okay. Need to go there, right? Yeah. You need to be raised 2, not raised 1, if you want to go into these things nicely. Alright, so this then just needs to go into a splitter. Trying to think, actually, yeah, no, this might be too close now, thinking about it. Yeah, because it won't be able to go down and in. Oh no, it will. Probably use the catwalk overpass. Probably will do that, yeah. I was just thinking like, oh, okay, we can't, I mean, we can, but it's just a bit finicky doing that. You could just slot that out by 1. You know, just like move it out, because it could obviously fit if it was just 1 tile over, but it likes to do that cube thing. It does work, it is fine, and then out this side it could go up and just feed into its buddy. But there's something about it where I'm like, I just feel like that's not the way it's supposed to be, you know? Kind of. I think I actually will leave it. It looks fine. It looks good enough. Alright, cool. Let's go that way. Anyway, the next one then is this one, right? So this one's here, and then there. This will just go along and basically do the same thing. It's not... Oh, it's gonna hit that into that thing though now. Yeah, I can't have that. I've done this a million times in my other factories. I don't know why this one's confusing me so much. I think it is because I haven't given myself very much space. Left side. Oh yeah. I know why. It's because you can take the elevator out this side, right? That's what I always do. And then it keeps the other lane clear. Yeah. Got it. All right. That's fine then. So we'll just put it here for even Steven's sake. This long. That just keeps going, and then this is the next point we need to get into. So the one on the bottom can just go in there, or the one on the top, doesn't really matter. And then the one on the top then, I guess, goes into this one. Alright, that should be easy enough, and then we can turn it all on. We just have to upgrade those belts, obviously, once they're done. I've been watching your Let's Play series, and I gotta admit, your face cam is ruining my immersion, as I wasn't convinced that you were actually human. Alright. Is it ruining the viewing experience? Although we had a really nice vote the other day where people said, no, keep it. You can switch, send the inner one. Yeah, got it. Second belt, 1 level lower. Yo, what you making? We're making well, at the moment, it's like 4 pure iron nodes doing 480 each going into 64 smelters. There's 2 other pure iron nodes over there. Gotta add them in as well. So I'm just doing the logic now for getting the ore into all of the smelters. But I'll speed up now. Now that we've got the spacing, I think I know roughly anyway what I'm doing. Let's just get this one to go along here. That does just split in there. Yeah. And then we can send the thing up and over on the side. I suppose actually doing the top one first would be better. Alright, and there's nothing blocking here now, so we can just go straight in. It's cool. This is on the bottom. So there's a belt coming from here. Oh, I put that too far back. Yeah, but that's fine. Anyway, well, that's gonna go from there, right? Goes all the way down to this one down here. Belt is too long. Alrighty, that. Let's just go over this really quickly. I'll just delete this because it was too far, it wasn't far forward enough. Put it basically on that pole. What's here? It goes into the top. Alright, so we'll just go row by row. We'll start with the two top ones. So this one goes along. Everything needs to split. So it splits for the bottom and the splits for the top. Totally fine. Okay, cool. What's the top left one done? No, the top right one. Goes along. Goes all the way down. Splits goes to the bottom. Splits goes to the top. Done. Just making sure, right? So two bottom ones now. For the very first one. Splits. Curls and goes into that one. Splits goes up and over and in. Totally good. Bottom right one. Comes along this way. All the way down to the very end. Splits into the bottom. Splits goes up top and over. Great. All done, right? Yep, using Mark II miners. We should be able to get 480. Wait, I can't get 480 right now. I don't have a belt speed good enough for it, but we're building it for 480, if that makes sense. The best belt I can do is 270. So we're going to fire it on for 270, and we can break down then how many of these need to be turned on to use it. But as soon as we hit the next milestone, we can then just... All we have to do is go, yep, increase, and then just update to Mark IV on these bus belts. But the ones internally don't need to be upgraded. They're fine. That should be okay. It's just the bus here, if you want to call it that. Alrighty. So, these two could be the ones that are over there. And these two could be these ones. Doesn't matter really which one we go with. Suppose if we want it to be looking nice and it's in its own little room, maybe? So, we need a way to get in. But that would be in front of a belt. I don't know how we're going to get in. Let's just do the belts first and then we'll figure it out. But if we go through the center though, it's probably better because we could use the wall conveyors. Alright, so this is one hooked up. Next one's up here. And yeah, we could come out this way, why not? Love it. Love it. Alright. More to go. We need to actually build these ones. To recall where they're at. Go that way actually, maybe. Might be better. Our little walkway in. Okay, we'll go this way then. These will be on the left, so put them here. 1, 2. Thank you so much for that. I'll check in just one sec. Now, how do we get down here nicely? Like that? Just for a moment, I'll do that. If we want to clean it up in a bit, we will. Now, as nice as it would be just to do that, which would look super clean, we do have another belt traveling along here that needs to go into the one on the bottom. So this one just really needs to go on a lift down, I think. That'll make it the easiest. And then we need another lift doing the same thing. Be there. Okay, so That won't be low enough to go. We have to go higher. That was from Sefdimore Live. Thank you very much. Appreciate the channel membership. Thank you. Just want to make sure that was actually connected into the right thing. Yeah, seems okay. The straight belt option is one of the best things I've ever... Yeah, I agree, totally. Darn, have a good one. See you later, Glacier. Sorry it took a while to get to that. Factory already looking good. Love blueprints. I'm off. See you later, man. So is he overclocking the miner on the node then? That's why a pure node can get 480 versus 240. Well, we could do that. We're not going to do that now. But yeah, you could overclock it. So 200% would get us to 480. 250, we could go even higher, right? 540 or something. But we need the belt speed to do it. So you build 480 belt speed with encased industrial beams. I haven't got that technology yet. So for now, I'm going to overclock it to 270. I don't have a power shard with me. They're just in the containers. I'll get them in a bit. Once we turn it on, you'll see, I guess. But yeah, we'll need Mark III belts on all of this. This is just sort of not temporary, but like placeholder until we upgrade it in a moment. But yeah, so if you're ever wondering about overclocking, overclocking consumes more power. Basically, it's not technically exponential, but just think of it as exponential. So what that basically means is if you have a machine that would normally take 10 power, you overclock it to 200%, you'd expect it to take 20 power, right? Double the amount. But it doesn't. It takes like 25. Like a little bit more. This is why when someone earlier was saying, why not just overclock all your smelters? It's like, well, we're just creating inefficiency. It's not that big of a deal, but it's like we're wasting power, and power is like a limited resource. So try to save it where we can, especially when you got 96 smelters. It'll add up if you're trying to condense that down to 40. You're suddenly now, it's only, so let's say 4 by... That'd be 160 power if there was 40 smelters. But if we're doubling the... If we're overclocking them all, instead of 160 power, it'd be something more like 500 or something. So it's like, oh, we're, you know, it should have gone up to 300 and 480 or I can't even do the math right now. I've lost it already. But you know what I mean. Instead of doubling it, it would have cost double and a half or something like that. So it just wouldn't have seemed worth it to me. But you could do it if you're really space constrained. You really just want to do that. That obviously is an option. Guess we'll just go here or something like this. I'm just trying to think. Let's go there. 1, 2. But we'll probably go into a lift to go up to this. Anyway, so if you're ever overclocking anything, miners is the best thing to do it for, or power itself. Just because, you know, there's a finite amount of nodes in the world, so if you can get the most out of the ground, it's worth overclocking them to do that. Well, when overclocking your smelters, you need less smelters, so a smaller factory footprint. What does that matter, though? Unless you're worried about hitting the object limit in the game, which is ginormous. So that's a factor, I suppose. But power is a more limiting factor, I would say, than space. Plenty of space in the game. Build. In my opinion. You know, each to their own, but I just think I can't... Once I've kind of figured this now, I just can't unlearn that, which is... It just seems wrong to ever put more power into a machine. With blueprints, I can build 64 smelters really quick once I've got the design, you know, sorted out. Not really a problem. I'm not really limited by how much it costs to make any machine, really. Maybe the ones at the very end of the game. They might be a bit tougher to make. Power is probably going to travel along the ceiling, actually, but for now, we'll just travel a little along here. So that can connect into there. And here, just connect in that way. That'll power that row in a moment. We just have to hook it up to the main grid. Meant to do is go into the MAM and check where we're at for power switches and stuff like that. Have a bit more of a controlled turn on of the factory. Thanks, Keltez. Marnus, you gotta watch out. Someone's gonna take your #1 duty. Alright, we're getting close. We're almost ready to turn this thing on. It's not gonna go anywhere, though. We should maybe hook up at least an awesome sync, just so we can see all the ingots rolling into something. By the way, I give out all my blueprints and my save file for free, if people want to play around with it, or use them. Go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. It even tells you how to use the blueprints, like how to put them in your game and things like that. So if you've never done that before, you're worried about like how do I do that or where do they go, it's all kind of in there for you. There's an instruction file. Same with the save file and the production maps for my old factories. I don't have them up yet for these ones. I don't think I'll do production maps for what I've done on the streams anyway, but the save file will be up and stuff. What am I building right now? My son wanted to eat. No problem. I'm building a... So this is where our starter factory was. The space elevator was there. You can see the platform is still up in the air. But what we've gone with now is... I noticed that around us is 6 pure iron nodes. Right? There's 4 here and 2 here. There's also the 1 pure copper node, which is just over there. So I'm building the factory with a 480 belt speed in mind, knowing that we're just on the cusp of getting 480. So it should be easy to scale up to that. So 480, and I need to just improve these belts in a second. So all I've got so far is smelting. That's it. So on the floor above this, we're going to build another floor above this. We'll start working out then what all the ingots are going to do and go into and be made into. So we should be getting an equal amount of ingots out of what we're getting, putting ore in. So 480 times 6, 2880. So that's how many iron ingots we're going to have. 2880 per minute. So we'll have to obviously divide that. Well, that'll be 6 belts. So then we have to decide, okay, we're going to make some rods, we're going to make reinforced iron plates, we're going to make screws. We have the cast screw recipe, so we got lucky with that. So we should be able to make a high volume of screws easily enough. And then ultimately rotors and motors. That's what we kind of need. And then hopefully a good rate where we're set then for a while. And then we'll need some sort of truck station or tractor station, whatever. We can actually take these things out of here. So just real quickly, I'm just going to grab my steel, and then we can upgrade these belts to be Mark III, and then we can turn it on. Actually, I'll keep that there. Where does this lead? Oh, yeah. What about overclocking power sources? It consumes fuel at higher rates, but a fuel source also gets overclocked. Won't that help building? Yeah, no, totally. And thank you, by the way. That's why I said only miners, any kind of deposit you should overclock, but also generators, anything that makes power. Because unlike regular buildings or anything else other than power generators, when you overclock something, it's like an exponential curve of power loss, right? So your power efficiency goes down when you overclock. However, when you're overclocking a power generator, that's not true. It is 1-to-1. So let's say you have a coal generator. It takes in 15 coal per minute. It puts out 75 megawatts of power per minute. If you overclock it to 200%, it puts out 150 megawatts, and it takes 30 coal. That is 1-to-1, not exponential. It just takes in double the amount of coal, double the amount of water, and it puts out double the amount of power. So you can save your footprint, like that person was mentioning, in that case, if you want to use power shards. Back in the day, power shards were limited. Now you can make them. So there was also that other argument for like, well, you should really save them all for the miners. You still should generally for the power consumption part of it, but at least now you could manufacture as many power shards as you want eventually. So you could, in theory, just like try to really reduce your footprint. If you can keep up the power demand, you don't mind the power loss. Hopefully that all makes sense. The smelter's not connected. Yeah, sorry, I got to do that. I know, I did know that, but thank you. Let's just upgrade these belts. Thanks for the reminder. Sorry for my... Oh, no worries. Your English is perfect from what I can see. Legio. Are the Update 8 blueprints compatible? Yes, they are. I've used them already. You prefer smelting and shipping ingots around the map, or build parts in the same place you smelt? This is something I was talking about. I was thinking that for a new series, I might just do what's called a mega factory, which is one factory where you get everything else and bring it into that one place. I've never done that before. Every other time I've played the game, I've always built small factories and managed like trains or trucks to deliver between them. And it's worked totally great, especially in the last one. I used trucks loads. People don't really like trucks. I love them. Just because I understand how they work. A lot of people just work, like if you look at them, they can be glitchy, but don't worry about that. Just leave the area and they work fine. Depending how you built them. And a lot of people seem to not be able to drive because many people told me that they have these deadlocks where two trucks hit each other. But if you just don't ever cross over another truck's path, i.e. build roads and stay in your lane, you'll never have a problem with it. I haven't forgotten the lifts, by the way. I'm just going to do them last. So anyway, there's no right answer. It's whatever you prefer. Either building all in one place or moving your resources to another one. When it came to a build I did in my last series, there was something called a copper factory, the copper mega build or something. Copper Caterium factory, that's it. And the copper Caterium factory was a factory where I hoovered up all of the copper that was in the grassy fields area with trucks. So I had trucks going out to all of these different little mining outposts I built. So it's just a miner and then a truck station next to it with a little roof on it. Trucks would go out there, pick up the ore, and then just drive them up to the factory. Now, you could just use a belt to do that. The distances are kind of long, but belts don't require power and they go forever, so why not? But anyway, that's just what I did. I made a big factory that took in, I think 12 trucks constantly were just rolling into the factory, delivering ore in 4 truck stations. So 8 outputs of 780 belt speed. We're just like piping copper ore into this factory. And then I had this whole balancing thing where it's like a whole thing. I won't even bother explaining it. But each group was something like 54 refineries, something like that. And they made a certain amount that could fit on the belts. Anyway, that's one way of doing it. It just depends which way you prefer. I think that's it. I just need to do the lifts and then just make sure the smaller belts are good to go too. And then the power shards we need to put into the miners. And maybe just hook up an awesome sink so these things go somewhere. Now you said some smelters are not hooked up. Thank you for that. Are we good? I think we're good. Trucks and slower belts are an alternate way to get around the lag and frame issues. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that, I guess. Well, those copper trucks were a slog to set up, but they ran beautifully after the fact. Yeah, I love going into that world and just seeing like trucks just like there's like lanes of trucks rolling along going into that factory. It's pretty cool. I'd probably, you know, if I was doing it over, maybe make the roads wider and maybe make it a bit clearer where the copper goes in so they're not bumping into each other as much. But they did work totally fine. It just visually looked a bit messy. Alright, copper shards, or sorry, power shards. And then we're good, I think. Power shards. Left that over in the mount, did I? Or the base. Did we look at the results, by the way? Oh, no, we never did. I said I'd get back to that, and I never did. What do we got? Oh, 6 inventory slots. I'm not even going to look at the solid steel. Forget it. Forget it. The inventory. Been desperate for that inventory for so long. We already passed it up once thanks to democracy. Never happening again. Take these with me, actually. Forget the solid steel. I don't even know what it does. We already have a steel factory, it's fine. No pole. It's over. Taking what I want, more importantly. I already have a steel factory. I'm not building another one anytime soon, so I'd rather the 6 inventory slots. We'll get another hard drive. It'll be fine. It turns iron ingots into steel, but you still needed coal, it said. It just does it at a better rate. Right? That's what it looked like anyway. There's some sort of coal next to it. It's too late now anyway. It's over. I would have never passed up the solid steel. When redoing something like your copper Caterium factory, one thing that can help immensely is to have your truck enter and exit on complete separate roads. Clears turning traffic up. I never had a problem with that though. I've never had a deadlock. I never had an issue. But I do agree, more space even just would have probably been better. I actually think more space between the drop-offs would have been nicer, but certainly there's no harm in giving it a lot more road clearance on the way in. I agree. Because that road was used to go somewhere else, so it's true that trucks may have been slowing down while they waited for trucks to turn in there. Is that it? That's the 4 all overclocked. Do we just hook it up now? Oh yeah, we'll just put it into an awesome sink so we can get rid of the ore. Ah, so we're only doing 270, so I should turn off the machines that aren't going to be running. 270 divided by 30 is 9 smelters. That's 4.5 smelters on each row. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. This one needs to be set to cut that 50%. So until we get that upgrade, belt upgrade, we won't be able to continue all the way through. Do all the top ones first, then do all the bottom ones. Alright, cool. We can leave those ones attached though. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Oh. Not 50%. It'll be the percentage at which production will be 90. 270 is what we put out. 30 is what we consume. There will be 9 machines consuming. So that's 4 machines on the top and 4 machines on the bottom plus a half each. Yeah, no. I think I've still got it right. Alright. So, awesome sync time. I kind of need 4 of these actually. Help. Does anyone have a problem with hard drive library? I've saved over 15 alternate recipes and now that I went to select one, it won't let me. Help. I haven't seen that problem, sorry. I haven't saved up that many recipes, so I've never tried that. My bad, or not my bad, but yeah, I can't help you unfortunately. Don't know if anyone else can help. I absolutely hate the YouTube chat character limit. I didn't even know there was one. Yeah. Turn on off again. Yeah, I do my steel factories from alloy iron ingots and solid steel and do a 30. Let me have a look at what solid steel actually is then. Just because I'm kind of curious now. Satisfactory GG Wiki. Solid steel. So normally it's iron ore plus coal, 45, 45, and you get 45 out. So for 45 iron and for 45 coal, you get 45 steel. Solid steel. So you have to already refine the iron ore into ingots. And then for 40 ingots in and 40 coal, you get 60. So your coal goes further. And I suppose your iron does too. But you have to also already refine it. Yeah, no, I'm fine with this choice. This is fine. I made the right choice. What was I doing? Need enough for 4 awesome sinks. Otherwise the machines will just back up anyway. So reinforced iron plates. Nice. Almost ready. Have to connect these to power and then they'll all fire on. And then we can kind of clean up the place a little bit, make it look a bit better. We're waiting for things to fill up. Quite the turn. Wow. He's doing like a full circle. Yeah, he did. He did a full circle around that. Is there a hard drive up there as well? No. More power, less resources. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I'm fine with that for now. That's okay. Right, so awesome thing. So it's going to be coming out there. We'll roll it in somewhere here. This is just temporary. It's just so we can run the factory for fun. Normally I would just build the entire thing before turning it on. Not today. Now we need a... Oops. Merger. Okay, so just the thing. I just finished phase 2 and have a real spaghetti mess. Any tips on mass organizing and general efficiency? That's what you're at the same point as me. We just finished Space Elevator phase 2 and now I deleted my original starter factory and I'm building a new one. My advice is to go back to the beginning of the stream and see what I was talking through about why I was doing that, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Tips of general efficiency, like we've just tried to plan out based on a belt speed that we haven't actually reached yet, but I know I'll get soon. So 480 per minute. Once we get 480 per minute, we can upgrade this factory to be a bit better. So we're building at scale now using blueprints and having our jetpack and things like that. So yeah, I don't know. General tips about efficiency and stuff. I guess just work with the... Well, you could also look at what you need and then work backwards. That was something someone mentioned today, which was... looking at, you need 2500 versatile frame, right? So it's like, okay, I'm going to make a versatile framework factory. I don't know why I never really thought of that. I might do that with the series in the mega build. Or not the mega build, the mega factory. Often I build factories like, oh, I'm going to make a computer factory, going to make a circuit board factory, etc., etc. But it would be interesting to go, I'm going to make a versatile framework factory and just do what you need to make that thing and work backwards and then have it trickle in to the milestone counter over time. I think that's the point of the game. Because it's always up there, right, for you to look at. So I assume that's what they intend you to do. Rather than everyone just builds all these big factories and then at the very end they just turn it on and it kind of hits their goal like really quickly. I think you're supposed to kind of let it trickle. Alright, so the awesome sinks are just temporary. They're not part of the factory, really. So we'll just send this power line down here and just reconnect it in. One of these. There. Alright, cool. I think we're ready to turn it on. Almost kind of want to wait for daytime, though. Then we'll troubleshoot and see if there's any issues. Does anyone think there's going to be issues? Place your bets now, and then you can look really smart. I'm not doing a mega factory in this save file at the moment, no. I just need to do something really quickly. I want to brighten up my camera. It's gone very dark. I could maybe just turn on a light. $99.99% guarantee for an issue. That's great. I don't know. I think they redid how the animals spawn, so it may be different. Yeah, anyone know about the monster respawn? Sometimes they keep respawning, sometimes not. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. They seem way more frequent, that's for sure. To me, anyway. Like, they spawn faster. I haven't had them spawn in factories, but they just seem to spawn faster out in the wild. Flashbanged. I was going to give you a flashbang, I won't do that. Alright, I think we're good to turn it all on and check it out. And then we can go around customizing and making things look a little bit nicer. So what we're doing, so mining and smelting, we basically hooked it all up. So that's it. So the overall goal, how we'll know it's efficient, is if everything runs at 100%. The miners stay at 100%, the smelters stay at 100%. It'll take a little while because it is a manifold system. But we should be good to just hook it up now. We overclocked everything. I think we're good, right? Just double check. So that has an overclocker in it. That one has one. That one and that one. Okay. All right. So power is coming in here, I think. So we can just connect this line. Ready? Winding up. Kind of anticlimactic. I was waiting to hear the you hear all the miners rolling up, but we're a bit too far away. There we go. First batch is rolling out now. Get my customizer ready. We're going to use that kind of color around the place. In fact, if I use dark gray and this one, we can update the belts. Alright, second row is here. Third and fourth row take a little longer to get over. We don't see any gaps, we know that at least our belts seem okay. Yeah, we're looking good. We'll start to see some green lights for the smelters. Just like that, we have iron. It's pretty simple. Alright, so ideally, if I've done this right, 4 times 30, 120. 4.5 times 30 is 135. 135 times 2 is 270. So the belt should, on its way out, be like that all the time when we're done. Pretty much. Shouldn't ever be a gap on the merge, after the merge, I mean. And that's just the smelting. We need to do all the other parts now, like deciding what goes where and how. But yeah, we're looking solid so far. We'll give it a minute for all the machines to get up to speed. What's been happening? Been on a bottomless brunch. Shout out to that. And just seeing you alive. What have I missed? Well, we deleted our entire starter factory. We're standing right where it used to be. And now we've built a sea of 64 smelters. Thanks for the subs, by the way. Appreciate it. And we're just testing it. So it's built to the specifications of a belt speed of 480 per minute. We can't afford to turn that on. We don't have 480 belts yet. So we're only powering the first 4.5 on each row. But when we do get that, we can turn on the rest. So that should be good. We have to wait for our manifold to do its thing. But that will be, so far, 270 times 4. 1,080 ingots per minute, so that's not bad. Right, let's just update the belts. Make them pretty. I'll just actually run along them. It's usually an easier way of doing it. I don't know what I can do outside of multiplication and division. How's that beam staying up there? Well, you know. Gravity on this planet's different, I guess. But yeah, obviously the cosmetics are not done yet. We'll get to it. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm painting. Why did the trees in Minecraft not fall down, you know? Some of life's little mysteries. Alright, I think we're good. And what I like to do is invert those colors and then paint the accents, different things. So like these, for instance. I forgot to do that one. Yeah, we'll just go start back at the beginning. But yeah, so I'll have to start working out the rates of, I guess, yeah, what the constructor's going to make and what we're going to need. Start doing that now and just go into the Blueprint Designer and start smashing out where the constructors are going to go. Alright, color this. This. Hey, they fixed the bug where it colors both sides now. Nice. So many bug fixes. And absolutely no new ones, right? So that's great. God, it's so good to have the jetpack back, even in limited capacity like this. Alright, we could color those, although it's a bit weird, I think. Any more Sam I could take? Alright, so this has 100, this has 40, 1, and 2. So we gotta wait for them all to get 100 and then see where we're at. Because yeah, these will just keep cutting in and out until they get the manifold all the way through. We're at 70%, so 70% of the manifold done yet. 7 tickets. Yeah, let's see what we can get, actually. We need to get some display signs and things. We can kind of mark what's going on in this place. And we can put some lights up here. What? 561, and then you said 5940. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Takaheim. I think I've watched and been inspired by all your Satisfactory content, but never caught you live. Nice to see your face. Thanks. Sorry it took so long to get to you. Damn auto cucumber. What? Typoed? But what are you typing the number for anyway? What's the number related to? 561, 594? Why are you taking out Sam from the depot? Because there's nowhere else to go, so if I take it out, then it can keep going. And that way, I can, like, handcraft much more quickly, right? Oh, you're just answering the math. I see. So up here we have 1,526 sand. We want to make the fluctuator things, right? These ones. But to do that, we need to handcraft them because it has to be made in a manufacturer, which you don't have yet. So we could just smash some of those out right now and see how many we can do. So what do we need again? So for fluctuators, we need steel pipe and wire. I actually have a lot of that right here. So steel pipe is there. And the wire is here. Okay. There we go. Now we're making fluctuators, and then we can, yeah, maybe we should go explore now that we've kind of played with this factory for a while. It might be nice to go do something else. I'll pick this up in a second. Grab that. Alright. Light the place. I can't light it yet. We need display signs. Or lights. I don't think I've got either. We'll have a look. I've got 7 tickets. I think I've got 5 in the MAM. Or the awesome... the hub. So... yeah, 12 tickets. We'll see what we can buy. Might be able to buy a couple. I do have quartz building up, so we should be able to make display signs. Throw them in there. Would have been nice to do it for the blueprint. That's not the worst thing. So what's this used for? This is used for the dimensional depot. We can make a few more depots, or we can also use it to advance and make our depot stronger. But we need more Mercer spheres, so we can go out looking for some as well. We'll do a vote and see what you guys want to do. The awesome hub, ma'am. Yeah, sure. It should just all be built in one. Why not? And let you build other ones as well if you want. I think we needed 47 times 2. Times 2. So 94. Let's try to make 94 of these things. Got 91. Pretty close. Okay. Ran here like a giddy schoolgirl, not knowing where I was going. Or like a dog, chasing his own tail. Wouldn't know what to do with it if he got it. Oh yeah, power switches. 50 AI limiters. We've got Caterium. Anyway, alien technology. So here we are. Increase our upload rate. No, sorry, download rate. Oh, it is technically upload, yeah, from the machine though, not self-uploading. 7 Mercer spheres. Ugh. 3 though. I think we've got 3. We could do this one. Upload, upgrade. So our speed is doubled. Or, not doubled, 50% increase, okay? Not in here. There we go, we've got 3. Perfect. We just need to find 7 more for the next thing.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, ease the flow, make a curve out of a line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
Interesting. Atros says, when you go out exploring, be on the lookout for computers and get the personal computer uploader thing ASAP in the MAM when you get them. Maybe worth... yeah, so why do you think that's so important? I actually looked at it and thought like, I understand. Like, I did think not a bad idea. It's like, oh, you're collecting slugs, you just throw it in there. Oh, I suppose it's not just one item. Sorry, I was thinking in my head it would only be one item. But you must be able to do a few. It just takes time. Okay, I could see the value then, yeah. Yeah, we could have a look for that then. Alright, I'm doing that thing again where I'm like, why would that be useful? Just trust you guys. So 3 and then 17. I already have some computers. We're pretty close to that amount, I think. Don't we have like 12 or something? Well, so I only need to find 4. Get lucky with the dog. Yeah, we'll go out exploring. Just need to go to the bathroom in a second. Stand over my work and then go. Oh yeah, sorry, 7 tickets. Let's have a look at the awesome shop really quickly. Can I build one? Yep. Get some screws. You know what? I'm gonna need all of that stuff if we're going out as well. Oh my god. There we go. That you keeps exploring forever. Yeah, I don't know why. I just kept thinking in my head. I don't know why I put these weird limitations in my head. I'm like, well, you can only upload 1 item at a time and it would take you really long. But I'm sure it wouldn't take that long. And you can't upgrade the speed, so it's probably quick enough. Right, so drop that stuff off. We're kind of done with that now. That can go there. Boom. I'm just being dumb. That's all. $317.29. We have all that. We just need to get the Mercer Spheres. I don't need to put it in to-do list 3. Is an easy enough number to remember. Could have had a few minutes. How many do we need again? I need screws. Right, so it would be good to put some tunes on, actually. Did they add any new songs since the game came out, like new tapes to find? This is what we were thinking of getting, right? The display sign bundle and the label sign bundle. I'm not going to get the real lights. We'll just get these ones for now. 27th. That one's only 1. It's pretty cheap.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
I want to try one of these finishes. I've never used them before. The unpainted finish has me curious. Like, what would the smelters look like if they're unpainted? Do they look any cooler or just kind of the same? The chrome paint finish? Let's try chrome, shall we? Note that signs don't emit light anymore? Oh my god. Are you sure about that? Does anyone else know about that? That seems crazy. Well, not crazy, but that would suck. Alright, we're gonna try chrome. Chrome finish. Oh. That's pretty cool. For some reason I was thinking I could color it though as well, no? Can we color it with a chrome finish? No. I thought you could have like a shiny kind of chrome. That's alright. Chrome, these things could be kind of cool. Interesting. I don't know if I'll ever use this really. I kind of thought I could color it. Ooh, I do kind of like that though. Just making things more metal. That's actually pretty cool. I guess unfinished metal would do that too. They do emit light? Question mark? Yeah, are you sure you don't have global illumination turned off or something? Let's see, can I even build one? I think I have to go get my quartz. Alright, we have to go out for a little run, and then we'll see what's going on. Let's just... Oh. That's not good if it's slowing down. It shouldn't slow down. Could be something wrong with my math. That person could be right who said 4.5 isn't correct. Well, I don't know how that's true. Why would that be happening? 270. How are you getting backed up? Follow this one, bottom right. Ah, there's the culprit. Mark 1 belt. Alright, yep, we'll just float up to the top, just have a little look over this place, and then... Oh yeah, let's just see what a smelter does look like. Kinda looks like it's almost white when it's got no reflection on it. Maybe a waste of 5 tickets on that one, but I wanted to see it. It's kinda cool. Kinda cool. Situational, I guess. I think I'll use it for some things, but not everything. Put these back the way they were. They're actually on matte right now. I guess I'll just keep the consistency. Alright, so yeah, we're just going to be waiting for them to fill. I'll just hop up here. Got problems again. Hang on. I'll never be allowed to go bathroom. Oh, they're full. That's great. It should never really stop though, because they're consuming that amount. Oh. Got him. I just confirmed the game, they do still emit light signs. I'm not sure if it's the same, however. Oh, right, yeah, it could be changed. Alright. We'll be back in just 1 minute. Just going to the bathroom. Thank you for waiting. Cats are fighting a daddy long legs right now. It's chaos out there. 6 nodes of iron at 480, indeed. Right now we're actually tapping 4 of them. There's 2 more to go grab, which we could do in a second. Actually, we could just start doing that now. But we're waiting for these machines. I want them to be filled up. They should never be flashing yellow. Otherwise, I've done something wrong. But we seem to have solved the little issues where the belts were hitching just momentarily. So it could just be a matter of time. Wait for the rows to fill up. So we know that that row is full because it was getting more than it needed. That one's full as well. We also need better ways of getting up and down these places. Have to do that. Also, this needs to be improved. And that's like our walkway. That's why it's colored blue. We'll use that in future. Sorry, I should read the chat and catch what I missed. Room in the dark factory with colored lighting around would probably look cooler. Yeah, yeah. Alright, it's almost done. We don't have to just stand here waiting. We can go get that quartz and stuff. See if we can get the uploader. Well, that'll be just look, isn't it? And we have to just find computers. Unless, can I make computers? I don't think I have the recipe for it. Because I did find circuit boards. No. Make a few of these to get them out of my inventory. You'll hide behind them? Kind of. I really don't like spiders. Yeah, I'm quite afraid of them. But our cats will just basically eat them. But what I'll have to do is pick a cat up and just like lift her up. And she'll just like paw it and put it in her mouth. Like in mid-air. It's brilliant. Kind of like a Hoover in that way, you know? Oh, we actually crafted from the cloud. I was wondering why the number was going up. Right, so let's just leave all that behind. That's good for now. We have enough. Need 3 Mercer Spheres. That's what we're heading out to find. Let's just put some of our inventory back where it should be. No. Right, steel goes in there. Steel pipes goes below. Wire goes here. Alright, so just so I have enough to make at least a crafting bench while I'm out there. Need a little bit of Plates. And a MAM maybe, just in case you find a hard drive. We need some wire. Okay. Be good to bring... Do we have cable? Yep. Do we have enough to make a pole? Yep. So then we can just glide where we need to go. I'm back. What did I miss the last 3-ish hours? We've built 64 smelters, and we've just powered them on. Just now. We also unlocked the chrome material. So what I need to do now is just go grab some quartz. We're going to see if we can make some signs. But I'd rather than focus on any cosmetics, I'd still rather just focus on getting the next batch up and running over on that side. So there's another 32 that we need to build over there. But we're trying to build to the landscape, so I'm going to compress it in a bit. We'll have to build taller than these ones, and we'll logistically send it out that way as well. Then we need a floor that's going to go up above this one that's going to handle all these ingots, and then we have to decide what they're going to be made into. Still going to stream for a while. What time is it? 20 past 8. Yeah, more time. Why not? Why not? At the moment, all of our ingots are just rolling into awesome sinks to keep the factory running. We also want to go exploring so we can go find... Mercer spheres, we need to find 3, but if we could find a computer, that'd be great. Well, I really need to list where my different things are. Actually, I haven't been doing a very good job at that lately. So this is obviously the new iron factory. Give it a new name later, but we'll just call it a factory. Subcategory. I like that they've added that subcategory thing. Color can be the kind of bluish color we went with. Only at medium distance and a large icon, because it's the big thing. Alright, cool. That's that. I don't need to see those. Right. Deposits. Yeah, it's so funny, I just can't remember where the quartz was. Oh, it's to the northwest. Yeah, yeah. Got it. Quickly, what's down? Do we have our detonator with us? We do. Dog just gave me some... obelisks. Just started 2 days ago, love it so damn much, but when I see some of the cities that are built, I feel like a complete retard. You'll get there. It just takes time. But also, there's always going to be someone better than you building out there. That's just the way it is, you know? Good hit, thank you. I'm a gamer. Right, we're gonna go hard drive hunting, or go looking for one. Ooh, and anything we can really find. Unfortunately, I don't have the thing yet where... That wasn't connected to anything. Oh, I must have cut off the quartz. Then how the hell has that been happening? Oh, I know. We haven't been producing quartz, but the container's still been filling up the upload container. Because our big container is actually probably full, and it's slowly being uploaded. We did actually cut off quartz. Alright. That person was right then. So sorry. Everyone's always... Chat is always wrong. This is where we had our quartz. Yeah, it's still been just... pulling from that. This one's totally full too, right? Oh no, it's stopped, yeah, because it never quite got there. Well, we've got enough now to build signs, right? Signs is what we unlocked. Organization. So, plates and quartz crystal. And reinforced plates and quartz crystal. Easily enough. There we go. Colored appropriately. So we'll power this on the way back. I'm just going to leave a marker here just so I always remember it. This is our little quartz extraction. Right, so I always have like little extraction markers for wherever the miners are. Normally then trucks drive things in. Obviously we're making little bits here, but that's fine. It's still basically quartz extraction. Needs power as well. So big factories like that, little extraction, always number them then so that we can keep up and name our different routes appropriately. Mercer spheres, that's what we're looking for. I've got an object scanner with me. I'm a betting man, I'm saying there's something behind this. Oh, oh, you know what I didn't bring? Rebar. But we can make some. There we go. Well, Darren, thank you for streaming. I gotta go. See you later, Major. Fredneck Teddy, I'm really perplexed on the far-reaching nodes. Not because they're far away, just the long distance of getting everything back to base, unless you're doing a bunch of little factories all over. That's what people do. They build smaller factories on site and then connect them with trains, or trucks, or drones. Some people, crazy people, even keep separate power networks and power different parts of the map as independent factories, which I think is really weird. But some people do that. Building a factory that takes everything in still means that you have to go out there and get those things and ship them in via a some sort of transport method, or just a really, really long belt if you don't want to bother. That can also work. Wow, that's pretty far in there. I think I'm hitting it. One of the big ones. I got it. Alright, cool. Got him. Got them both. That's interesting, blocking it with a deposit like that. That's actually a pretty cool idea. You have to like crack your way through. Hoping there'd be a Mercer sphere in here though. How does Star Citizen compare to Eve? I wouldn't know, I don't play either, but Eve Online seems to be much more economy driven. Star Citizen seems to be more like DayZ but in space. Me. What I mean by that, it's just like an open world survival game where it's like a persistent world. I've seen no zombies or anything, but it's like persistent world. You're kind of going. It's like a modded DayZ server where there's traders and stuff, and you get ships or vehicles. That's what I interpret it as. It looks cool, but I'll just wait until it's out. We did have a Mercer sphere pop up there for a second. It's somewhere up there, but we'll have to leave it. Alright, picked up a SIG. Right, we need to find 3 of these, ultimately. And we'll come back and check on our factory. Got a little boost now with the jetpack, even just a little bit. Does seem like it's probably all the way up there. I could actually just zipline up there, I suppose. Bit easier to do that. It's just not an easy angle, but let's try. Nope. With the big power pole. Ah, didn't bring steel with me. Oh well. I have to play Satisfactory again. Thanks, Darren. No worries. You should, if you haven't played it since 1.0. It's really cool. Pooping while standing. That's all of us, mate. What? What? Oh, you're replying to someone called pooping while standing. Like, am I doing it wrong this whole time? I had no idea they had drones in the game. Yeah, drones are like little planes that fly around. It's not till tier 7, I think. They used to be they only took batteries. Now you can give them other types of fuel, so that's kind of nice. Be easier to make. Do I have any kind of health? Ah, I ran past nuts and stuff. Or maybe. No spiders so far. Oh, spoke too soon. Shit, don't like these fucking things. I'm just getting crazy. They seem to bounce if you hit them now. Because I hit that one, he kind of like bounced up and went away. That's why I wasn't sure if he was dead or not. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Ah, come on. Fuck it. Never scared. Got the mama. And all their little babies. It was worth it in the end. There's a sphere in here after all. Can you make meals from the spider carcasses for health? I don't think I can actually.
Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, Eureka, but that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself
to
alien artifacts.
Yeah, she does want me to experiment on myself. Because I was saying, like, oh, is she, like, compromised? Like, the alien voices are just our Ada and telling me to go get more. But people were like, no, she probably wants you to get more for Fix-It so they can learn more about it. It's like, oh, yeah. Seems to be. Alright, we got bacon, so we'll be alright. Close one. That was fun, though. Hey, just a quick question. Some people asked if I was sponsored, or I should get sponsored by Coffee Stain. I was like, oh, I didn't think they'd ever do that kind of thing, because what's the point? I am playing the game already. But did they sponsor Total X Clips and Bits? Does anyone know? Just curious. I saw that Snut was on one of their videos or something, which that's not a sponsorship. I'm wondering if they actually did like a sponsored by Coffee Stain type thing. Not going back that way. Where else could we go that's different? Can't go over this ravine just yet. I don't have the parachute with me anymore. Don't do this. Okay. Oh, they got 4 days early access. Oh. Yeah, because I was saying like, oh, I don't think they give out the game early. I never reached out or asked though, so it's okay. Many hype streamers played Satisfactory as well on release day, so they must have played a lot. They must have paid a lot of people. Oh no, I don't believe that. I mean, each to their own, maybe, but I don't think Coffee Stain would pay people to play the game without them disclosing it anyway. I think a lot of people think that happens and it doesn't. But, you know, I don't know everything. I could be wrong. I worked at a game studio. I worked in PR. I worked in marketing. I worked with influencers. And I am one now. Or whatever. Creator, you know. And that's never happened to me. I've been offered, like, loads of stuff. I get offers every day. For mobile games and other stuff. I've never had anyone say, like, could you cover this game and don't say that you're... Almost everyone that says that you're... Pretty much everyone. If you're given something earlier or being paid, they say you have to say it. The only instance I've ever seen where that didn't happen, it was some mobile game Chinese company thing. They said, could you give us a review and we'll pay you for it? I'm like, well, that's not really how that works. But they were like, no, that's what exactly we want to do that. Ow. I just came straight through the rock. Sorry, I got distracted there anyway. On Twitch, it's not allowed to not... Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not impossible. I know that on Instagram, that's happening all over the place. So I'm not, like, completely in disbelief. Like, it could be happening. I don't personally believe that Coffee Stain would do that, because in the gaming realm, if that got out, all it would take is one of those creators to leak that email or whatever. If that got out, you'd really ruin your reputation, or at least a lot of people would... People would be writing articles about that kind of thing. That would make the rounds, you know? So I just don't think they do it. But when it comes to like the beauty industry on Instagram, like they're getting products left, right, and center, and they're not disclosing it. Nobody cares, you know. Everyone knows, like an open secret kind of thing. So it's not like I'm saying I'm so innocent to think that no, it's not happening at all ever anywhere. But I just don't think with this game and this company, and don't think so. I think a lot of people who were playing the game was probably just trying to lean into the hype. I mean, it's a game that has overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam before it got its 1.0. And, you know, they were doing a marketing push beforehand. They put it up on Keymailer, which is a website where you can get the game for free. If you have a certain amount of subscribers and stuff, you could just sign up and you get it. So that's probably more likely, I would think. But, you know, could be wrong, but I hope I'm not. That'd be disappointing otherwise. Alright, we got another summer sloop, which I think we can use in the man for something. Can't quite remember what else we need with it. Like over there, maybe. Oh my god. Hello. Don't fire a rock at me, please. Damn, wish I had my... What? Oh wow, he's okay. He's actually gone right where I'm going. Oh, he's gonna die in the gas though. They don't take well to the gas. Yeah, on YouTube it's illegal if you don't, or not legal. YouTube says it's against their policy to not disclose sponsorships as well. Is it just right there? Oh, I was right on it. I didn't even see it. really think one of the first DLCs they should do, if they ever do one, is like water building. Building underwater, needing oxygen, pumping liquids and stuff properly. That'd be kind of cool. Do I have no more? Oh, I do. Can I eat while I'm in the water? Actually, I can't. Alright, I reckon I can just run and get it and then get out, right? Even if you get the game for free, you have to say it. No, if you get the game for free, you don't. I've no doubt loads of people got the game for free. That's every game ever, really. Jesus, I thought a spider jumped out of her for a second. That would have been really scary. Forgot to mark that other one. So what's that, 2, right? We need one more. Then I don't know where to draw the line. Well, it depends how much you value... Think about it this way. A content creator getting a game for free, in my opinion, I am one, but in my opinion, doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why. Because if they're full-time, the game is free to them anyway, because they'll just write it off on their taxes. So either way, they're not really paying for the game. So it doesn't matter if they get sent it or not. At least to me, that's how I judge it. Some people, some creators even still will say like, well, no, I'm just not going to buy it, or, oh, sorry, not going to take things from a company. I just want to do it on my own. That's great. Big respect to that. I basically do that, but yeah, not to that extreme. If people send me stuff, I'm like, cool. I just never reach out and ask. And for depending on the game, I'd rather just cover it myself. Like City Skylines, like I just wanted to cover it myself. But you know, I paid for it myself and everything. But it just comes out of my taxes. It doesn't. Either that money went to the government or it went to the game. Either way, it wasn't mine. So that's what I was saying earlier about. I just don't really draw. You know, getting a game for free is nothing. You can get a game for free if you've got 50 viewers on Twitch. It's really not that hard, generally speaking. And it doesn't. The company doesn't care. A lot of the time, it's not that precious to them. They don't build this big relationship. Now, where it becomes a bit different is like you start getting invited to events and getting early access really early. That's a bit different to me. Getting the game for free is on day one. That's nothing to me anyway. That's no line for me. But everyone can have a different line. But getting it early, then there's like this like incentive thing. You want to get that again. You want to be a bit more favorable. It definitely clouds your doesn't cloud your judgment, but it's in the back of your mind. It has to be. And as a reviewer. That's a really difficult thing to separate out, so I'd always disclose it. Best you can do, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't. No, well, I burned all my bridges, so it didn't really affect me, but it definitely does. Like, especially if a person is a channel that's dedicated to one game, like their livelihood then is built on that one game, of course they're going to be, like, holding back or a bit more favorable. We're trying to lean into the positives of things. You know, I had this big, long discussion with Legend of Total War. He's a fairly critical guy on Total War, but when the game Warhammer 3 just first came out, and he's admitted this on my streams, as you know, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying it, but he gave it a more favorable score. I think he gave it an 8 out of 10. And then when the backlash of the community happened for that game, then he was like, oh yeah, it's not good at all. And I asked him on my stream, because we're good friends, you know, kind of why was that? And he's like, well, you know, if the game does well, I do well. But yeah, anyway. Because there's no ethics, no what's the word, legislated ethics when it comes to YouTube content. You can kind of just do whatever you want. Anyways. How did you do the hotkey to mark the map? Left alt, right click. I was really impressed when he completely spoke out against CA with their later decisions. Yeah, that's great. He is really critical. That's why it was weird in that one instance where he didn't. Or where he was a bit softer. And maybe he thought like, well, I might have some problems and maybe other people don't. A little bit. But yeah. I think, you know. I think the other thing with that game was a lot of people are expecting Mortal Empires to arrive within like a month or two. Because it did for the second game. But it took like 6 or 7 months. So then people were really left stewing on this campaign they didn't like. And it became a much bigger negative than I think anyone would have anticipated. But anyway. I didn't know you could search for summer sloops, actually. I should have been doing that too. Mercersphere, this way. Probably up there, I would imagine. Oh, that's right here. was too easy. Alright, cool. Got that one. What the hell is this? Oh! It's like the casing for the Mercisphere. One little bee. I wonder will it break? We'll look behind us. No.
Our instruments echo in the deep.
Oh, it did go away.
Unplug the shallow threads.
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
You sing.
Noted.
Oh, I thought she was gonna sing. Damn, still no computer either. Oh, I'm hitting the bounding box of the thing. Oh, nice. Love it when it doesn't require anything. I feel like the ones with computers and things will be up on the mountains because they require more stuff. But you could just maybe pick up, like in the red forest and stuff, pink forest. Anyway, sorry. You can crouch and walk right up to... Yeah, I've heard that actually. I think you can ruin your reputation real fast that way. Yeah, it depends on the... I don't know anyone whose reputation has been ruined that way, so that's why I'm kind of thinking, like, I don't know if it really does actually matter. But... this might be a bit of a weird or bad take. As someone who was a reviewer for 4 or 5 years, kind of feel like there's not that much at stake, really, but reviewers act like it's like this crazy big, like, thing. It's like, okay, at worst, someone's out $60. Most cases on PC, you can refund it. You can look up footage and see everything in the game before. You can pretty much make up your own mind. Reviews have become, like, good for almost like game design critique and analysis and stuff, but I don't think the purchasing power of... I don't think people's purchasing power really relies on reviews that much anymore. I could be wrong about that. I think people just kind of look up the game and they kind of know if they like it. I could be wrong. I mean, I like watching reviewers still, but it's not to buy the game. I just like to see what they think about it. Don't want that. Alright, let's just head back. We got the 3 we came for. It would be nice to find a hard drive site or something. Oh, there's another one right over there. Scan for sloops. I could do that, yeah, I'll do that in a sec. Well, let's just have a look really quickly. They seem to be much more rare. Hard drives. Loops. Alright, let's just head back. We'll go this way though, just like kind of over this area we haven't been through and just kind of scan as we go. What a shot. Thank you. Yeah, like, I actually am a really big FPS gamer. I'm not very good on PC. I used to be, like, good on console and stuff, and I play without aim assist, thank you. A lot of people think you use aim assist, but I grew up on console, so you actually get pretty good with the controller. And eventually, if you're actually good, I contest that aim assist hinders you. That's why I turned it off, because it pulls you when you don't want it to and stuff, you know? It's, like, awkward, so I typically would get rid of it. But then, moving to PC... It's taken me a while, but I'm decent on PC now shooting. But I'm not as good as I feel like I used to be. Just in terms of my own aim, I'm like, oh, it takes me like that millisecond longer to hit the thing I need to, you know? To line up with the thing. And you just do it, even just doing it on trials. I used to play CSGO and you'll like look at a spot and it's like, okay, I'm going to do a 360 and see if I can land back on the spot. And you'd like just be a little off and just like correct it. Like, ah, it didn't used to be that way. Shit. I'm holding a thing that gives me health. Oh, we've got a summer sloop. That way. Maybe work our way up to that. Actually, we picked up steel, thinking about it, so I could make the power tower now. Oh, there's a sweet spot there somewhere. Come on. I saw you. Oh. Well, I'll just get rid of that one for a sec. And then... Oh, I can't aim at that one now. Okay, well, we can put down the platform. There we go. Anyway, I've been riding the hypertube from my base up to the oil refineries. I think I'm going to make hypertubes to go all over. Yeah, people do that. People love hypertubes. I'm not a big fan because they throw you into third person, but they're okay. They're alright. I like them actually within a factory, just to bring you along like a corridor really quickly. Whoa, what the hell? Holding left click just brings this up when you have a summer sloop. Oh yeah, I'm not using a zipline. Or not a summer sloop, object scanner in. Didn't know that. Normally it's like alt left click or something, or holding E or holding R. I hear spiders. Right. I don't know if this will really reach up to anything. I'll jump up on top and maybe. I admire the speed at which you place belts and things in the game. It takes me forever to line things up. And they're still skewed. Yeah, well, it's, again, I've got a lot of hours in the game. I would say that I'm actually probably one of the worst players with this many hours. Like, for instance, I can't even, like, line this up. There we go. Let's go. Yes. But yeah, you just get it. You get used to it over time. And that's why that new straight belt thing is so cool. Because it makes it so much easier than before. Ah, this place looks really nice up here. The biggest one ever. Summer Sloop. Or, Mercer Sphere. There's still one over there somewhere. Could, ride this a bit further, just to be safe. I don't know what's in this jungle. Oh, it is back in that direction. What the hell was that noise? I heard something really weird a second ago. Oh, okay, it must be underneath me. I'm not going to be able to get it then. It wasn't just the geyser, it was like a weird synth noise or something. What is that? Is it coal? Looks like it might be. Oh. Again with the gas plants. Alright, got an idea. Yeah, there's a spider around here somewhere.
Live, now, consume.
Bro, didn't take any damage. Alright, bonk. Let's just run. Yeah, I'm hearing shit. There's a hard drive around here somewhere, I remember. Just there. Yeah. Let's check it out. Oh, and a SAM node. Alright, we're looking for computers. Computers. 120 megawatts. You know what? I never put that one in the MAM actually. I'll probably do this real quick. He's probably gonna throw something at me though, but let's see if I can do it quickly. Alright, so biomass. 4 of them, right? 1, 2, 3. And 4. Ignore the weird noises. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all hooked up. What next? So I suppose just shoot him. He's just bothering me, right? Okay, get rid of him. Sorry. Darn, you scared me. I was in a cave when you talked to the object scanner. Thought it was a spider I could see. I'm sorry, yeah. Especially pipes from the ceiling down to the floor below into another pipe. I gave up eventually. Yeah, that can be really awkward. I'm at 1900 hours and still stuck. I still suck. A base up here would be cool. Yeah, it's a nice area. The big open craters are really cool. For water and stuff. On computers we got rotors, case industrial beam, reinforced plates, steel pipe. Alright. Inventory's just getting so full. Glad I took the extra space thing. Interesting how we're hearing those noises out here, though. I wonder, is it just because that SAM node is in the middle of the lake? Alright, let's open this. We'll put the other hard drive in because I forgot to do that. It's just sitting there. Alright, cool. Hard drive. Bonk. In you go. 10 minutes. And another 10 minutes after that. Get rid of all this. Still no computer. Cool. I mean, it's creepy, but it's cool, the noise. Alright, so I'll mark that so we know that we've been here. Let's keep going anyway. Yeah, nice big flat area. Do a lot here. I remember traversing it. That's how I knew that hard drive was nearby. It's definitely louder here. Impure node. Didn't really work the way I wanted it to. 9/11 is my birthday. 9/16 is mine. Oh my god. So weird to see you. So weird to see those with conveyor intakes now. Oh, it's great though, isn't it? You can never go back. Alright, we're just running back to base. We've done all the things on our to-do list. We set up all that smelting. We still have to set up another couple layers of smelters. Should be quick enough. And then just hook those up to logic, which will take a little longer. And then we'll build a floor above that. Maybe that might have to be it for today, but might be back tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. I have to do other work, I guess. Because, yeah, it would have been nice to... That's just getting louder, frankly. There's another one there. They don't do that much damage, so I don't mind them hitting me. It's fine, whatever. It's a good run for Mercer Spheres. For Mercer Spheres, we've got quite a few.
Your mimic tapestry grows in the shallows and the clouds, but not through the windows. What is your root?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on Windows. But perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, "My point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific individuals of the human race."
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep. The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical. Interesting.
So close. Circuit boards, I think. We could hop down there and get that one. I don't know what it takes to get it. Story's getting interesting, though. Alright, there's a couple things to grab here. Hope people don't mind me just running around getting these things. I'm having fun doing it. A little different than just sitting building 64 smelters or whatever. It is Linux confirmed, yeah. I recall hearing slugs respawn now. Is that true? I don't think so. People did tell me that when the update happened, the things refreshed in the world, and this is something that's happened with previous updates, so maybe when they're updating the game, sometimes things respawn in. I don't think they intend for that, but I think that's the case. Oh, couldn't see it, but there are hatchers over there. You can take the shot. I think I'm too high. Oh, I got it. They take 2, right, I think? Those guys take 3, I think. You know, people are like, oh, you can sneak up on them. The real pro move is to hit them with a rebar gun with 2 perfect shots from a distance before it can open up. That's the true skill. What do you reckon? Can you hit one of these guys? I got one. Oh, come on. Oh, that was terrible. Alright. How many is that now? We've gone and collected 8. Pretty good. We're only gonna get like 2 or 3. You need the auto aim for those bugs. Yeah. Oh, see, you have to be the perfect distance because the travel time is a thing. Still let them spawn. Whew. Alright, let's see what we got. Rubber. Hey, our dog gave us rubber. That's no problem. Stators, circuit boards. Damn you. So close to computers. You could almost taste it. We want, in case people are wondering, we wanted computers just because we only need 4. And we can get the uploader thing, so we could just upload. Like if I'm out here, I could be like, alright, I'll just throw this into the cloud and get it later. But, oh well. Alright, really I'm just going to go back now. It's enough exploring. I'll just leave the rest of the steel there. It doesn't matter. It's whatever. I can just about see the little question mark that I left over there. Alright, we're nearly home. Oh my god. Didn't know there's a big spider living so close to me. Angry. Thought maybe I'd see him jump down here. Alright, just up and to the right. It would be cool to get a shotgun, actually. Radio works great as a weapon. Yeah, people ask, do the radio towers show Mercer spheres? I don't know, but I would guess yes, because they showed everything before, right? They showed hard drives and things like that. Ooh. Babe. Hmm? Yeah, sure, if you don't mind it. Just leave a little cave symbol. Unexplored cave. Alright, we're back home. We made it. We did not find the computers. That's what we went to look for. But we found a lot of Mercer spheres. And we can still do stuff with them. We can improve our speed. Or just build more depots, actually. Probably would rather do that, thinking about it. We'll just keep them for a while. Let's check our factory now. See, is it running perfect? We're looking for the 100% number on these things. 100. 100. Hundo. If those ones are 100, then we're good. Let's check this one. This one. The 2 on the end of the manifold are good, then we're good. And then we'll check the miners to make sure they're not getting backed up. Alright, 100 across the board. You love to see it. You love to see it. It's been split evenly, so there's no reason the ones on top wouldn't be that way then too. Nice. Good. This is what we expect. Excellent. I'm not even going to check those last ones. Right. Look at that. Beautiful. Just flowing perfectly. No gaps. These got backed up ages ago before we fixed that problem, but we can just delete that now just to make sure they're smooth. 100 indeed. Yeah, I love it. Oh, and we have our chrome miner. Yeah, cool. MAM is done. We can check out what that is now in a second. Nice. Alright. Everything's working perfect. No problems. Let's check our MAM. See what recipe we got. Put the next one in right now. Right, so fine concrete or an automated miner. I would say reroll, but let's see what you guys say. Let's do a poll. If you want to troll me, you could go with the automated miner, I guess. Alright, poll is in the chat. So I've given you a 4th option this time, which is just hold on to it. Because there could be both bad recipes, and if we roll other ones with the other hard drives, we should maybe get better ones. That's a maybe option. Look at that in a moment. Alright, let me throw some of this stuff back in here then. So that's our... Oh yeah, I need to reconnect the quartz. That's fine. Can't be bothered. Cloud thing is still full anyway. Alright, let's just dump some of these things away. Stators. Martin, appreciate that. Loving the live streams. Thank you for the great content. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. An obligatory message to appease the YouTube engagement algorithm. Appreciate that, Jerry. The miners being automated isn't bad, actually. Because they stack now. You can keep them in the depot. Would you ever go... Who would ever go for miner? Yeah, so it's just the ability to make them and stack them. But I guess you can make them and then send them along into a sink. Ah, so that's why you can hold it. Not to get that recipe on other hard drives. Yeah, so if you held onto it like this, these two won't appear in the other ones now. I think that's how it works anyway. That's why you can just hold on to them until you find the thing you want. You're lowering and lowering the amount of chance that you're going to get the one you're looking for, you know? But you guys said reroll, 71%. Let's do it. Free scan. Alright, fused wire. So, we've had this roll before. Or, alternate iron alloy ingots. This is interesting, because we just built this place, and it is next to a pure copper node, so you could mix iron and copper to get that. Or we could just stick with this. You get way more wire out if you mix a little bit of Caterium in with it. Which I actually do that in my copper Caterium factory. I felt like it was really good. We'll just run another little quick poll. Right, polls in the chat. Automated miner theoretically allows you to, well, automate them with machines so you can dimensional depot them from miners. That's a good point, actually. You could now dimensional depot them into your inventory. That's actually a pretty good point. Happy birthday. Hey, thanks, man. Martin, appreciate that again. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. I want to admit that it's my birthday. 32. It's too much. Can't handle that. Well, it is what it is. Duchess says hold. Hold those. Just hold on to it. You want me to hold? People are saying hold. I didn't give you that option this time. Okay, we could just hold it. I'll hold it. They're good to have, and I suppose it's for later anyway, right? I'm not using either now, so yeah. Alright, the other thing... Oh, I meant to go... Oh, while it's scanning, we can do other things? Oh, no, we can't. But at least I can look in here. I was just going to see what summer sloop thing... We have this. We can actually do that. Next one then is a summer sloop, 150 computers for the power augmenter. This one I could actually do. Production amplifier. What's that? You put a summer sloop in, you get more out or something, isn't it? Into any machine. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's like down here or something on a regular machine, I think. Maybe here? Excuse me. Don't stress, I'm 52 on October. I know, yeah. It's all perspective, isn't it? Rosie tells me that all the time. He's like, well, in 10 years, you'll wish you were this age, you know, so. I'm 42, so I got plenty of years on you. You can double your power shard crafting. Double production with a huge energy cost. It can double your power shard crafting. Hey, Ryan. How's it going, man? Automated miners are only helpful for drones. Is there any other use? Yeah, I don't know. But that I like that use that the person said, which was using a dimensional depot. You can now just have it feed into your inventory. So you don't have to make them. I mean, it's obviously super easy to make. But I suppose it's like another slight use for it, just in case you're out there running around. You're like, yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to get this. And just there in your inventory, kind of. And they stack, so it doesn't take up any space. Alright, 4 minutes to go on that. So the next thing then, let's just get our blueprints ready. This one, right? Yep. And we need 2. 4. And we almost have everything we need. We've got another hard drive. Got 1 cooking at the moment. We have 8 Mercer spheres. So let me just pop this stuff in here for now. We did find a bunch of extra things as well. Electronics are up here, right? Yeah. So that can go circuit boards. So we've now got 255 circuit boards that we've just kind of found. Maybe we'll get lucky and our dog will give us a computer. You can ultra boost it with summer sleeves, but power consumption goes up by four times. But, oh, because it boosts the output. Got it. It doesn't, it's not 4 times. It just makes, yeah. What you get out is 4 times better. Tickets? I don't really have many tickets. But I have. Well, we could check them, yeah, but I doubt we've really got that many. Let's see. Three? Yeah, I'll just leave it there for now. It's okay. Right. Get rid of that. So I just need iron rod, steel beam, and iron plate. Iron rod, steel beam, up at the very top, right? Alright, let's build these. 4 more. But this time we have to do them different. They're not going to be in a row. They have to be stacked on top of each other. And then we'll have smelted all the iron in this area. And then we have to build a floor above and decide what to do with it. So, here is the location of our 2 other iron nodes. There and there. Our feed's somewhere over here. See if Jerry brought me anything. Again, with the electromagnetic control rods, you think that would give you a lot, but it actually doesn't. He looks like he's not moving again, so I might have to reload the game. I guess you can't throw stuff into these manually, right? You just have to send them from a constructor or a storage container. We had 3 tickets. Let's see how many we have now. Still 3. For summer sleeps, I actually finding constructors that produce things gathered by hand helpful. I think carcasses, grass, wood. Yeah, that's good too. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I would have totally forgot about that use. Thank you for that. That's brilliant, because yeah, if I do a video now, we'll turn this into 4, right? If that's what I understand by it. Be nice to test that out. Oh man, I need portable miners. If only I got that recipe. Need 4. Double the productivity for 4 times the power. Oh, okay. But it's not even productivity though. You get more out. Productivity in some way sort of suggests that the well, I don't know. It's double the efficiency maybe. Anyway, we all get it, I think. Alright, let's see what we got. Second one this time is bonk. Iron pipes. Using iron ingots to make steel pipes directly. Or steel cast plates. Mixing iron ingots and steel to get iron. That one looks pretty good to me, but let's see what you guys think. Iron pipe. Steel. Yeah, I think this one's kind of an obvious one, but we'll see. That means with this factory we can make steel pipe here. The other one we could switch entirely to beams. $100 iron for 25 pipes is awesome. We're at 97%. Holy crap. Okay. Iron pipe. Yeah, 100 per minute in, 25 per minute out. What do you get normally? It's 45 steel. It's 30 steel ingots to get 20 pipe, I think, right? So it's pretty good, yeah. And the steel ingots require, obviously, the same amount of iron. Well, is it that good, then? Think about it. It is good. We'll get it. But I'm just trying to work that out, because just before I click it, the steel... or steel pipes, rather. Wrong one. Building my blueprint. Steel pipe recipe. Yeah, 30 in gets you 20. So that's, you know, that's 30 iron, really, because it's 1-to-1. So 30 iron gives you 20. So it's a 3-to-2 ratio from iron to pipe. But you need coal, right? So obviously, yeah. You could look at it as 60 ore, basically, and then refined into ingots gets you 20 pipe. So it's obviously still good, but it's like you are losing a lot of iron to get the pipe, you know? But you don't have to use coal. And it takes it straight from the ingot. You don't have to make steel ingots. So it's still pretty good. Alright, that was a 92% by the end. But yeah, let's go with it. Alright, we got one more. Toss it in there. I guess really what you should do if you're trying to just get a spread of things not happening again is keep loads of them together, right? Like keep 10 and then select the ones you want. Because now we have a chance of rolling that one I just accepted away. Like the one I just tossed away. Interesting. Right, anyways, so we've got our two miners here now. So this is where we're going to put down a new smelter. We're going to tuck it right into the edge, weren't we? Yeah, here. Used to go out the other way, though. There we go. Oh, no, it is this way. That's where it would go, and then it would line up foundation-wise with everything else. Now, it's looking to get in from this side. Yeah, that's perfect. That's fine by me. But, because we're only doing 4 across rather than 8, we've got no more room, and I can't go that way. We're going to have to build up on top of itself. But I'll put down the foundation first, just to make sure it lines correctly. So our logistics for this group will be just slightly different. Right, blueprint mode, that lined up, looks good to me. That could be one miner, but yeah, either one miner is going to go into 2 up above or 2 horizontal. Doesn't really matter. 2 walls, climb up, and then we'll... Let's did it again. Iron is everywhere, coal is not. Yeah, totally, right? Yeah. Save on power as well. Less refinement chains and less complicated overall. We'll definitely do that. We'll get some steel pipe in this factory, I think, because now we can get, from iron ingots, we can get screws and steel pipe, like straight up. So that's pretty good. We're just to quickly look at iron ingot, see what we've got from it now. So used in making plates, rods, screws, or steel pipe just directly. And there's more to it. There's more. Alright. So I think this is where we need to put the foundation. Just in line with this. It would need to be a 1. I can remove the foundation after, though. It should be fine once the... Then we can put in the catwalk or whatever. Makes it look a bit better. I think this will work anyway. Just hope that beam isn't protruding through the thing too much. Right. I guess we need to come out further. I think that's it. As long as it's in the center there, we're good. And we can use our filter just to get rid of this without interrupting or removing anything else. I love some quality of life features like that. So nice. I can't believe people used to play this game where you couldn't even zoop things. That's crazy. Ah, should have left a little piece of that in there because we do need to still do this. So going across here, right? Yeah. But definitely right? No, I don't think so. It looks like it's in a tiny bit. Shit. Why would that be the case? That can't be the case. That's correct there. That's in the center for sure as well. And that's in the center. Just to double check. This will tell me, right? Yeah, we're aligned. This is okay. Yeah, it's okay. Come on, go find me some computers. Cool. Any boxes there? Oh, sorry, that thing is still in the chat. The poll. How do you do the filter? You press G when you're in dismantle mode. Is there any advantage to using compacted coal? Yeah, you'll need it for turbo fuel. I'm assuming you won't feed that into the coal generators because the making of it's too slow. Yeah, it's not really needed for that, although it does help, but it burns slower. It is more efficient. But really, its use comes in, I think, with turbo fuel. Bounty box is there for blueprints, but not for individual buildings. Bummer! Yeah, it's actually there for buildings, I think, when you hold control. You can see them like that. But yeah, it's weird that they got rid of it. I don't know why they've done that. Or they've just made it more awkward to see. How's the build going? Yeah, it's good. We actually went and just explored for a bunch. We found like 8 Mercer spheres, 3 hard drives, a couple summer sloops, or 1 maybe. So we did a bunch of exploring around. Now I'm just building the rest of the little iron bit. So I'm just lacking some... Yeah, oh sorry, I was trying to find the floor where I'm missing it. This one. Just I need to put some more catwalks down here, just real quick. And then once I'm done with that, we can then turn this little bit on, and then that's all the iron smelted. And then we can decide what we're doing upstairs. Need to go get more iron rods. So this has to be built taller. Looks like it's pretty much as high as we can go based on the terrain there. But the build is going good. All the other parts of it are running at 100% right now, so that's great. No issues. And once our next hard drive is done, we got some extra unlocks we can do with the MAM as well. I think Jerry still has something to give you, that's why he doesn't move. No, even when it's empty, he doesn't move. We saw it before, he just wasn't moving at all, no matter what. We had to reload, and then when we reloaded, he moved. See, he's got nothing, he just does not move. Lazy. I did say at the start of the stream, oh, I don't want to be just building iron all day. I knew it would happen. We could have gone out and done completely new things. Could have started a quartz chain. Or a Caterium chain, but no. Let's redo everything we have. It is better though for it, so I'm happy enough. Okay, so this needs to go into there, and this needs to go into there. Needs to split between the two. Could do our old... not really. Oh yeah, we could. The ramp thing again. Covers it nicely, so we could just send that down there. This is almost the same height. How do I say that? Zologrim. Zologrim? Thank you for becoming a channel member. Tier 2 out of his mind. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Is it possible to build a second stack on top of the beam rather than through it at all? Yeah, well, I could also just lower the beam, you know, because that one is built through. The reason I've done it that way is to match foundations. It's much more important we do that, because when we start building ramps and staircases to get up to these floors, or whatever it might be, we want them to, oh my god, yes. We want them to, like, line up properly. So if I raised this, you know, a few millimeters above, which you could do, right? You could just put it on top of the beam. It won't line up then with the ramps and stuff we build to get up here. So I just rather do it this way. I think the beam should move more likely than the floor. And I'll just make sure I've done that right. So if I have, this should line up when we bring a staircase all the way down to any point that I'm standing on. Yeah. Right, it's like perfect. But if that was raised slightly to the height of that, you know, it would only be a few millimeters in it, but it would be off. And I'd die a little inside. There's a method to the madness. I'm trying to keep to that 2-meter rule. Always 2-meter increments. Hopefully that's what you meant. Anyways, right, so this needs to feed in over here. So again, just to keep that weird consistency thing we've got going on. Ramp consistency. We'll just do a 2-meter ramp here. Can I aim that out the side, maybe? Weird, kind of weird maybe, but it might look okay. Alright. Yeah. Cool. Alright, sure, why not? Gives a bit of character to the place with things, not everything aligned to 90 degrees. Right, and I'll just have to go into... I'll check the thing in a sec. I'll just have to go into a splitter here. What's the hologram? Oh, it's the... yeah. Into a splitter here. Then we need the lift. Ah, so that's the problem. That's a split 4 times. Twice and then twice again. Okay. Let's have a look at that thing. So here we go. We have steel rods. So steel ingots can just produce 4 rods straight up. So normally it's 1 iron to 1 rod at 15 per minute. So 15 in and 15 out. Right, so it's 1-to-1 with iron, but with steel, we get 1, but then we get way more rods out of it. But we do have to mix in coal. So 1 coal, 1 steel basically gets us 4 rods. So you get 4 times the rods if you can just add in 1 coal, basically. The other one is obviously just using... Oh, it's not actually what I thought it was. It's iron ore and copper ore together, making copper ingots in a foundry. So let's... what we got going on. Nick Davies, thanks very much, by the way. Appreciate it. Senatored out of his mind as well. The channel used to have a Roman theme to it a while back before I renamed it. So that's why we have tribunes, senators, and caesters. I'm a bit of a Romophile. HDD question mark? So, re-roll. Steel rod. Or copper ingot. Alright, it's in the chat. To evenly split, you'd need 2 extra splitters after the first one. Yeah, so we're taking 480. And then we need a splitter, like maybe... No, I won't do it up here. Damn, the space is a bit tight though, isn't it? But it's also, I'm trying to also think, how do we split and then vertically bring it up in a nice, neat way? You basically need, like, you know, that, right? So that would go in there, and that would go in there, and that would go in there, and that would go in there. That's fine, but how do I do that where it looks good? Actually, it might look good even just here. Moving this forward, I guess. In line with its buddy. Yep. Oh, I need to move out further or something to make it work, because otherwise it's overlapping just a little bit there. That's not right. Then it means it would need to move out a lot further. Can't have things clipping through each other. You're chaos otherwise. That's not right. It needs to go up higher. Give me a platform, please. You take from the other exit of that splitter. You could let it come out the back and have it go up. Oh yeah, like you manifold up and around. That, I do like that. Yes. Yeah, prefer that. That's actually what I do in my... Actually, funnily enough, my steel factory. I called it the petroleum coke factory, the coke factory. Yeah, that's good. Great idea. That means reversing the direction of all these though, but we can do that. It's not going to take that long. A little annoying, but whatever. In fact, to make it even nicer, we should do it on this one, I think. So, yeah. Alright, so now that can just go back down where it was. This can feed all the way through. Alright, so that's been fed again. No longer hungry. Damn, actually, that won't work. Well, it will work, but I just did it wrong. I was thinking, yeah, so I was like, oh, we could come up to this one, and then that one would do that one. They're both going up the same height then, but I'm blocking that one, so that's just a stupid mistake on my part. But yeah, we could just fix that real quick. You have anything for me? It's got the, it's always that, 17 electromagnetic control rods. Right, anyways, yeah, it's trying to get too clever with it. We'll just do it to this floor now as well, and to do it to the top floor. Also, and then we put the third floor back where it was. Yeah, it looks like we're at a reroll, 63%. Damn. Really? Reroll for that one? Thought the iron rod one looked kind of good. Let me just hook this up real quick. Alrighty, so this can now go up to there. So that's like a manifold straight all the way through, which is the same as what they do. They go all the way down 8th. So works perfect in a way. Right, so that just still means that this doesn't have to be there, does it? But it's no harm having it there. Yes, I can go straight in. And then this comes up the side. Using straight mode, Mark 3. Oh, sorry, we have to go all the way up and have to fix that. Okay, we'll just have a look at this then. So you said reroll. Not great. Kind of wish I had the rod one, but do another pull on this one. Could also just leave it there, I suppose, in the library. Leave it in library. Alright, the poll's in the chat. Okay, let me just go fix these ones then. Could still work. I could do it in a really weird... No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to feed that one and then bring that down and into this line. I'll just redo them. I just don't like it being inconsistent like that. You still get biocoal for free with compact coal unlock. Guess I don't know. Does anyone else know? Alrighty. So this then needs to go up here. No? Done this wrong again? Oh, these ones need to be reversed. Right. I might load into another save in a minute and just show you a version of this factory, actually, that I've kind of done before. Not in the same way, it's my steel factory, but it looks similar ideas. People might be interested in seeing it. I'd be interested in seeing it, if it still runs correctly. This update. Alright, there we go. So, last thing then is just to hook these up. Really hard one to get right. I think that's it. Okay, cool. So what we have now is this belt, Mark III, going down and in there. Not right. Down to here. Please don't just... I can't rotate it. Oh, god damn. Alright, cool. Back and working. Right, so there we go. Go down the ramp, split, go straight ahead. That goes up and over into this row. This one goes up. That one, that goes, feeds up to the top. So you have to do that again over here. Simple enough. So I now know which ones I need to just reverse. So it's that row and that row. Do it. What did we get? Leave it in the library? Alright, we'll just leave it alone then. 59% of the vote. Appreciate you. Okay, so now we're reversing the direction of these to feed it from behind. I can just put this down. The reason I do that is just to anchor them really quickly. Much quicker that way. Okay, and then this. Oh, I'm actually out. Deal. All that bio was. The top belt doesn't look like Mark III. You're right. Thank you. Alright, so this one is fine. It's just the layer above. If that wasn't the belt, just let me know. That is a good trick. I don't know if this trick would work, but let's see. No. If you press control, you can replace the splitter with the merger. I thought maybe we could do it, but because it knows what the belts are, you can't. You could also, let's say you cut the belt first, just as an example. And you don't want to build up and over. You could just go, I'm going to replace it with a merger. And then replace it with a splitter. Oh, you can't rotate it though then. Okay, never mind. Thought maybe, yeah, never mind then. Stick with the first method. Alright, last piece of the puzzle. Mark 3'd out of our minds. Cool. Now, these need to be hooked up to power, and we need to set the fifth one on each chain to be 0.5. So 50%. The other ones, I'm just going to turn them off. We could just disconnect them, actually. That's easier. Yeah, so you can see we've done that there. So right, so that's good for that. So we just need to do the same thing then here. Cut that off. Make this, because we can only afford 270 on the belt at the moment, so that means it's 4.5 machines. But when we get 480, it'll be 9 machines. Or sorry, 8. Yep. Alright, so we gotta cut this one, and this is number 5 on this row. Cut this one, and that's number 5. Now, I'm not cutting the belt, we'll just leave it roll through. Or we'll back up on these, but they won't go into the machine, so it's okay. Won't delay things too much. All the ore is still coming out the same way, so this is where I planned on it going. Guess we'll just send it into an awesome sink here. Another one a bit further back. Ah, missing cable, but that's alright for now. Yeah, so I suppose the difference with this is we need to pull the different things down. We have 1 rifle ammo. I don't even have a rifle. I'm just gonna bin that, thank you, but you know. Hey Jerry, oh, you're back. Am I planning on starting a new series? Yeah, I was planning it today, but then I decided just to stream instead. My wife just looked at me and said, you could have been playing for the past 5 hours instead of watching. She's uncultured. You could be doing both. Really. Rosie brought me a little biscuit. Love it. Can't have that. How did this happen? How did that happen? How did I let this happen? Could have just built another tick forward, and I didn't. Damn. Oh well. We'll cover it somehow. Oh yeah, the rounded corner. That's a good idea. I don't know if I have it actually yet. This one, right? That still won't really work the way I want it to. It's still not good enough. Please be the right height. I don't think it is. You know, it would be nice if it told you the meters, the way it does with a painted beam. Can we get that? We have the technology. Then at least I can just know if it's on a 2 increment, it's working. Kick him out of here. There we go. We don't have to see it anymore. Okay, worked. It's fine. I agree, Fredneck. We're only doing this because someone said I had no creativity. And I haven't been able to sleep since they said it. Now I'm trying to build to the terrain, and look what we've done. Created weird boxy things for no reason. It'll probably look nice when we coat it and put signs and stuff around. Anyways. And a roof and windows and everything else that goes with it. If ever. We got 2 hard drives waiting in there now. We still have stuff to unlock in the alien technology chain. So I've got 10 of those. I have a summer sloop. I have the circuit board. So we can do the production amplifier. Yeah, we can totally do that now. Let's test it out. Should we run this first? Oh, I have to go get cable anyway. Already 20 hours and watching a stream. Shout out. And then also Ginny. That's the right idea. I'm doing both, watching while playing on phase 2. Or working on phase 2. Cable. So, give me that, give me that. All of this all over my face. Keeping that slug because we're going to turn them into multiple. That's the idea. If this works. Alien technology.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate summer sloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
I see. It seems we truly are building understanding.
Hello, Eric. Could you explain your color coding? And you should upload some grass into your dimensional depot. You can take it out and touch it once in a while. Yeah, so color coding. This is kind of temporary. So while I was building it out, I started saying like, okay, the red is where the belts are going to go, and the blue is where I'm going to be able to walk. That was just a general idea. We'll color this back to normal later. But that was the idea. It's like, okay, I know where the red's traveling along. That was just listing how many... The belt speed says it was 480. That's what it said. Same with that one. Before we put the miners down. For example, over here it says 480 in the copper colors. Other than that, color coding on machines, the way I typically do it is just based on the resource that goes in or out. So for smelters, I often color them. Well, these are iron, right? So I use a kind of a light blue for iron. For copper, I use a sort of orange with a teal secondary color. Later on, when you build really complex factories, I use a color coding system for things that come in the factory or into machines, one or the other, and that goes out of the factory or out of machines. So blue would come into the factory, red goes out of the factory, green is a gas line, and purple is when things go out of a machine but go into another machine. So they don't leave the factory, they kind of just go from one machine to the other. I'll show an example of that. We'll load up my other save in a minute. Because I want to wrap up soon. I'll just quickly show you how that works. It's actually I'd say the best thing I've ever done in this game is make that the way that I use that system. I'm sure people have done something similar, but when I showed people that, people were like, wow, this is like really helpful for just coming back to a factory knowing where everything goes when it gets really crazy. I pick up the summer sloop? I have it. Oh, I do. Gonna get some fuel for tomorrow because you just reminded me to get the yard cut. A little bit more fluctuators, please, and some CBs, some circuit boards. So the circuit boards are for my little electronics. We need 50. Then I needed more fluctuators so we could take some reanimated SAM. Starting to remember what it's called, finally. But I need 100, right? Oh, I just realized that when I get this, I won't be able to test it because I don't have any summer sloops left. Oh well. Looking forward to testing it.
Production amplifier unlocked. Every single manufacturing and smelting building will be backwards compatible with this new technology. These buildings can now have a summer sloop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
Flow cycles within flow cycles make explosions into temples into explosions into temples. The spin sphere of woven windows. Each tiny body contains tinier bodies until the line layers fold into curves which folds into threads which weave the tapestry. A song of light and leaf and flower, a dance of matter clouds and...
I think they're trying to explain energy to matter conversion theory, but you do not need to understand it to do your job.
Okay.
I'll just mute them for you so you can continue your mission.
Mute them.
I, however, will be taking notes. This is fascinating material.
Isn't it good? Well, thanks, Ada. Isn't it supposed to be going into my head? She's like, I'm just going to mute that. Didn't know you could do that. We're not communicating over radio waves. I need 103, by the way, so that's just what I'm waiting to get now. What's your favorite thing about 1.0 so far? The straight belts probably is my favorite thing, which is so silly to say, but it really is the best quality of life feature, the way belts will just curve 90 degrees. I'm excited for the bigger blueprint designer, but I haven't gotten there yet. I like the Sam War stuff. It's been quite cool finding Sam and getting little dialogue lines and stuff about it. I'm into that, even though it's small and a little bit on the side. It's good. So like new chains and stuff in the MAM is nice for that. I also like the new cosmetics. It's really just, I don't really have a, the favorite really is just the belt thing, which is so silly, but that really is my favorite thing so far. I don't like the implications of Ada muting things. And then, yeah, just above you. Not at all concerning that Ada can mute basically loud thoughts in your head. I'm sure it's fine. And she's taking notes, so what could go wrong? One, two, three. Alright. So I wanted to get the... not the one that uploads faster, but the one that actually adds more stacks. I think that's, just for me in my situation right now, a little bit better. So 7 spheres, 103. I'll keep the rest of the spheres for a while to make more depots.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains window symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go out to the quartz and power it back on, and then I can get quartz crystal on the depot as well. Well, thinking about it, I could probably get quartz. Yeah, I'll just do this. I was saying, I was thinking I could split the silica, which is going in now. Or not even split it, sorry, merge it with quartz crystal and let that go in, but I guess that has complications. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just build this and then I'll connect the line on the way back. They're a good list of all alternate recipes. Yeah, go to Satisfactory, just Google Satisfactory Wiki GG. There is 2 wikis. I recommend the one that has GG in the title. Or in the address bar. And in there, you can find all the alternate recipes. It's super dark here. Okay. Now we've got a little quartz crystal rolling up the back, so now we can basically make signs on the go. Having to worry about carrying that around with me. That is actually a big saver because that used to clutter my inventory so much. Go all the way back home. Alright, so that's running in the background now. So now we've got this. You move these around or just pin them? Let's just pin them. Okay, so we're going to build one more of these and then just run these machines and then we'll call it a day. Just done the smelting part. But still good. Thank you, no worries. I missed almost the complete stream. I was waiting for Monday. Oh, you can watch it after the fact. I know I don't want to... Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. And if on Monday, it'll be very late at night. It'll be like around this time. Yeah. Probably like right around this time, because my parents are coming over. So we'll spend the day with them on Monday and Tuesday, and then they go back on Wednesday. Have you made a sign yet? It spoiled a lot of late game. I'm looking at all the icons there. Oh, I'm not going to do that. But no, I haven't made a sign. Oh my god! Any new monochrome? Come on, man. Come on, man. It's so funny. It's like, this is where I would immediately look to see new stuff. That's one thing I said before. I'm a little disappointed with 1.0. I was kind of hoping for a lot of new materials and things. It's cool that there's finishes now. I like that. Yeah, you can even get chrome floors. Wow. And it's free. Kind of interesting, actually. You can kind of make like metallic looking foundations. Okay, shout out to that. That's pretty cool, actually. But yeah, I know there's like 5. I was just kind of hoping for instance, one of my favorite things is the fact that there's now the new fences, right? So you got this new kind of fence. The tarp version, we have the low barrier, and then the high versions of those things. So, well, I guess it's just that actually, just the high version of the barrier. It's like, oh, cool, you know, wire fence, love it. So I was just surprised. Like, I thought for very minimal effort, I could be wrong, but they have textures in the game that are really high res. Like, why can't we have this, but like a full foundation of it? Why not? I know modders will probably do it, but I just thought like, oh, 1.0, they'll probably have like 10 new materials. But they didn't. That's a slight disappointment for me. Because I didn't expect much from this update, honestly. I don't know why. I just was keeping expectations low. And I was like, well, they'll at least do that. But no. I guess I know it's not a focus for this game, but still. It is what it is. So I keep saying. The fences are sick. We need more of that stuff. More stuff. Not like hundreds of items, but just a bit more. You know, there's loads of components on these machines and stuff that I feel like could be broken out into their own individual models. Whether it be textures or little panels and things, you know? Anyway, whatever. How do you get rid of a finish? Oh, you just paint it. Right, so the last thing to do is hook up the mergers. But this is a bit awkward as well. I could do the thing where we waterfall them in, like I just did a second ago. Yeah, I guess that would work. Okay, I guess we kind of have to. They're aiming... Oh, I'd have to replace them though again. So annoying. Alright, so... I'll have one here on the bottom. And that row will feed in that way. So we'll have to just change the direction of these ones. Try to do it quick. If I'd known that, obviously I would have just done it in the blueprint, but I didn't really plan far ahead with that. Then once we power it on, we'll let it run for a minute or two. We'll hop into my other save. I just want to show a couple things with the fused frame factory, the biggest factory I've ever built, and then also the... And that's an update 7 factory, actually. I don't even know how that will load. But then also the Coke factory. I think it'll be fun to see. Alright, so that's one row done. We need to do that now for the next one up on top, but then we also need to do it for the second grouping over on that side. G. Chrome finish may kill clipping. Must test. Oh yeah, they might actually. People could do a lot of beautiful designs with just a little to work with. So yeah, some new textures would have been amazing, and I was hoping for more myself. Yeah, totally. It's not like a massive thing. I think I think for, you know, it's good update when all I'm really complaining about is I wish they added a few more textures. You know? So I think I want to stress it's a minimal complaint. It would have been nice. I think modders do pretty good with that, generally speaking. Maybe they're just kind of leaving it to the modders. I don't know. I've never really used mods for that kind of thing because I worry about when the game updates, and if the modder doesn't update their content, then you're actually left with a hole in your world. Like there's a reference to the object, and the object can't be found. So then you just have an empty thing. It's not like an empty collision box. It's not even there. There's nothing. So you can fall through your factory. Like, so it's like, that's annoying. Why did I connect that? I don't know. So I was kind of hoping for a, you know, an official pack, but maybe you know what? Maybe this is an unpopular opinion. DLC it. I'd buy it. Skin pack. People who are super efficient and don't care about it don't need it then. I'll buy it though. 100%. Like with Anno 1800. Loads of people don't buy the cosmetic DLCs. They just clutter the map and make things more inefficient. You take away space. They don't really add anything. But I add them. I love them. Love it. I'm the type of guy that played Factorio with the icons off. I like the art. People don't get that. Radio. Every time I played Factorio when I streamed it back in the day, people were like, press Alt, you'll see the icons. I'm like, I don't want to. I know what the machines are doing. I'm guessing late game, obviously, you probably need to. It's like, I don't know. It's pretty straightforward what everything's doing. You see the belts coming in and out of them, after all. Alright, last row. Almost done. How was that for a bad take? How badly are people reacting now? Well, what is the brassy finish to get the steampunk vibe? Is that the chrome finish or the copper finish? That did look really nice in the video they showed it off in. You could buy the soundtrack. Why not cosmetics? Yeah, it's just, I know some people will be like, oh, shouldn't advocate for DLC or anything, depending on the person. I've said it before, a DLC I think would be good, or an update or whatever, will be like underwater or more aquatic themed. Because I just think if you don't want to, it's tough to do DLC for a game like this because you worry about breaking people's factories depending on what you change and do and add. They have to redo things. So I kind of think that they should look to do something where the map expands into a new area where there's new things, or something like underwater. It's like, well, the water's there already. You can't really go under it or do anything under it other than just put water extractors in it. I kind of feel like if there were nodes in the water that you could get somehow with a new machine, and then you pipe things, and maybe there's an improvement or overhaul to the piping system if they want. But if not, you know, getting like oxygen and making sure that things you build under there are okay or breathable. I don't know. I just think that'd be kind of cool. To me, it seems kind of an obvious place to do a DLC because you don't affect anyone else's stuff then. Like save compatible. But there's probably also loads of things they could do that would be much more clever. Alright, I think we're hooked up. Did I put... Yeah, I think I did. Right belt speed? I think. Okay, so we just have to hook these up to power. And I cut the power lines... Yeah. So, just for now, we'll just drag this out here. That down to here. Connect that in there. Right, so they have power now. Now I just need to go up and do that again. And before Subnautica X Satisfactory crossover. Yeah, exactly. It would just be like Subnautica, basically. Oh, with, you know, Satisfactory spin. Thanks for the stream, Uncle Levo says. I'm out. Nice having you chatting. Well, I've been handcrafting for 5 hours. Take it easy, man. Thank you. Satisnautica. Sounds like a mod. Yeah. It is kind of mod level tier stuff, I suppose. Low-hanging fruit. Well, it depends how they do it. I mean, using oxygen and stuff isn't... I don't think modders could really do it that way. At least the way I have it in my head, but... maybe. Because I'm picturing like a room draining out. That wouldn't be very easy. The way water works in this game is it's just a plane, and when you're below the plane, your screen has a filter on it. It would require an actual sort of volumetric water system, which I doubt they do. Well, just for while you're under it, anyway. Anyway. Focus on that PS5 port now. Or console port. Maybe I'll try to get the platinum. Are we hooked up? Alright, we just need to feed the miners and then we are good to go. We have to just make sure that these are Mark 3. Oh, and I didn't hook these up yet either. Whoops. Wait a second. Oh yeah, I haven't redone this one. It needs to split and then go up. They're just like this, right? Oh no, it isn't. We fixed that. Yeah. This is going not to the next tier, but the tier all the way above that one. Alright, so I just know it needs to go one tick higher. Okay, I think that's it. First time catching live, will this 1.0 playthrough become a series? No, I don't really, me just personally, it's not a shade at any other content creator. I don't know what other people are doing really, but I don't like dividing up streams and making them into Let's Play series. I just like them to be separate. I'm planning on doing a series, but on its own, so it won't be streamed. It'll just be its own unique thing. Alright, the whole point of this thing was actually bringing this down, wasn't it? Yeah, so I've rerouted it now, and then we just need to send it into a merger. So this one comes out the bottom, which is totally fine. And so does the one over there, actually, doesn't it? Comes out the bottom now. Yeah, and then there's the one on top. Okay. Yeah, I just got confused for a second with that. Okay, let me just do the math because I'm getting kind of confused. Yeah, 16 times. So I need 4? No. Okay, yeah. Got it. Just getting a little bit confused. Getting late. Running a little empty on brain juice. Okay, so that is 4, and then 4 again is 8. So what we could do is actually keep waterfalling it down. Right? Yeah. So that's one big manifold line out, and that would still be 270. Yeah, so that one connects there, that connects there, that connects there, so then we come out. Great, so you don't need that. I'll send this one into its little friend over there. What the hell, man? Oh, it's not using... It is using straight. I think I just brought it too far over again. How about there? Better. Alright, cool. And then the next one is going to do the same thing. I just got to track it, make sure that's working correctly. So that's going into that one. Yeah. So we just need to connect them one more time, I think. So then out here. Mark 3. Travel down this way. Cool. Alright. Perfect either way we get our series. Yeah, that's the plan. I just don't know when yet. I might not be starting for a little while. I might start it tomorrow. But it might be another week. The plan anyway for that series, just sorry to get, focus up a bit. The plan for it anyway is to, at the moment, but I'm open to suggestions, is to start in the Dune Desert and try to build a mega base. Not to try and overbuild and go crazy, but to try and build one location where I bring everything into it. That way it's different than this playthrough, so at least we can kind of continue this one maybe as streams and do that one as a video series, and the goal of that one is to ultimately just kind of stay in the Dune Desert but bring things in via train and keep scaling up with it. I've never tried that. It sounds like a logistical nightmare. But that's the fun, right? So maybe that could be different. But I'd like to have a more frequent cadence of videos for Satisfactory. So, you know, at least 2 a week. At least. And we'll be progressing quite quick. It won't be as slow as my old series. And it won't be build along. I mean, you could have the save and blueprints, but I'm not going to spend ages showing people exactly the layouts of everything. It's like, I want to just progress a bit more. So maybe that's controversial, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Alright, let's hook these up. I think we're ready, finally. It took me a long time. But we've rebuilt our iron factory to just 2 iron ingots now. We don't produce anything yet, but we're almost there. I have to put power shards in those, actually. They're not quite ready. 270. But at least we're making use of all the iron now. I haven't checked these machines, so do we have that little thing unlocked now? Oh yeah, there it is. Output multiplier. That's a good word for it. Multiplier, rather than production or efficiency or whatever. Alright, I think we've started. So that should be... There we go. The ore is rolling out. So, we're going into 4.5 machines, but we're now capable of upgrading to 480 per minute. Once we get that, we can turn them all on. This should be totally fine. We'll just let it run for a second to catch up on chat, and then I'll see if we've made I've made any mistakes anywhere. Have you seen the ending cutscene? No, please don't spoil anything for me. DLC should be you crash landing on a world full of biters. That's the thing, like, a DLC, I don't know how I'd feel about a DLC where it's like, oh, it's just a new map, and you have to do new things there. That's fine. It could be cool and everything, but I'd rather everything just stay in the one world and one map, personally. But, you know, they could sell me on it for sure. Other games, you play around with that idea. Perfect either way, we got our series. No keep first person, and it just turns into a factory horror game. Maybe you build up in space, right? If you wanted an additional challenge, not that it isn't hard enough, make the mega base round. No. I won't make it round, but it would be cool to have the... I think there's two things I'll try and do. Number one is a central base, or not a central base, sorry, a single factory that just keeps growing. And maybe connected with tunnels and walkways or whatever to other groups, but generally all in the same rough area. So that's the first idea. Second idea is to keep the videos moving quicker, more briskly, so not covering every individual place under every individual machine, but not also doing like a more Kibit style where it's like cut, suddenly done. I'll still be talking through the method and everything, but it'll be a quicker paced. Because I think we're not all beginners anymore. Well, there's a ton of new people playing the game actually, so a lot of people are. But I've already done a beginner video. It's done great. It's got like nearly 1 million views. It's crazy. It's still gaining. It's got a huge spike lately because people are just checking out the game all the time. And it's like, yeah, that video kind of has you covered. Start grassy fields, learn how to play. It teaches you everything, even just in the first video, pretty much, that you'd need to know as a new player. So I kind of want to go to the more intermediate side now and be like, okay, let's, you know, problem with that series was it took me 10 months to get to phase 4, whatever. And while the scale was cool and I started building really nicely, it's like, yeah, it's just too slow though, wasn't it? I think. And the views were dropping off because of it. Because who's going to, I mean, 10 months. And a week, sometimes 2, between videos. So this one will be more frequent, because I can just skip over things and not worry about like showing everything so meticulously. The other thing is trying to, someone just said it on the stream today, and I never really thought of it that way, even though I have talked about it sort of in the past, which is, we should just build factories for the space elevator parts themselves. I know this sounds so obvious, but I've never thought of it that way. I've always thought, like, I'm going to make a computer factory, I'm going to make this factory, I'm going to make that factory, and we'll bring it all together somewhere to then make a space elevator part. But I like the idea of just going, well, let's just search versatile framework. And it's like, okay, 5 per minute. We need 2,500. So what's a reasonable amount of time we'd like that to be done in? So it's like, okay, 2,500 divided by 5. That'll take 500 minutes. It would be 8 hours. Not that long, really. But it's like, okay, well, what if we made 2 of them? Suddenly now we've got a lot less to worry about. It's 4 hours. Well, obviously, I don't know why I had to do the calculator on that. What if we made 3 of them? Now we could get it done in 2.5 hours when we power it on. Now, how many hours am I really saving then? So it's like, well, this would save 6 hours, right, in total, and from just leaving it, at one machine. Even setting up that one machine would take time, though. So it's like, you'll have to think about time investment that way. But it's like this would shave 6 hours off the wait time for it to be done. So it's like, okay, well, maybe we could make a versatile framework factory that has 3 machines running at 100%, so that would only be 2.5 hours, roughly. Cool. That would be plenty of time, then. That would be kind of worth it, as long as it doesn't take me more than 6 hours to get the 3 machines running, right? If it took me more than 6 hours, it's like, well, you could have just waited. Although you do need these things later on as well. But I don't really... I guess I could look that up. I was going to say I don't know the exact rates you need for each milestone. But working back from the milestones, I think, is a kind of an interesting way to play the game. And setting it to the thing where it's like, oh, it's going to take 8 hours. Okay, we'll just build it. But then it's going to take me plenty of time then to set up the... whatever's next. What's after that? And then there's the automated wiring and stuff. So it's interesting. I think that's the way I'd like to try it. I haven't tried it before. I don't know where that would end up. It'd be kind of cool to do that. This is so much better than any highly edited video. Oh, really? I've been wasting all my time this whole time? I should just sit here and slowly play? Thank you, Radley. I appreciate that. And Jamie Cal, new map, but your factory outputs are sent. Ah, now you're talking. That would be kind of cool. That way you get to connect them. That's kind of like the Rift Breaker. You go onto new maps, but there is an overall production rate. So what that Rift Breaker game does is, let's say our factories are running at like 40 per minute, 50 per minute, whatever. It saves all that info. And then when you go into other ones, it like you carry in that info into it, so it just knows like the raw inputs, and it knows if things will break down as well. It's quite interesting how you can just run the simulation like that so easily. Right, let's check on things. Let's see if this is working as intended. So Mark III belts. We're waiting for the manifold to fill. Yeah, it's still gonna take a while. It's gonna take even long. Well, actually not even longer. But it should stop up here. Yeah, it doesn't go into those, it just backs up. So once this gets completely... That's so interesting that this hasn't even backed up yet. Alright, we'll just have to give that time. But that's now, just at our current rate, that's 270 times 6. So we're making 1,620 ingots per minute. That's alright. We'll be making more, and we will be soon. I didn't do the copper, we'll have to do that, and then we'll get rid of all the awesome things. Then the next thing will be like hooking up walkways so these all connect to each other. They're all in line with each other. So it's nice and easy to just go like, yeah, well, we'll make catwalks and things that cross each other, so that should look good. I did it in my old series. And we'll just do a quick little mini factory tour very quickly. I'll go into the iron factory, we'll go into the coke factory, and then I'll go into the fuse frame one if that even loads. That's an older update. But I think we're done now for today in this world. So today all we did was we cleared out the old factory, we leveled the place for vegetation, we concreted over the whole thing, I made blueprints to build all these, and then we, yeah, set it all up. And then we went exploring and found some stuff. And now we've got quartz crystal, reanimated SAM, silicate just being fed into my inventory, which is super nice. Unlike the reanimated SAM, these ones actually build up in containers as well, so we could always just go grab them in bulk if I really needed to, so that's good. Open air factory, you could just leave it open. I always say that I'm really impressed with how Coffee Stain do their builds. I think it's Snut, but it might be other people on the team that do these sort of open air factories, and they make them look really good. Like that factory he did for the update, the 1.0 teaser, was so clean, so nice. I know that's running through the cinematic part of the engine, so it looks a bit better, but if I just go to Satisfactory 1.0 teaser. Yeah, let's go to their channel, I guess. Sorry, hang on one sec. I'm sure you've seen it, but I just want to show it really quickly. It's like even just that. I'd like to just be able to build like that. That's really nice, you know? These machines are all outside, but it just looks good. It just works. You know, there's something just, it's all orderly, it's all right, you know? It's just good. But then there's bits of like cosmetic flair every now and then with other things. It's a nice mix of... How do you actually even do that? Oh, it's a ramp, yeah. Yeah, it's just a nice mix of like clean, basic, little bits of aesthetics here and there. But a lot of stuff just running out. And I think in the desert that really works well. There's something about it being out in the desert makes it seem more plausible that it could be like that. Don't know why. And then just using walkways and the belts traveling along their own thing. It looks great. How good is this, you know? When I was watching this video, I was like, this is so cool. I must have watched it like 4 times. Just to listen to all the noises. I did catch this though. In the editor, so I work in Unreal at the moment, and he must have been highlighting the object, so it stayed highlighted in the cinematic, which is funny. I see you, Snut. Hey, G-Craft. People are going to join thinking I built this. Oh, the chrome pipes as well. We got to start using that. I agree with the steampunk look that person was talking about. Yeah, so anyway, I'd like to build kind of like that. We're kind of almost there. Kind of, not really. It could be done. But it's interesting, like, not all parts of your factory need walls, you know? Some bits do. Some bits are enclosed, some bits are outside. I like it. 50% of the satisfaction factor in this game is the sound design. Yeah, totally. And I love the new sounds of, like, constructors and stuff. They're really good. The fact that they even redid them at all is testament to, like, their eye for quality, I think. And how important that aspect is. We've left this area blank. That's where the copper is going to go. It's going to be built in this almost exact blueprint design, but we'll just color them differently. That's cool. And then that'll be... Oh yeah, and then we need to get a little bit of the concrete. It'll back up faster if you don't sink it at all. I know. But then the machines will stop, the ones that are full, and it doesn't feel right. I want to hit 100% efficiency on all the machines. It's not about the throughput. It's about keeping them all green. And they're all green on the other side. I have no doubt it's going to work. Because we followed the same recipe thing. I've never used one of these. A nuke Nobelisk. Where the hell did you get that? But yeah, I think a few walls on that would look pretty good. We can leave some of these outside. We can put the miner enclosure on them. I think I've got that. You know, something like this, just like a little enclosure that just sits in or on the building. Usually like that, I think. Well, we can move this over, actually. There. Yeah, it looks better already. Need to do up some of the concrete and stuff around it. Something like that, you know? The idea. I'm very interested in building factories with a lot of space this time. No blueprints with squeezed in constructors and stuff. Just clean factories with space for belts. Yeah, I actually liked it. I thought I was doing that, and people were like, oh, you can make it even shorter space and stuff. It's like, Oh, well, actually, one person mentioned it with the smelters were correct. But yeah, I was trying to build to the terrain this time, so it did have to be a little squished. But there's still plenty of room for walkways around the sides and more stuff like that. We just need to unlock a few more cosmetics. We're almost there for what I need. This would be foundations. I do like... I wonder what it would be like using metal material. To fix it metal, can we then chromify it? No, it doesn't do anything. Ah. I'm just gonna try and use a mix of both. I do like the look of this. That kind of grip. Actually, no, the other one's probably better. You have the grips on top, but not on the sides. That looks pretty good. And then, yeah, either using this, but painted, maybe. What else can we do with that? Can we chromify this? Oh my god. For shiny. I'll probably just go with concrete, to be honest. We'll put a chrome finish on the concrete, because we did that earlier. A weird metallic sheen to concrete. Coated concrete is ultimately what I want there. And then those little metal staircases every now and then. Anyways, I'm just getting distracted, sorry. Blow the nukes. We'll do it next time. I'm not going to use them today. That'll be our teaser for the next stream. The next stream will probably be Monday night, roughly around this time, quite late into the night. Because it's my birthday, actually, on Monday, and then my parents are over. If my parents weren't over, I live in the UK, and they are coming from Ireland, so they're flying over. So because of that, they're here for 2 days, and I'll be spending most of the day with them, so I won't be able to stream during the day. But I'll be back in the evening, so if people can remember that, Monday evening. So roughly, it is currently 10:30 p.m. Probably, I would imagine, about 10 p.m. That's when we'll start. So 30 minutes before this current time. And we'll continue to save. We'll build the rest of the factory. I'll work it out tomorrow and the day after what we're going to need, so I don't spend too long just working it out. And then discuss that. So, you know, we've got all these iron ingots. We have to now turn them into rods and plates and reinforced iron plates and screws. And we have a few alternate recipes, so we can actually now turn them into screws, or steel pipes, I should say. So that'd be pretty nice. Thank you. And yeah, then I'd like to go over this and make it look a bit better. I really want to try and use these kind of stairs and stuff in different places. I think they're quite nice. And then just putting like little bits of railing and stuff on next to the ramps and things. I think it'd just go a long way. Oh, that's interesting. It counts as a ramp. Ah, that's kind of cool actually. I'm happy with that. Can we chrome? Oh my god, we can chrome the modern railing. Now we're talking. Oh, that looks so good. Yes, that looks great. I can't believe I was so excited by that, but it looks great. Like a whole new rail. I take it all back. Who needs new objects when you can just put chrome on things? We have to get more tickets so we can make more things. Chrome railing, man. Hell yeah. What else can we do with chrome? Can we do it to the barrier? I'm guessing not. It didn't really color last time. Oh, it colors the little strip. I suppose anything that's the painted bit is the bit that will get overwritten, right? Construction fence. That looks good too. More industrial, you know? Alright, whoop. Alright. We're not quite at 100 yet. 100, 175, 2, and then there's just the one above. We're almost there. 39. And then I want to stabilize the power network because it's fluctuating just a little bit right now. Not the power itself, but the consumption. I don't like when that happens. I like to have clean factories so we have a clean line, but it's not clean because the steel doesn't have awesome sinks, I don't think. Alright, cool. Anyway, we'll leave it there. So, yeah, that'll be nice and fun to go over it. Look at that. It looks so good. We'll go over it with those little staircases and all the new little bits and pieces. And we'll make it look a lot better. So that'll be on Monday. I look forward to it. Do some cosmetics, but also put in the constructors. Now that we've got quartz, we have signs and things. The only other one I think that would be worth showing maybe in the blueprint designer would be the... this one? No, it's really high up for some reason, but that's the sign that I use to show what trucks do. Anyway, we'll look at it later. Right, I did say we'll hop into my other save just really quickly. So this is stream 5. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yep. Right, so we'll just have a look at some good factories. This one. I can go into my old world and just turn everything to chrome. Hey, DJ. Finally caught a live stream, only on the second VOD. Don't worry, I won't be streaming tomorrow, so you've got lots of time to catch up. Play it on 2x speed. Chrome finish looks dangerously slippery, yeah. Well, we could put, like, new patterns down. And, there's no new ones. But, you know, patterns down to say, like, mind the rails. One additional material plus combinatorics equals profit. Yeah, there's 5 finishes. So I guess those finishes being applied, I mean, they're not that different. The chrome one does look cool. And then there's the unpainted metal. So if you just want it to be like a more matte, ironish looking gray metal, as opposed to the chrome shine. That's 3. There's another one though, isn't there? Can't remember what it is. I like unpainted more than I would have thought. It fits well with brutalism. Yeah. This will take a while to load, by the way. It is working though. We did load it once before. Make the entire copper Caterium plant shiny. Yeah. I'll leave. See you later, Steven. Sorry I didn't say bye for a while. And thank you. Yeah, I haven't chromed any refineries because I haven't built a refinery yet. We're just at the point of oil. That's what I was saying. Instead of redoing this factory, I could have just run off and gotten oil. Maybe it would have been more fun to progress. But this will set us up for the future for a while anyway. Thanks, Tom. Getting trolleyed and an Indian. I've never really heard the term trolleyed before, but I know exactly what it means, I guess. No, my parents are coming over, so it's like, you know. I was telling you, I'm telling people I don't really have any friends. I have friends, like, online, but I moved here for work in 2015, and I left all my friends in college and stuff behind. And I made friends in Creative Assembly. That's where I worked for 2.5 years. But I burned all those bridges when I left. It's a controversial story. I'll talk about it sometime if you don't know. But yeah. So I've got one friend that who works there still, actually, and one who most of the other friends I made there have left since anyway. So they're not even in the area. But I stayed here because I decided to go full time on YouTube, and then I was losing money every month, so I couldn't even get out of here if I wanted to. But then eventually I started breaking even, and I really liked the place anyway. Long story short, because of that, I just don't really have a social life. I'm a full-time content creator. I do work 7 days a week, and I neglected friends and stuff. And I don't say this in any bad way. I'm a very introverted person, so I'm totally happy and fine with it. And I have a couple good friends, like one in Ireland, we're still really tight, and one in LA, and one in London, actually. So I do have someone I see every now and then. But it's like once a month is good for me. So for my birthday, it's just really like any other day. Where's my Explorer? Just like any other day. My parents are coming over. They happen to be coming over on my birthday. They were going to be coming over 2 weeks ago, but it just happened to fall on my birthday. They're not coming specifically for that, because I just saw them a month ago. They only come over every now and then. They were trying to get here before summer ended, and they're getting really lucky, actually, because the weather is really good in the next few days. My Explorer is... Oh, it's in the factory. Oh, yeah. See, my truck's doing the thing. Right. I said I would check out the iron factory. I just ran away from it, but maybe I'll just go pick up my Explorer so I can drive around a bit. I actually don't know where it is. Is it over there? Oh yeah, it must be parked over in the other place. Did you work as an engineer? No. I have a degree in programming though. But I never used it. Not really. I worked for a little while. I'm using it now, ironically. Well, it's not ironic. I just started a job as a designer on Manor Lords. Greg, the developer of that game, reached out to me. And I'm like part-time working on the game with him as a designer and writer. But part of that, you know, you're doing coding and stuff. You're okay, that was extreme. But trucks are great. I'll see if they give. Hey, appreciate it, Jamie Cal. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Legit, thanks for your hard work and birthday gift. Thanks. Honestly, I'm trying to paint it like there shouldn't be any sympathy anyway, and I believe you. But like, I'm totally happy and fine. If I wasn't, I would pay more attention to going out with friends. And the great thing is, the last couple of years have been doing really well on YouTube and everything. So we have been going out more and doing more things. It's just the whole point was we're just a bit more isolated over here. Like our bigger friend groups are in a different country. That's all. Anyway, yeah, I don't even know why I was explaining all this, but yeah, my parents are coming over and we're just going to go out to a restaurant probably and just chill. So I don't plan on drinking. I'll be driving them around. But maybe, oh, definitely an Indian, for sure. We're going to Indian, I think we're probably going to go somewhere in Brighton. Alright, so this is my iron factory. This iron factory does iron plates, iron rods, smart plating, reinforced iron plates, and rotors. So we're going to be building something kind of similar, I guess, in the other place. So we'll follow the chain, shall we? We'll just have a quick look. Base trucks. The trucks shouldn't be shown on the thing. I normally hide them, but they've changed how this works now, so we'll just go like... Yeah, it actually says don't show on the compass. There we go. Refinement. Right, so this is kind of where it all starts. And thanks again, Jamie Kell. Do appreciate it. Hey, I've never seen anyone do that before. Just a Gumby. Seems like this guy is going to full-time streaming now. Ideally, I'll probably stream more. YouTube, its back end always tells me, it's like, you could like grow 2.5 times more based on, oh, Chrome Explorer, that's a brilliant idea. You know, based on our metrics or whatever. Well, I will stream more. These streams have been great. But obviously the game is at its like peak popularity now, so gotta factor that in. Right, so water. We bring water in. I can't remember the rates, although it is on my document thing. So we can, oh right, I have this screen on. That's all right then. Go here. And I'll just open it up so we can see exactly what it's doing, because I know some people might want to know. And the rates might be different now. Don't know. Go Iron Factory. Here we are. That's pretty cool. I've never seen it do that before. So let's start at this part of the chain. So I'm blocking a little bit of it. But we have our water extractors. And for some reason I didn't write the number down of how much water is going in here. But 300 iron ore is going into each group. 300 seems kind of low. I don't know why it would be 300. Why not like 480 or something? Anyway. So we'll follow our little pipeline along. And it leads into our refinery section, right? So if we have a look back at the thing, these are all the refineries making iron ingots. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we get 297,131 out of them. Plus, and 260. Oh, right, yeah. This factory was built to do 480 belt speed. That's why. Got it. Yeah, it was a 480 belt speed factory. Alright, so our little pipeline runs along there, runs into each group. The first one of each group is underclocked. And the belts are broken into 2 groups on their outputs, because I only had a 480 belt at the time, right? So we got, you know, the best we can kind of handle in each one. And really quickly, mining is out this way. So we could check it. Let's see if my plans are right. Is it 300? Apparently so. I guess based on the nodes we had here, 300 was the max I could get. Alright. That's pretty much that. What tier am I now? This I just finished phase 2. This is a different save. I just decided to load it up here at the end of the stream and show people like this factory, just to give them an idea for the design that we were using in the previous save. But in that one, I didn't advance anything really today other than I got a jetpack. The idea behind today's stream was really just to refactor the starting iron factory, but that took up all my time. So that's all we did today. Right, anyway, so... Oh yeah, I have a proper jetpack now. We don't have to use this. Oh. So much better. Okay, cool. Right, anyways. Yeah, so all our refineries, they're doing all their things. We're trying to get 480 on the belt on each belt. So there's 3 belts going upstairs, right? This is the 3 480 per minute. Traveling upstairs into our logistics floor, and this one is our like little overflow. I ended up listing that as 230, I think it was 230 per minute, going to a truck station for other factories to use, but then I rerouted it and kept it internally to make smart plating, because we expanded the factory just recently. One of the last videos I did. Right, so we'll head upstairs then and track where that's going. So we'll go into stairwell southeast. So the export room, that's obviously just where we came from, the trucks and everything. We'll go up into the lair. Exit back onto the roads. Assembly room. It's interesting, this stairwell actually skips over the logistics room, I think. Yeah, because it's actually, yeah, you can get to it from in here, I guess. Forgot about that. So ventilation, which is also where the refinery's chimney stacks go, but it's where that extra little bit of iron like travels across the factory underneath. So I always like building in these logistics floors, kind of hiding away some of the belts and the more awkward work. So we'll just head back out and then see where this stuff is going. This game will never die. It's going to be like Rocket League, so unique, so addicting. We'll see about that. But yeah, it actually has maintained a really healthy player base all throughout early access. Hopefully it stays that way. Alright, up we go. Into the, whoops, sorry, assembly floor. So, this is one of the examples where I use color coding. We'll show you a different one a little later in a moment. So, for color coding, I did it by the object. So, Let's see if there's an easy way to kind of talk through this without being too boring. So green is iron rods. Okay, so these are green constructors over that way. Orange is iron plates. So when you see an orange splitter, you know that an iron plate is traveling there. If you see blue, it's screws. If you see red, it's rotors. If you see purple, it's reinforced iron plates. If you see green, it's rods. Alright, so that's kind of how it works. So there's rows of constructors here, and you can see that this is the same general concept for what we built today. This kind of layer of machines with brackets around it that snap together, and then when you join them with the catwalks, you can then put windows and stuff underneath, you know, between them, so you can kind of see what's going on if you want, whatever. And then you can ultimately just connect them all like this. So it makes for a nice industrial look to the factory. It's one of my favorite looking ones that I've done anyway. The other thing then would just be oh yeah, so ladders and things to kind of get up to these different spots. I can't remember why, but some of the railing was slightly off. I can't remember what that was, but then I tried to make best use of it and like just have ladders go up to the bits where there's no railings. So there was some slight misalignment, I think, on one or two of these. It looks good, and then I painted them that way too. Try and keep them that way. So ultimately, what we've got are 3 main buses of 480 belts, right? So this, the belts we talked about, 480 there, there, and there. So this one is just going into pure screws, like it's all just cast screws. The alternate recipe, so it's 10 here, and then 10, and then 10, and then 10. And they're clocked to a certain speed, so we can see their speeds up here. So it's 100%, 80% there on the one in the end. And these rows, the way I built this, it was the first time where I tried to line up their outputs with the inputs of the same, of the kind of blueprints across. So this is a blueprint as well. And this is where I talked about, like, it goes up and over. So it's a manifold where we feed along the bottom, and then it comes up the back and goes over the top. So it feeds this machine, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. How that works. And everything's 480, right? So all the belts, the iron is coming in at 480, the screws are going out at 480. And then they've been split and manifolded into their machines. Everything's running perfectly. So if you want to see how I did it, you know, there's videos on this. And this should still work. I don't think the iron recipes have changed at all. And greetings, Deadeye. From the land down under. And thank you for the happy birthday. So yeah, I just thought I would show that off really quickly. We get the idea, right? It works pretty well. This is the extended area that we just built recently. So the little leftover iron that I had, because I was trying to get that 480 number, so I just had some left over. It's now going in to be made into smart plating. So here we've got regular plates, there we've got screws. It then moves over here together. Reinforced iron plates yet again, and then we use them and mix them with the rotors that we were already making here to get our smart plates out. And I decided to color these ones black. That was kind of a decent color for them. And then they go downstairs through the ventilation room back out to where the trucks are. So that's this factory. I don't use any third-party sites to help calculate. I do pen and paper. I just do everything pen and paper. I've got a million notes for loads of things. Not even just this game, like everything. Everything I do. Write so much it all down on pen and paper. I really want to see now if I can call it the Explorer Rome. We're just going to drive up to one more factory real quickly. The Coke factory, and I can kind of show off that style again, but how I've modified it, because the Coke factory came after this one. But I feel like every build I do, I try to get a little bit better. At least in this series I did. I didn't always succeed. But I really do think trucks are great. It means just from here I can go pick up these things and drive them anywhere. And then I made this export sign system, so red is going out, blue is coming in. Where I know that in this factory I'm making 192 rods per minute. No truck is assigned here, so nothing's getting picked up. Whereas smart plating, we do have a truck assigned. It's going to... So IRN is the iron factory, SIL is the silicon factory that I have, and that's the smart plating. So that's the name of the route. So if I hopped in a truck and I wanted to see what the route was, I just type in whatever that is, and then I'll see it in the list. Because I've got a lot of trucks, so you really need to start, like, troubleshoot. If you ever have a trouble, if you never need to troubleshoot them, it's really handy when you have all the names organized, and you give a little moniker to each factory name. So it's like the way airports do. It's like London Gatwick is LGW. So this factory is just IRN. It's the standard iron factory, I guess. It's my biggest one. The copper Caterium factory, CCF. You know, the silicon factory. Whoop. You still alive? Yeah. The silicon factory is the SIL. That kind of thing. Just to at least keep it simple. So you give every factory a code. And you can put it in names and stuff. And then the other thing I did was all the little outposts, right? Coal extraction 1, copper extraction 4, 5, 1, 2, and 3. And then the routes are going to like copper extraction 3, and they're picking up their copper and doing whatever. Your resources for your factories are all based on trucks? I don't know what you mean. Not all. Well, it depends. A lot of resources for factories. Well, that was an iron factory, right? And there was iron miners in there drilling up the iron. So no truck is delivering things in. But trucks are taking things out, yeah. So that factory, I wouldn't say it was based on trucks, but it sends stuff to other factories based on trucks, yeah. Whereas this one, this is purely based on trucks. Everything, it doesn't actually harvest any materials itself. Everything gets brought into it. And that's why it's built over the water, because it needed a lot of water extractors. I just switched to save just a few minutes ago because we're going to wrap up the stream, and I just wanted to show off the Coke factory real quick. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, you're right. The copper Caterium factory does have one Caterium node underneath it that it gets Caterium from. So you're right. Everything else gets delivered in, though. This is one of my ugliest factories, I think, at least on the outside. This is my Coke factory. So this uses oil to get... Well, we can have a look here. Plastic, rubber, encased industrial beams, and steel pipe. And then that's the exit. So trucks basically roll along here and they go into their designated area to pick up whatever they're picking up. And then they all join the same thing and run back out. So you can load up here, roll around, just like this truck is doing, just about, and make your way out back onto the highway or whatever. I'll just park this out of the way and then we'll go inside. Looks like a candy cane. Yeah, the idea was Coca-Cola because it's using petroleum coke as the basis for everything it makes. So I was like, oh, we'll call it the Coke factory. Not that kind of Coke, but the sugary drink kind. So we'll start down at the extractor floor and follow this one. Wasn't as clean, but it's the same sort of idea with using these like stacked boundaries with a little thing going up and over it, and then yeah, sort of scaffolding or whatever, holding, looking like it's holding them up somewhat. This thing brings in the iron ore here. So I'll talk through. Can we not get downstairs from here? No, we have to go over to this one. Got a train station built into it too to bring in that iron ore. Right, so all the way down here. This is really the basis floor. Everything seems to still be working. Right, so oil, what is that? Oh, it's one of the new hatchers. Oil comes in from there, and another one over in that corner. There's another one in the far corner. And is that it? Is there only 3? There might be 4. Can't remember where. And yeah, they're feeding equal parts oil to plastic and rubber. And that plastic and rubber just goes upstairs. But they all produce a byproduct, right? Heavy oil residue. So the heavy oil residue goes into these vats. And that goes into these refineries to make petroleum coke. So we can refine the heavy oil into petroleum coke. And in sections of 3, so there's 9 in each row, they send that petroleum coke upstairs. We use the coke then mixed with iron in a recipe for the foundry for steel. Look, there's new ones now as well. Which one? Oh no, it's just using things I haven't got yet. Yeah, the coke steel ingots. This is the recipe we're using. 75 and 75 of each makes 100 steel. So yeah, basically all of this then just goes upstairs into those foundries, and we deliver the ore via train. Train's just pulled in now, so it'd be good to get on that train. Catch it before it leaves. That's where all the iron ore comes in. And then upstairs, all of that gets pressed into pipes and steel beams. That's all. Nothing too crazy. Oh yeah, I haven't unlocked chrome, actually. I'd have to go get it. I probably have tickets. I don't know where they are. Just have to test it ourselves some of the time. Alright, let's hop on this. Shouldn't really be leaving anything behind, but whatever. Fun times. Breathing in that coke vapor. I just got here. This is not a new save, right? No, this one, I'm just showcasing my old factory just really quickly. I'm just about to wrap up now as well. Actually, I did want to show one more. I've got a few minutes left. This is the current save file I have in my Update 8 series that I was making. So this is just where our little outpost where we pick up the iron. Yeah, we bring it in from pretty far over there. Once the belt speed is improved, though, we wouldn't have to have that anymore. That was the idea, anyway. Am I getting confused? Am I being an old man? Yeah, I am a little bit. Right, so I have to, I'm going to load an Update 7 save and see what the hell happens. That save is huge, by the way, so I don't know if it'll even manage to do it. Eden Prime. Is this the one? Yeah. 469 hours. Yikes. See if it works, and then I'll show you the fused frame factory. It's the furthest I've ever gotten. It'd be interesting to see what Big Shell looks like, actually, because that's going to be in there too. I'm getting older by the second. Oh my god. If you chrome gold plate the hub, it chromes gold plates the toilet. That's cool. Gold was the other one, yeah. Your factories are always so clean. This is your old world, right? How much nicer are the autosaves in 1.0? They seem to be really, really, really fast now, but I haven't tested on one of these big saves. Hey, Kenrick. Yeah, still going. Just for a little bit longer. Almost done now. I scroll down to check the comments. Trying to see what people are saying. Let's see, how do people watch this guy? By the way, they joked when this came out and they said, please don't sue. What's the joke? What does that look like? I've never seen anything like that before. Dyson sphere? Oh, it's a very small Dyson sphere. Famous lamp IKEA sells? How am I using Bing for? Oh, there it is. See, Google just knows. Yeah, that's funny. Never would have. That's pretty funny. Are we still loading, by the way? Yeah. I love this as well, right? Just a simple fence, closing off the machine. Looks great. Let's watch the trailer, actually, just while we're waiting, because the trailer also has some really cool builds in it, too. Also, he's like just landed. somehow I was able to build one of those converter machines. Like the little, that's actually a cute little touch. The hog. Got a hover pack already. What cheating is this? Advanced game settings. Also just noticed, there's a Mercisphere up there. I'm going to go to grassy fields immediately. This is what I was talking about earlier, which is like, yeah, obviously it looks great with all the belts and everything, but just the clean simplicity of just using walkways and having everything orderly and lined up. And it's an outdoor factory, but it still like works and looks really good. Love it. Speaking of grassy fields. Oh my god, this is like a real throwback for me. I've totally forgot. I had a rail network going around the whole world in this one. Do we have an explorer anywhere for me to get around? What do I have in my inventory? Nothing. Let's just drive this then. Actually, you know what? Do I have a jetpack? I do. I got the achievement for being knocked over that time. I'm pretty sure I've been knocked over before. Oh, the original iron factory, of course. Oh, I'm gonna run out of stuff. Do I have anything? Do batteries count as fuel? Oh, turbo fuel. Yes, give me that. It's so funny. I don't have any memory of this place, or very little memory of. Oh, look at this, so good. Okay, so I just really quickly wanted to show the fused frame factory, but it's pretty far out there. That was my first transport hub. Oh yeah, shout out. So like truck stations on the bottom, train, railway station in the middle, and then drones on the top / on the side. This is my first world in the game, my first series. God, I forgot about these rail lines and everything. This took so long to build because there was no blueprints. And getting like the steel in the middle and everything, because there's steel frames inside here. It's just, it was so, sorry, the concrete's in the middle but the steel is doubled up. It took so long. Of time people will never see. I miss this. Yeah, so do I. It's kind of nice coming back to it. Familiar. I have what I need for a train. I used to just throw a train out of my pocket and ride it where I needed to go. Could just interrupt this one and take it, but I don't know what it does. Oh, it's a turbo fuel train. Got 3200 turbo fuel on it. Wow. Oh yeah, that was the other place I wanted to go, the liquid biofuel factory, because that looks awesome in the previous update. Probably looks even better in this one, I would hope. Oh, we got a train coming in. Oh, it's such a small one. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. I fucked it up. Damn it. Damn. Hit the fence. Ah, that was my opportunity. I have a 13. Oh yeah, this is the one that has like the 13 carriage train on it. Oh my god. This one, right? Ah, Blue Crater Oil. Hell yeah. Why did anyone that thinks you unlock the hoverpack so late? No, I think a lot of people do. I think you even get the jetpack quite late, to be honest. I never really liked the hoverpack, but I've heard they've improved it. I've always preferred the jetpack, actually. Because the hoverpack's so limited with the reach it can go. I don't know why they make it so limited. I would double it, you know? You're trying to get like a bird's eye view of things. Like, oh, I have to drag power poles up in the air. It's like, but they've apparently improved it, right? So I'll have to check it out. In fact, I think I have the hoverpack in this world. I just don't use it. Yeah. Normally when I'm indoors that I'll use the hoverpack. I was waiting for a train to come along, but there's nothing happening for a while. This is my oil processing plant. So oil actually comes from Blue Crater and makes its way here via rail. Controversial choice at the time. And it makes its way into this little area here. 14 carriages. 13 carriages, but 14 in length in total. And yeah, it just takes in tons of oil. And it takes 8 minutes for the train to make its journey to and from. It's actually just about to come in right now. World Tour. No, I did not just make this. This was made from update 7, so this is before there was blueprints. So it took a very long time to put this together. And I'm almost curious to see if the save even works, but it seems to be, yeah, obviously I haven't checked the rates of anything, but things are still running and doing things. And it's kind of a blast from the past, but I'm trying to make my way up to the fused frame factory. The whole reason was to show people, they're wondering about this kind of color thing that I did, the color, I don't even know what you want to call it, color scheme that I set. I'm sure I'll be able to ride a train once we get over there, and it won't take too long. It's just at it's in the Rocky Desert. Yeah, we can just see it now in the background. That's it over there. Crystal Oscillator one kind of looks good too, but it never had the back side of it finished. It looks good from the front. It's like that meme of Homer Simpson where he's lost loads of weight, but it's all just skin flaps, and he's tied it all behind him. So from the front, he looks awesome. Just like that. Yeah, there was no power towers back then either, so there's no quick way for me to just glide around. Been unlucky with the trains. There's actually quite a lot of trains in the world, but yeah. So squarish compared to my later saves? To some extent, yeah, I guess so. I feel like we just went into that later save of the Coke factory, and that's just a giant rectangle. This one's super rectangular, and then there is that, oh yeah, big shells over there. Oh my god, so ridiculous. What was I thinking? This is my aluminum factory, so we could just quickly run through this one. So bauxite is made up there, travels down on the rail, comes into this place. Well, it's never even had an entrance. I just used to climb in this way. It's so weird coming into these factories, like abandoned old factories. And this is, oh my god, the speed. This is it. The 4 groups and the machines that are online right now. The current output is 487.5, the target 625 per minute. Ah, unplayable. What's this? Little cacti. Little cactus. Used to be a lot brighter in here. Oh yeah, there was no global illumination until update 8 either, because that was Unreal 5. The place is really dark now. This is the refineries making the aluminum. I don't remember what this does. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Alright, this is the big one, the fused frame factory. And that, over in the distance, is my crystal oscillator factory. Oh wow. I got 2 achievements there somehow. Post-apocalyptic Satisfactory DLC, abandoned but still working automatically, yeah. That's what's cool about it. It's like an abandoned factory that's still automated. Alright. I never put the roof on this one. But I had a kind of a cool idea there, but then on the other side it just looks kind of basic. Okay, so this one is overgrown. This is a known problem with this place. On updates, it just tends to spawn vegetation again. But the idea here is the blue line is all imports, the red line is exports, things leaving the factory, and the green line is the gas. So ultimately, this is a fused frame factory. It's going to be hard for me to remember exactly what it does, but Aha, can't get me. But I know that if we make our... Well, there's a hypertube little network over here. Roll up to whatever floor we want. Oh yeah, petroleum coke. Actually, the rail lines do tell you what comes in. Oh, they've changed the model. Now there's this bar in the center for some reason. Why the hell did they do that? The signs worked really well on these before. Now there's... Anyway. Yeah, so petroleum coke on those two, that's available and that's available. I guess I knew that other things will be coming in here eventually. Aluminum casing and available. Okay. Looks great. So we'll take ride the things upstairs. So the blue floors are for things that are logistics floors. Yeah. And the red floors are for machines. Got it. We're on floor 1, the train station. Where's floor 2? Refinement and construction logistics. Welcome to hell. See if I can remember what this place does. So I remember the legend was over here. Alright, so this is an example sign. So on the left side we have R13 to 17 to 480. That means it's the machine ID, the optimal input. So it's the ideal, what should be coming into this place, not the guarantee, obviously. The flow direction, resource type, blue, the input, red, output, purple, where output becomes input, and the star symbol, the belt is split from its original. Oh, there's also little things to show the direction of like pipe flow and stuff like that. The X means it's the end of the line. So, for instance, a lot of the resources come up from trains and stuff, but some of them come in from miners and stuff out the left. So if we were following a single belt, I suppose it would just be like, okay, this is going into machines, refineries 1 to 6, there's 85.33, it's doing copper ore, it's heading this way. You just follow that along. You'd have to then find the ones for limestone, but it would probably tell me up here anyway. Yeah, so limestone going into machine number 17 on its own. 7 to 12, there's 600 per minute along that one, and so on and so forth. This is where these belts end. Gets pretty crazy. But it actually, I remember at the time I was like, this is so cool because it's pretty easy to work out where things are going and why. And then there's little notes when things were weird. I remember just the limestone is the one that had the weirdest like problem. Important, this configuration splits 40 away from 240 and then adds 64. The 40 is sent to a belt of 560. Yeah, it works though. So if we follow a red line, you know, at some point that probably becomes a purple. So for instance, this red line, copper ingots, becomes a purple at the right before it goes in. So it's like, yeah, purple line, copper ingots, refineries 1 to 6, 213. And then that's what it makes into machines W 1 to 15. That's wire 1 to 15. See, I haven't even played this save in, I don't know, 6 months. It's easy enough to kind of remember what it's doing or what it's trying to do. Actually, before I go up there, we could just have a look at more of the chaos before we go up to the next floor. Oh yeah, I was numbering the machines now. I just gave up on that. They're numbered upstairs, but I was going to write their corresponding numbers down here, and I was like, life's too short. How about that? Love a bit of belt work, huh? Belt, gas, fluids. People are like, oh, heavy modular frames are so difficult. It's like fused frames made me want to die. Aluminum's so easy in comparison to this. The amount of things you need for a fused frame to come together is extreme. Alright, let's go upstairs. We could just go up this way to be lazy. So all of that logistics was to have nice clean floors. Now before, I promise, these are all green lights. Recipe changes, damn it. So SP means steel pipe, and then there's the amount of machines, so there was in total, I guess, 80. And some of them have their clock speeds down, depending on the belts reach them, so that was cool. That was the first time I ever used suspended beams to feed machine or to power them. Boundaries. It was really difficult to put the signs there. You can't actually really get to them. The hitbox doesn't let you, but if you put them down first and then nudge the... Well, I didn't have nudging back then. I'm not sure how I did it. But got them in there anyway. Once you get one in, you can snap them to each other. And then we have the refineries at the back. These are the wire machines we just looked at, right? So we don't even see their inputs or outputs. That would be the negative. But it keeps for a really clean build. This is wet concrete, I think? Something? Yeah. Alright, let's go up again. So... rooftop maintenance. The rail line just ends there. That's the water extractors. This place brings in the water from just down there. Straightforward. Alright, so traveling along here, we then have the same sort of setup, but now it gets easier as it goes up because the complexity and the amount of stuff is lessened. Well, the complexity is increased if you think of the good, but like the complexity of the logistics is easier. So again, you know, blue is feeding into the machines, red coming out of the machines. That was like part of the reasoning there. So it's like if you're trying to look at the floor and just know what's coming out of machines, it's quite easy to do that. And then if it's going into machines here, it'll turn purple. Otherwise, it could just be going upstairs, because some stuff does go upstairs. And the whole point of having the, just real quickly, the glass was like we can see all the stuff going upstairs. We know what every floor is making at a glance. Now remember, this was done before Update 8. The place was a lot brighter without global illumination. So it's a little harder to see now. The two pipeline holes that you might have noticed earlier, that's for gas. We bring in way more gas than we need. So the gas pipeline is actually traveling inside of this bridge. 3 pipelines traveling through there, going all the way out to the edge. There's a gas node out there. Was. Alright, so anyway, then we're up to assembly. Same kind of thing. We'll just take the next floor up. We can see what we're making here. Some of the stuff comes up from the bottom floors. And then this will be the logistics for ultimately our... Oh no. I'm almost dead. To be the logistics for the final thing, which is heavy modular frames and fused frames. So you need heavy modular frames to make fused frames, so that's the heavy modular frame manufacturers. And then these are the blenders making the fused frames. Taking in nitrogen gas. Good stuff. Just want to see the power setup that runs this. Oh, we just walked by it. That was the oil processing plant. That's where my power is. We have all the generators in there. It's not that much. I don't think I have that much power in this world. Not really. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. I'll just hop down really quickly. We can have a look at power just really quick. Because I can't remember it, actually. And there is a lot of machines. So it's like, yeah, where are we getting this from? I'm making 30,000 megawatts. Okay, it's not... You know, people make gigawatts of power. I'm still on megawatts, so... Well, I guess 1,000 is a gigawatt, but... Way more than that. 30,000 isn't that much. I'm bringing in all the oil from Blue Crater. Oil extraction there, and it comes along the rail line and makes its way to the oil processing plant, which we were just in. There's a crystal oscillator factory there, and then there's Big Shell. Which is insane. I mean, that's really insane. And that was never finished. This... Should we go over to it? I kind of want to go over to it. We do have an Explorer. I can at least drive. Let me get that. The Explorers... We just saw one over here a second ago, right? Yeah. Honestly, just, got back after about 3 hours. What did I miss? We're just doing a little factory tour of my old world really quickly. And this is why I subbed it around. This is Mindblade. Thank you. I couldn't sustain it. Unfortunately, the viewership fell off. And my videos took longer and longer because these builds got bigger and bigger. And I started a new series. And that's what Update 8 became. And then we're ending that now to do 1.0. So will I ever finish this damn game? Who knows? Probably only if I build smaller, to some extent. Fine. So that place is just doing crystal oscillators. It's also doing radio control units. Fuck. I think we're okay. The water doesn't start until there. That's what I was saying about water in this game, by the way. It's just like a zone that if you pass into it, then it counts as being inside of it. It's alright. Alright, cool. Also got zip lines now. I can just get through here. I want to go to Big Shell, which is just out behind this factory. Small modular factories, indeed, yeah. I think it's like what I was saying earlier. It's like you don't need to spend so long doing something if the goal of what you're making could have just been, you could have just let it tick up in the background. It just defeats the purpose. I mean, it's fun to build big and everything, but you want to not get burnt out and keep up that momentum. It's like, okay, we're making, you know, Versatile Frameworks is going to take us 8 hours to get 2,500. We could make that 4 hours, right, if we double up the amount of machines, but how long is it going to take us to really do all that? Will we save ourselves 4 hours? Or will it take me more than 4 hours? Probably take you more. So in a situation like that, it's like, we should just focus on the other factors that we know we have to build after we get that 2,500, rather than dwelling on one thing for too long, I think. So, trying to get into that mindset. Right, here we are, Big Shell. If anyone's played Metal Gear Solid 2, and I guess even later, some of the later games, you'll know what this is. Although mine's slightly different. The frame rate's already starting to die. So, to complicate things further with this build, if you have a look at it, notice anything? It's made of individual 1 meter wall pieces. And that kills your performance. Don't ever do that. Lesson learned. But we got blueprints towards the end of this series, and I was like, oh sweet. I'm just going to blueprint a 1 meter wall. Because it's smooth. It doesn't have the ridges. And I was like, nice. We can have a nice smooth wall. And it looks great. But it absolutely tanks your frame rate. And see what happens when we look over it? The game can't look. It's like doing what's called occlusion culling. You know, games only render what you see, including, like, I don't see behind that zipline right now. It doesn't render what's behind the zipline. Because it's so laggy that we're actually seeing through it while we do that kind of thing. Because there's so many objects trying to load in. So it's like, don't do it. Not a good idea. It could be 8 hours or 4 hours or 6 hour building. That's the thing. If you think you can get twice the amount out of the resource by just doubling up in half the amount of time, then that's fine. That does make sense, you know. If it's 6 hours, then it is worth it. Or if it's 8 hours, then it's worth it too. But it's only not worth it if it started taking like 12 or 16 or something like a really long time. It's like, oh, this maybe wasn't worth it. Unless you really needed that object later. Anyway, here's the layout. This is a supercomputer factory, or it was supposed to be. Oh my god, the mental. I had these. I had talk about having notepads. I just remember it now. I wish I still had them actually, but there was just crazy. I used just a small little notepad all the time, and there was so many of them all structured together to form this. Then I built it in game so I could remember. So basically, all of the hexagons are called structs, or struts. S-T-R-U-T-S. So struts. So strut F is that one over there. That's doing power. Right, so there's oil coming in from somewhere that flows that direction into strut F to give us power to this whole build. What's that? Oh, they changed the look of supercomputers. Oh yeah. Yeah, and then heavy oil goes a different way to be made into different things. So what was complicated about this was that every bridge connecting the different struts needed their own logistical network. So it's like, okay, strut A to F is going to require a certain amount of pipes, but it depends on the volume. It's like, okay, I can't remember how much the volume was, but we had to work it out. It's like, okay, we're going to need like 8 pipes. You have to get up there and like bring them all across and make sure the numbers are good, and then we need a whole pumping facility inside the thing to get it all the way up there. I don't know why I was doing this, but it was fun, I suppose. What about the other ones? Yeah, then there's something like 14,000 quick wire, something traveling into the central area to be made into the components and stuff, and then you do the Caterium refinement up here. Copper refinement in there. Some of it would have to go that way, some of it would have to go this way, some would go back into the center, so I had to lay that all out first before I built it, because I needed to know it would flow on the bridges. So we could kind of go in and take a look, and this is what I was using to build the whole place. Like all the material was laid out here with all the different things. So very quick, and you can see the pipelines traveling along the bottom. It's actually pretty sick. At least to me. I know I built it or whatever, but coming back to it, I'm like, this is pretty cool. It's like I'm watching someone else do it, or someone else who did it. So our oil extraction nodes, we're in something called the Spire Coast right now. There's oil just everywhere, but it's all connected via these sort of pipelines that run underneath these bridges. The bridges also bring power underneath too. And then we're also bringing up water. So, I don't know, it just leads out there. There's a few more of those enclosures bringing in oil. I remember watching this series. Thank you. I barely remember doing it. I'm looking at this going like, oh my god, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, this is where I finally got blueprints, thankfully. Oh yeah, and they just added, yeah, so global illumination happens. So out there is where the rest of the oil is coming in. We then have a farm. I actually did this on a stream, thinking about it. This bit was done on a stream. We added all of these water extractors, and we got the beams traveling between them, which always looked really cool, I thought. And that water then makes its way into one of the first struts. Actually goes right underneath strut F. So lazily, I think on the stream, I was like, okay, we'll just plug it in there and I'll deal with it later. But then we have the most insane, like, pumping system, where it's just being pumped around and then being fed out. Yeah, it's got so lazy. How do I get out and look at this? I think I just have to jump out and follow it. Yes, this is the first main pipeline. This would just be water. Can't remember what you need water for. So you needed something. The idea was this is the strut where all the pipes will come into it. So all the oil and all the water go in there. And go up. There's also oil coming in from the far distance out that way. We'll just make our way upstairs and then that'll be it for today. One thing I think people might like seeing is the coal plant you made for this world. Yeah, that was a tower thing, wasn't it? I built it out in the water. It was like a rig. I called it the coal rig, because it looked like an oil drilling rig, but just for coal. If I could fly... Yeah, I just don't want to spend too long running around. Quickly take a look. Ah, so that's what's coming in here. 6 water, 3 oil. And then this one, it's 3, 4, 5, 6 water, 3 oil, but in a different configuration for some reason. Using the small... Oh my god! The frame rate, holy crap. Can't do that. Does not like that at all. Because I think it tries to give each one a bounding box, and then it just goes UI crazy. And I actually quite liked not having a hypertube here. That was the whole point. Because if you remember in Metal Gear Solid, you have to just run upstairs in Metal Gear Solid 1 for ages. So I thought, like, this is perfect. Yeah, we'll just make a giant stairwell. Good fun, though. Alright. We're up high enough. You can even see things loading in when I did that. See it? Kind of pixels. Right, so this is why I never got it done. But yeah, basically I think I brought all the oil in because that's what I know I needed just to get power up and running. I don't know what the hell's going on with this. Oh, I added lighting because it gets really dark at night. So we could see what was going on. So this is one of the bridges. So the upper bridge, the walkway is pretty basic, but underneath them we can see like some of the pipelines and stuff that would be coming in. This one's pretty simple and straightforward, actually. All the other bridges should have their stuff in them already. Yeah, you can see the belt in there. And then you just have like little supports and pillars and things to make it look a bit more natural. Right, so this is the first one that actually had stuff in it. This is doing... I'd have to go upstairs, really. The fuel generators. And it's the only one I completed, the only strat. Or mostly completed. It still has a big empty corner in it. But I was trying to work out... It's so difficult building at angles. Like, so difficult. But this is the first one. So this is what I wanted it to look like when you came into one, you know? And then we have our fuel management room. But nothing seems to be working at the moment. I wonder why. Could be something to do with the pumps. And then basically this is where all the fuel generators are. So these generators are the ones that were powering this place. So when I said all the power is done in that other place, I guess some of it is done up here. But it's clearly breaking down at the moment. In fact, it actually looks like it's a separate grid. It's not connected to the main grid. But fair enough. Alright, let's hop out. We can go quickly take a look at what else. Honestly, it's a bit too far to get all the way down there, so we might just leave it. We'll just leave it. It's not that impressive. It's just a hole floating out there. Can't even remember that building at all. And yeah, most of my work was done down in grassy fields again. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's kind of a world tour of my update 7 worlds. And this is where it ended. I didn't get to finish it any further from here. It just got too ambitious and the lag got too intense. Oh, that was actually the real reason I killed it. I just remembered. Update 8 was extremely laggy. For me. Not for everybody, but just my particular hardware. So I just couldn't continue. And then I couldn't play for like a month and a half. And then they patched it and got it working. But by then I just felt like momentum was kind of gone. Yeah, I just couldn't do the old angles either. It's just really difficult. Anyway, that's going to be it. GG. Alright. Thank you for sharing this evening with me. It was fun going through some of those older ones. That took longer than I thought, but it was cool. Alright, so today it was pretty good. We just built up our first kind of mega iron in a little mini mega. Not even a bit of an oxymoron, but you get the idea, where we're taking all the iron ore, pure nodes, 480 per minute. And we have 6 of them, and we've got all those smelters up and running. So that was pretty fun. Seeing some more of the story. I'll be back on Monday. I won't be back tomorrow. I do have to do other things, so for sure I'm be busy tomorrow. But yeah, definitely Monday. It'll be in the evening, quite late, but I will be here, and you'll see. I'll know the time, and then I'll put up like the video, so it's like a premiere thing, so we can at least know the time. But if you're interested in keep watching, Monday's the day, and I'll try to do Tuesday as well. We'll see how it goes from there. And that's pretty much it. So I had a blast. Thanks for all the support. Really do appreciate it, and for all the kind words and everything. Yeah, Corbles is correct. I didn't finish the building, so that was it. And yeah, thank you for the happy birthday. Yeah, Monday will be my birthday, actually, so be nice. 32. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, a good Sunday. Relax, chill out, hopefully play some Satisfactory. Curious to see if the player count goes even higher on Sunday. Typically, Sundays are the highest days, and then it starts to kind of taper off and settle somewhere. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting through the game further and finding out more about like what's going on. It's quite an interesting little mini hook they've got me. Alright, that's it. Good night. Thanks again. I really appreciate it. I gotta say, it's been like the best week ever for content creation, so really do appreciate it. It's been like just awesome. It's really nice to have a game that just launches. Everyone likes it. I like it. We're all just enjoying it. There's nothing really wrong. A few little bugs or whatever. Everyone's kind of starting from ground zero, like finding out stuff. That's just been like such a joy. And then like, yeah, just on top of it, having all you guys here and hanging out with me and all of that's been really great too. So just really do appreciate it. So thank you. Alright, GG. See you hopefully Monday. If not, hopefully we'll see you in some videos. Make sure you subscribe. Follow me on Discord and Twitter. What Darn Plays for Twitter, etc. And for Discord, it's WDP. Discord.gg/WDP. Alright, bye-bye.